The Manosphere, A New Hope for Masculinity by Ironwood. How the Red Pill, Game and the Internet are revalorizing masculinity for the 21st century. For my father, my brothers, and my sons. The most important men in my life. One gives me wisdom. One gives me camaraderie. One gives me courage. All give me strength. Author's foreword. What is the Manosphere? What little is written about the Manosphere that's not actually in the Manosphere has usually been written by its opponents. A cursory glance might give the casual observer the impression that it's just a bunch of cranky old angry conservative men who want to go back to the 1950s. Terms like misogynistic and anti-woman and hate-mongers and worse have been leveled at the bloggers who make up the Manosphere. In some cases the harsh terms seem justified. In others they are decidedly not. Indeed, more often than not the critics are so enraged by the challenge to some of their basic precepts that they cannot get over their own sense of outrage enough to see the validity of the content and its importance. The Manosphere often sees that kind of reactionary response to its discussions, the men that are used to it. All too often it is the standard response from women to men when they try to reasonably discuss matters of importance and subjects of interest to their gender. Instead of participating in a frank discussion about gender relations, appreciating that there are, in fact, two sexes involved, many feminists and misguided sympathizers assume that any criticism of feminism from men is automatically worthy of condemnation and derision, and make a point of informing the men in question how misguided and ignorant they are, and how they probably don't like gays or black people, either. And live in their mother's basement. And never got touched by a girl. That impression would be highly misleading. The Manosphere is more than that. Far more. If you get distracted by the rhetoric, you're missing the important stuff, and that important stuff is mushrooming in importance. For those who are unfamiliar with this corner of the internet, the Manosphere is the nascent and evolving collection of blogs discussing topics of masculine interests and men's issues. Every day, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of men, visit these sites in search of wisdom and understanding about what it means to be a male in the 21st century, particularly in the face of a culture irrevocably changed by feminism. Trying to draw a tighter circle around the phenomenon is difficult, but I think I've hit upon a good metaphor to describe it. The Manosphere is like a comet. I don't mean that in the usual metaphorical sense, wherein it would be compared to a rarely seen, spectacular, and undeniably phallic event portending great changes in the end of empires. No, I mean it in the literal sense, informed by science. The Manosphere is like a comet in that it is essentially a dirty snowball. In case you fell asleep before that particular show came on the Discovery Channel, the head of a comet, broken down to its constituent components, is a dirty snowball, a mixture of rock, dust, and ice attached to a common center of local mass on a common trajectory across the solar system. Comets spend most of their life dutifully plodding through the outer reaches of our local stellar neighborhood, lurking in the Oort cloud far beyond our notice. But the sun's gravity relentlessly lures the dirty snowballs back into the light on a periodic basis. As the comet gets nearer the sun, the solar radiation fans out the dust and ice from the dirty snowball into a brilliant tail. But it's still just a dirty snowball when you get up close. And the Manosphere is like that. The memes and the ideas behind it have been there all along, in the silence of the cultural Oort cloud. The invisible, indefinable gravitational center of the Manosphere is no less than masculinity itself. There has been an unease about masculinity, a recognition of crisis by the friends and foes of men, particularly in the face of a changing femininity that has been around for decades, now. The signs and symptoms of this unease were as clear as portents and omens, murky and misunderstood. Only when that irregular mass got exposed to the strong energy of the internet did it start to show itself, and now the tail of that metaphorical comet is starting to be seen in the sky by those who know to look. Okay, enough with the tortured metaphors. I'll be returning to this one so often you'll get sick of it. When trying to pin down just what constitutes the Manosphere, suddenly things get complicated. Like many other social or intellectual movements, just where it begins and ends depends entirely on your perspective. But after long investigation and consideration, I believe the best and most useful definition of the manosphere is this: a collection of internet blogs, cultural discussion groups, interpersonal interactions and digital clubhouses whose focus revolves around issues and interests common to men and masculinity. That covers a lot of territory. But so does a comet's tail. The manosphere is often split by its critics into two broad areas: the men's rights advocates, MRAs, groups advocating for masculine issues like fair child custody, divorce, alimony and visitation laws for fathers, equitable sentencing between the genders for similar crimes, combating falsely made allegations of rape, and the pickup artists, PUAs, groups and individuals advocating the best ways of removing the panties and inhibitions of women for the purposes of sexual seduction. But while both of those points of mass are vital and important to the manosphere, they do not define it. Men's issues and interests go beyond that, and often into some intriguing, anthropologically speaking, areas including politics, religion, economics, psychology, philosophy, sociology, and beyond. Both the PUA communities and the MRA communities are legitimate and valued voices within the greater manosphere, particularly since their interests often overlap. Particularly on the subject of sex. Sex, you see, is a near-universal masculine interest and male issue. We had a meeting. It was unanimous. Since most men have sex with women, but not all, there are plenty of gay men lurking in the manosphere, despite the soft homophobia that abounds, because they're dudes too and struggle with most of the same things straight dudes do. A lot of the talk about sex concerns women. Since feminism is such a powerful force in the lives of many Western women, a primary focus of the manosphere's discussions about feminism revolve around the effect it has had on men and masculinity. Spoiler alert, the discussions are rarely known for their congratulatory positivity. Not all the manosphere is anti-feminist, and few parts are legitimately anti-woman. Accusations of misogyny, while overblown, have legitimate basis. But then again, some of the voices in the manosphere belong to men who have been savagely treated by women. And the blatant misandry on feminist sites like Jezebel is at least as appalling from a social perspective. Yet men's issues are not even acknowledged as rising to the level of social concern for most feminists. In the context of gender feminism, as it has evolved, it is impossible for straight men to be victims. The oppressors cannot be the oppressed, and even if they are, the suffering of women trumps the suffering of men. No one blames a female rape victim for her misandry, man-hating, in light of the psychological and emotional trauma she has endured. Yet a man who has been emotionally or physically abused, who has had his children taken from him, who has been denied justice in a system that favors women in domestic issues, who has been financially ruined and socially devastated by a woman to the point where an actual, physical rape by the cellmate of your choice would be preferable. In all honesty, that man is considered a misogynist and a winner by his feminist-leaning critics if he dares voice his anger and rage. Until, in rare cases, he's described as a disturbed loner with a troubled domestic past, in the news report covering the aftermath of his shooting rampage. The manosphere is an angry place. Feminists love to talk dismissively about the anger there, as if male anger invalidates any reasonable point behind the anger. But that anger is understandable by any objective measure. That's because our culture has treated men, as a class, very poorly while asking so much from them. The anger in the manosphere isn't, as some critics claim, merely a reaction to the loss of male privilege or a fear of strong women or other tired chestnuts. It's real. It's palpable. There is a profound sense of loss, of displacement, of betrayal, and yes, anger, in the men who have taken up the keyboard to discuss gender issues from the XY perspective. For the last 40 years, men have been trying to adapt to the chaotic result of the sexual revolution and the dictates of feminism, and at long last they are getting fed up. But don't think that the manosphere is merely the haven of bitter divorcees and rejected losers. The manosphere is far more than that. It is, in a very real sense, the re-establishment of the intellectual underpinnings of an unapologetically new patriarchal culture in the West. It is a repository of wisdom specific to masculine endeavors, and it attracts angry, passionate men who are dedicated to their cause. History is replete with lessons about just what can happen when that occurs. As the Manosphere's tale begins to grow and glow, it has the potential power to be a guiding hand for the young man struggling with his masculinity, a library for the young adult establishing a mating strategy, a married man's refuge and counsel in troubled times, and a mature man's opportunity to expound on the lessons he's learned in his life, informing and initiating a new generation of men into the world. Within this comet you will find experience and perspectives that have brought profound insight and wisdom to thousands of men who were deprived of that from their own fathers by fate and circumstance. This isn't the first time a men's movement has gotten started in the West, of course. As far back as the late 1970s, inspired by feminism's women's liberation, there were parallel groups forming for men's liberation, although there wasn't much consensus on just what that meant. Mostly it was a simple transference of feminist ideals to men and masculinity. The problem was, the two were fundamentally incompatible, especially once gender feminism came along, and even the most devout male feminists had to acknowledge that they had little idea what to do with that knowledge in the greater context of the gender wars. Every time men got together to discuss their issues, if they weren't gay they were treated by women with suspicion at best and with misandry at worst. Masculinity was under full attack from all sides, and the only one who seemed to be sticking up for men, as men, was Asa Barber's Men column in Hugh Hefner's Playboy magazine. In the 1980s the mythopoetic movement attempted to steer masculine identity into the spiritual and psychological, thanks to the influence of Joseph Campbell's work on mythology, like his seminal Hero with 1,000 Faces, and books lamenting the loss of the masculine spirit, like Iron John and Fire in the Belly. The late 1980s and early 1990s was the age of the drum circle and the sweat lodge for the men's movement. Unfortunately, as empowering as that was, eventually you crawled out of the sweat lodge and you were still that same dude with the same problems at work and a troubled marriage, and now you were dehydrated. Mythopoetics was transformative to many men, myself included. But part of that transformation was the mystic realization that it didn't matter how at peace we each were with our penis, the rest of the world was still out to get it. The men's movement of the 1990s included a lot of IPOs and money and therapy, when you could afford it, and a lot of dudes could. It was the dawn of the digital age and the age of the metrosexual. Suddenly, as everyone was getting filthy rich off of electrons and bright ideas, your feelings about your father and masculine social expectations paled in comparison to the allure of using your bonus check to upgrade to a sports car, a bigger condo, 3 weeks in Cabo, or even consider marriage. But not seriously. Of course, money didn't make the core issues afflicting masculinity go away, it just distracted us from them pleasantly. By the turn of the century, our pursuit of a fully developed, scalable global digital infrastructure was sadly overtaken by events, and suddenly our undeveloped, poorly designed masculinity was on our collective mind again as we faced the fresh horrors of the 21st century. Only now we had the internet. The early seeds of the modern manosphere can be traced to the Usenet newsgroups of the late 1980s, particularly the alt.men family of newsgroups. That's where the first pioneering discussions online began. That's where the manosphere began, even though it wasn't known by that name. As it developed, it transformed with the technology, becoming in turn Yahoo newsgroups, mailing lists, websites, and, eventually, blogs. But the seeds of the idea were always there. Wouldn't it be cool if we had a place we could go and talk and be honest about the horseshit we wade through on a daily basis and just be dudes? It was the blogs that really galvanized the manosphere and made it into what it is now becoming. The blogs were the points of mass for discussion, and often begot other blogs, books, discussion groups, and the like about masculinity that fanned out into the long tail of the manosphere. Some took off and attracted hundreds of thousands of readers. Some sputtered out and closed shop as their authors became more sophisticated or opted out, or both. At this point, as I discuss later in the book, limiting discussion of the manosphere to just the blogs misses the fact that the internet is just one facet of an emerging masculine consensus. But intellectually, the blogs were the center of the manosphere comet, and still are. Starting at the core of the snowball, you can find some very distinct groups and philosophies. Of course the MRAs are a prominent one, as are the PUAs, but there are other proponents of masculinity and male issues that you could not include. The old married guys, OMGs, for instance, and the men going their own way, men going their own way, and the traditional Christian conservatives, and the hundreds of sites devoted to the pursuit of game would also, by definition, have to be included. But so would sites specifically on fatherhood, marriage, custody and divorce, men's health, politics, and male-oriented economics. Just because a blogger isn't bitching about how badly he got taken in his divorce doesn't mean he isn't part of the manosphere. A couple of the more racy sports sites could be included, as could a number of blogs on lifestyles associated with the military, motorsports, precision machinery, firearms, and construction work. Several porn sites would easily make the list. As a collection of blogs and newsgroups centering around masculinity and male issues, sex is a primary topic. That's because sex is a male issue, just as reproductive freedom is a female issue. So the manosphere talks about sex a lot. If you add in the massive number of male-oriented sports sites, car sites, and other male-dominated interest sites, then the manosphere becomes vast, like the tail of a comet. Considering a site about sleeping more frequently with your wife is certainly a manosphere site near the head of the comet, but is a site about fantasy football? Why yes it is. A blog discussing the mythopoetic nature of masculinity is clearly in the manosphere, but is a Mustang Owners Club discussion board apart? Oh, mais ouies. The popular blog Hooking Up Smart, penned by a woman for women, is considered a very important part of the manosphere, but is an anti-feminist site? Again, yes. Are all the manosphere blogs written by evangelical Christian white men? No, there are prominent atheists, Jews, and pagans writing about male issue from their perspective as well. Is the manosphere a conservative bastion? Perhaps. But there are plenty of progressive bloggers in the manosphere, too. One is writing this book. This book will deal mostly with the head of the dirty snowball, those parts of the manosphere that clearly identify themselves as such. But it should always be kept in mind that this book is intended as a survey and an introduction, not a comprehensive guide or exhaustive report. Hell, I'm not even a journalist, so don't hold this book up to journalistic standards, if there are any left. I'm a writer using a pseudonym. More importantly, I'm a dude. And I'm on a mission. And I'm not alone. For every Rawasi or Rushvi-style PUA Jedi Master out there, there are also thousands of men who participate in small ways, passionate not about hooking up with a succession of hot chicks, for instance, but perhaps passionate about the bond they shared with their father over professional baseball, or how their relationship with their brothers changed when they got married, or how difficult it can be to be a man in a predominantly female office and distinguish yourself without being attacked. For sexism. Masculinity doesn't stop with our dicks. It sprays out messily all over the place. That's the manosphere. That's the dirty snowball. You rarely know where it begins and ends. The more you try to touch it, the more it defies your definitions and resists your capability to be confined. And the moment you say something definitive about it, there are 100 exceptions to the rule that make your attempt moot or foolhardy. But if we go with the dirty snowball model, then you can figure out what the manosphere is the same way you find a comet in the sky. You back up enough until you can see the unifying principle, and then you agree that everything more or less in that area that is part of that thing can probably be safely determined to be that thing. And in this case, the unifying principle happens to be men and masculinity. Beyond that, all bets are off. Author's introduction, Ian meets the manosphere. I guess it all began for me, at least when one of the managers at the big porn office I work at came to me and said, "Ian, how'd you like to write a book on picking up women?" Now, there are a lot of possible comebacks to that question, from the simple, "Dude, I've been married for 15 years, it's been 2 decades since I picked up a woman," to the more sophisticated, considering the tumultuous state of affairs in intergender interpersonal relationships, not to mention the chaotic dating landscape recently complicated by such factors as Facebook and internet dating. The construction of such a guide would be a Herculean undertaking. But I'm a professional. I asked the only real question that mattered. How much? He named a sum, far smaller than a conventional book advance, but then this was no conventional book. He then told me I had a month to do it. Editorial standards would be low, but he wanted a completed manuscript. There was a look of challenge in his eye. But that's not what made me do it. It was September, Christmas was 3 months away, and I have a wife, 3 kids, and a mortgage. A professional doesn't let such opportunities pass by. I'll do it. And that's how it all began, for me, at least. The result of this whirlwind month of research and long nights on obscure sites all over the internet was a basic guide for how to meet and seduce women, emphasis on basic. I interviewed local PUAs, hung out with a crew of grad students at Duke University, where Tucker Max went to law school and the lacrosse team went to jail, research into evolutionary biology, an examination of the current demographics. I put everything I could into it, and I'm a pretty resourceful dude by all accounts. Every night I cranked away at it, hacked it into form, and tried to make it as remedial as possible. At the end of the month, I had the completed book, entitled The Gentleman's Guide to Picking Up Women. On deadline, I got my check, and a Merry Christmas was had by all. But along the way, I had stumbled across the early formation of what became the Manosphere. In particular, I had stumbled on the fascinating science of game, a somewhat aggressive seduction technique that was enjoying more and more success and notoriety, even as it was alarming the few feminists paying attention. You're going to hear a lot about game, as it is known from one of the seminal and influential, if widely acknowledged as flawed, works on the subject, Neil Strauss's The Game, 2005. Strauss's work was also been one of the first game books to gain notoriety among the mainstream. But since it really has been 20 years since I picked up a woman, the science of the crimson arts was of more academic interest to me than anything else. But it was, as I said, fascinating to hear these intelligent young men use their minds, educations and resources in pursuit of one of the few things that made them happy these days, sex. And since I work marketing porn, I kept up on my research about game and watched how it developed. These dudes were a choice demographic for me, after all. Knowing their sexual styles, their likes and dislikes, and their consumer attitudes made me a more effective marketer. And their dads were already paying my rent. The 40-something married guy is my biggest demographic. I ignored most of the political bullshit at first. I was intrigued by the psychology. Seduction is an important thing, even for an OMG, old married guy. And you can't be in marketing, particularly porn marketing, unless you understand the psychology of your customers. The game blogs were crude and rude, but they were also efficient and, surprisingly, effective. Names like Rawasi and Rush in Mystery started to rise to the surface among the others as these young men took a variety of techniques and started looking at them as a system for guys to get laid by hot girls with a minimum of bullshit. Whether that is inherently misogynistic or not, I'll leave to your own judgment. But before you make your decision, consider how much time and effort is spent on the XX side of the force attempt to allure and attract men, as well as please them in bed. Cosmo and Glamour are focused intently on the subject. You simply can't pick up a copy of Cosmopolitan without seeing some derivation of the word sex on the cover, at least 3 times. The average is 4. I check every month. That's what we sex nerds do. So if Cosmo and Glamour are designed to help women get laid, and that's not considered inherently misandrous, by logical extension then Rawasi and Rush shouldn't be considered misogynist, just because they want to teach guys their techniques designed to get them laid. They might be for their political views, perhaps, but let's just stick to sex for now. It didn't end with the game blogs. From there I got led over to blogs by men that revolved around longer-term relationships than the PUA's one-night stand bonanza. And from there I ran across the term manosphere for the first time. I was, again, intrigued. I was a man. How could I not be intrigued? And what I found was breathtaking. My exploration of this interesting, passionate, and fertile ground of masculinity, and how it could very well lead to a resurgence of masculine pride and endeavor, seemed destined to become a book. Or at least result in higher porn sales, whichever. Whether you consider it a counterpoint to feminism, authored and inspired by the fruits of feminist theory, or merely a way for dudes to score poon and bitch about their lives, the manosphere is starting to form, and at some point, I don't remember exactly when, I realized, this has the potential to change everything. A whole internet subculture devoted to the pursuit of masculine interests. So I grabbed the comet by the tail and dove into that dirty snowball, and this is what I found. Each chapter contains not only a discussion about the blogs in that area, but also some contextual history and a little mythopoetics to cleanse your palate between courses. Because before you can understand the manosphere and grasp its significance, you have to understand how we got where we are and why. But first, a brief note to my feminist sisters. A personal note to feminists. If consider yourself a feminist and I wrote this book right, it should piss you off. I don't mind that. Parts are written expressly to piss you off. I'm an open agent provocateur for masculinity and men's issues. If I'm not pissing off feminists, I'm not doing my job. But despite your anger, ladies, and misguided gents, this book should also make you think while you're writing your hate mail. Think about the future, and specifically the future your children, if any, more on this shortly, will inherit. Even if you aren't self-identified as a feminist, this book is probably going to piss you off, and make you think, for entirely different reasons. Either way, you should pay attention, because feminism is a major cultural force in our society, and has been for decades, but it's important you understand just what feminism is, what it isn't, what it professes to be, what it wants to be, and the bloody legacy it has left in its wake. You may go weeks without thinking about feminism even if you're female, but feminism never stops thinking about you. You will find several references to feminism in this book, and few of them will be positive. It may confuse you why men perfectly good, ordinary men seem to loathe feminism as ardently as they do in the manosphere. After all, isn't feminism merely the idea that all people should be treated equally in society and under the law? Well, no. Not really. I'm not speaking out of ignorance here, as you might presume. I've read a lot of feminist writers, in class and out, and I've engaged in debate with some pretty sophisticated feminists over the years. Indeed, usually when I discuss feminism with a woman, it doesn't take 5 minutes before I'm discussing it with far more knowledge of the subject than they have. I'm not saying that to be snotty, it's just the truth. Most women, for example, don't understand that there are different schools of thought within feminism that emphasize different understandings of the ideology. If you're a feminist and you don't believe that, then you need to get out more. Women who only casually identify as feminists usually at most understand women's liberation from marriage and family, equal pay for equal work, and girls can do anything boys can do, and that exhausts the limits of their knowledge about an ideology they will defend valiantly from any attack. Once you get to discussing Simone de Beauvoir, Hanisch, Anzaluta, Chaftes, Sandoval, Lord, Fausto Sterling, Fine, Pateman, Dworkin and McKinnon and Paglia and Steinem and Starhawk, their eyes glaze over as they admit that they haven't actually read that much on feminism, but, like pornography, they're sure they know what it is when they see it. So do I, more so than they do. I'm not ignorant. Actually, most men aren't ignorant. There's a lot of anger toward feminism in the manosphere, but believe it or not, it is well-informed anger, not mere knee-jerk reactionism. A lot of these men have read more feminist literature than you have, and they're upset with feminism not because they want to see you ignorant, oppressed, barefoot and pregnant. They are upset because they're feeling attacked by feminism for simply being men. You can dismiss it if you like, but it won't make it go away. It's one of those pesky feelings things. The men of the manosphere are angry with your liberating, empowering ideology because they are seeing a side of feminism that you don't, because you think it's all about equality. Once upon a time that may have been true. During the rosy the riveter days of World War II, and then the post-war flood of women in the workplace in the 1950s, equity under the law and in the workplace were, indeed, hallmarks of a nascent feminism. Equality under the law and in society was denied women, and they very rightly fought that tradition. The old laws were designed to deal with an agricultural society where 90% of the people were subsistence farmers. We were better than that. We were in the age of industrialization, now. The age of the farm wife was over. The ability for a woman to eschew the traditional role of wife and mother in favor of a career of her own was fought for and won, partially out of the strength of your feminist ancestors, and partially, and probably mostly, because of pure economic necessity. But the day where feminism equaled women's liberation passed long ago, even if that is where your personal idea of feminism still exists. Wikipedia lists the following divisions within feminism, from theory to activism. Liberal feminism, conservative feminism, libertarian feminism, separatist feminism, ecofeminism, Marxist feminism, socialist feminism, post-colonial feminism, post-structural feminism, postmodern feminism, riot girl feminism, lipstick feminism, first wave feminism, second wave feminism, third wave feminism, fourth wave feminism, sex-positive feminism, literary feminism. Each one of those comes with its own nifty little definition and exclusionary requirements. So before you get angry with the Manosphere about our stance on feminism, you might consider figuring out just which feminism you're defending. That might be important. To us, well, in the Manosphere, there are two kinds of feminists, bad and worse. While that sounds trite and simplistic, not to mention misogynistic, there is method to our madness. There are two kinds of feminism in the Manosphere. Here's why. While y'all were off exploring yourselves in college back in the 1980s, a different kind of feminism evolved. Forget the waves, consider early feminism, the Rosie the Riveter kind, to be equity feminism, predicated under the humanistic notion of equality between the genders. That's not really the kind of feminism the Manosphere objects to, although it brings plenty of problems of its own. Honestly, few men in the Manosphere, however conservative, would openly advocate to a return of 1950s culture or technology. Our post-industrial world requires workforce gender equity in many situations, and we can handle that. It might frustrate us, piss us off, or get us in trouble on occasion, but the vast majority of men in the Manosphere don't really want it to change. Work culture has, for the most part, adapted to having both sexes working side by side in a post-industrial capacity. The problem is the second kind of feminism, the far more insidious gender feminism. That's the feminism that arose in the 1980s and established that mere equality was both not enough for women and impossible for women to achieve because men would inevitably find a way to cheat them out of whatever it was they were trying to achieve just because we're men and therefore evil. Okay, that might be a little hyperbolic on my part. But only a little. Gender feminism is the ideology that supports the theory that the only future world worth pursuing is one in which women, all women, no longer feel threatened by men. And while that sounds all warm and fuzzy and noble on the surface, there are some, dare I say, inequities in this ideology that not only fly against the original ideals of gender equality promoted under equity feminism, but actively promote the idea that men are inherently bad for human society and should be eliminated. You read that right. There is a small but vocal contingent of feminists, your feminist sisters, the ones you defend so vociferously, who are promoting the idea that the future of humanity would be brighter without an XY chromosome at the end of it. Now, you might think that's just silliness. Of course, the radfems are just venting their spleens and no one takes them seriously, right? No one seriously wants to get rid of one half of the human race because they aren't behaving the way the other half ostensibly wants them to, right? Not so much. These women are serious. The proposals have been coming for a while now. They are delivered in calm and thoughtful language, but they seek to establish the female ideal of harmony, which involves, apparently, a lot of consensus-seeking, pacifism, and bogo shoe sales, as the only legitimate way to measure humanity's future. That is, instead of seek a level playing field in the quest for equality, gender feminists are seeking to rewrite the game so that the other team isn't allowed to play. They give excellent reasons for this. Men are violent, controlling, competitive, aggressive, etc., etc. These same qualities, when viewed in women by gender feminists, are seen as positives. But it's rare for any gender feminist to say anything nice about men. Men are the problem. And that's a problem for us. Once you could depend on our chivalry and our self-restraint to keep us from getting angry at such deeply disrespectful, to put it mildly, areas of conjecture. After having our chivalry and self-restraint challenged for 2 generations, few of us seriously see that as an appropriate response. Face it, ladies, your ideology is alienating men from it, and you at an alarming rate. Even formerly mild-mannered dudes are starting to take offense at the clearly offensive line of reasoning that your gender feminist sisters have been spewing. Advocating everything from artificial testes to chemical sterilization, gender feminism has relentlessly pushed against everything masculine and male in your lives. In its attempt to inextricably link gender and politics, it has helped construct the current morass of political bipolarism that paralyzes our society, though it is far from the only culprit. It has also gone out of its way to attack any attempt by men to utilize the same approach to gender as an attempt to return to the patriarchy. The problem is that these literally man-hating feminists share the same label as the perfectly reasonable women who merely want a fair shot at a career without having to sleep with someone to get it. To us it seems that for every feminist who fights for pay equity or reproductive rights, there is another one who is fighting anything male or masculine associated regardless of whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. Some of these ladies are so adamant that they want, and I'm not making this up, mandatory re-education camps and chemical sterilization for men, as a safety measure for women. Further, they feel the right of women to feel secure at all times takes active precedence over men's rights to do anything at any time. They have taken the title of feminism and transformed it from a humanistic pursuit of equal rights into a manifesto of female supremacy. They have taken the idea that women have been forever oppressed by men and used it to rationalize the most foul and intellectually violent acts against those who dare be born with a penis. Feminism, to a gender feminist, isn't about equality. It's about female exceptionalism. They have a lot of pretty ways to try to rationalize it, in order to get your support, but when it comes down to it they are pushing for an exclusively female society for the benefit of women. Men not only don't matter to the gender feminist, they're eternal obstacles to feminine progress. Now while that might not seem like a big deal, after all, gender feminists seem to be in the minority, and who pays attention to them anyway? The fact is that the opinions of those feminists spread out into mainstream feminism and color your perspective. They tell you that you deserve to be safe regardless of how reckless you behave. They tell you that your actions in love and life don't have real consequences, that you get a pass from society because your female ancestors were oppressed and men can't be oppressed. They tell you that no matter what happens, your problems are not your fault, but the fault of men. There is literally no issue that you have that a gender feminist cannot find a way to pin it on masculinity. For those of us penis bearers, we cannot afford to take that lightly anymore. The days of universal chivalry left with the subsistence farm. Women, who once held a rare place on a pedestal in the minds of most men, have devolved into rude caricatures of themselves to most dudes, pushy, entitled, flaky and unconcerned with any type of accountability. Thanks to feminism, the feminine qualities we used to admire, we now avoid like the plague. Thanks to feminism, every word we say to a woman is loaded with suspicion and doubt. Oh, sure, there are plenty of dudes who don't mind feminism and a few misguided souls who try to claim the title male feminist. To the manosphere these men seem like black Republicans do to Democrats. You know they exist, but you wonder just why anyone would publicly adhere to a philosophy that is so clearly against their best interests. It's a rule of thumb in the manosphere that just as you shouldn't trust any barbecue sold to you by a pig, you should be wary of any man who is so willing to embrace a philosophy that has as one of its abstract goals the eventual elimination of masculinity. This is all very personal to me, of course, because I not only have a penis, I have sons. And a daughter. Some folks see my participation in the manosphere as an insult to her, that I'm indulging in harmful misogyny. But no one in the manosphere is telling me that my daughter should be eliminated from the human race because her gender is inconvenient for them. My boys are growing up in a world that is hostile to men, where maleness is punished in 1,000 little ways, and any attempt to criticize the structures that punish them is attacked as sexist. When I hear from gender feminists how my sons will grow up to inevitably oppress women, just by being dudes, how can I, a progressive, find any compelling reason to consider it anything but an antithetical ideology? Gender feminism encouraged women to look at being a woman as a political statement. If you are female, it argued, then you are automatically part of an oppressed class and always will be, and if you are male, you are automatically part of an oppressor class and always will be. In gender feminism, there is no meeting of the minds, no equal playing field. The goal is not equality, it's consensus. Meaning that their idea of a male-free, or even male-light, world is the only valid one, with no room for negotiation or compromise. With the commitment of revolutionaries and the zeal of fanatics, gender feminists never tire about telling you how bad men are, have always been, and will always be. No matter how supplicant we are, no matter how much collective feminine ass we kiss, gender feminists have perpetually moved the goalposts until extinction is the only logical conclusion. Don't believe me? Check out the profusion of feminist sci-fi dystopia novels, fantastical tales of women-only planets where the only problems are what men bring into the equation. Start with Ammonite and see what Amazon suggests next. It's eye-opening. Then go lurk at a gender feminist blog or discussion group for a while. There are serious discussions about the real need for men at all in humanity. Just think about the men in your life for a moment, fathers, brothers, sons, friends, and imagine a world where they are all dead. That is the better world which gender feminists see for humanity's future. While you may have ignored their specific words or proposals as far-fetched, passionate displays of empowered feminism, such talk sends a dread chill down the spine of the men who hear it. While the genocidal gender feminist is admittedly rare, the fact that they profess their hatred of all things male without serious criticism from mainstream feminism is indicative of their influence. Indeed, thanks to gender feminism, any criticism of any feminist meme is instantly seen as an attack on all feminism, placing the genocentric ideology above the practical reality of sharing the planet with men. When a reasonable criticism of, say, overzealous pursuit of fair sexual harassment laws is met with steamrolling accusations of wholesale institutionalized sexism, then there can be no discussion. And without discussion there can be no compromise. Regardless of your personal view of feminism and the pursuit of equality, gender feminists have pre-poisoned the well. Men are simply no longer invested in the idea of equality in light of the attacks on masculinity and male values they've endured. The outrage and offense of women based on gender feminism now falls on deaf male ears, and it has made any defense of feminism in casual conversation tinged with a subtle dread on both sides. That might seem awfully unfair to most women. Why should a small, vocal minority in a group be used to tarnish the good intentions and reasonable discussions of the rest? Yet that is where we stand today, over a decade into the new millennia. To the majority of men, feminism is something to be ignored, at best, and tolerated when necessary. Only a bare few liberal men are willing to claim the title of feminist, and when they do they are immediately looked upon with skepticism and suspicion by other men. And for good reason. Men who are willing to repudiate male values and denigrate their own gender, presumably in an attempt to curry favor with women, are a risk to the security of men in general. Masculine culture, and yes, there is such a thing, values those men who will pursue male values and masculine interests and despises those who capitulate out of fear. That's not a learned cultural artifact, that's a human universal. Men admire masculine men, unapologetically masculine men. And gender feminism requires men to give up their masculinity, even if equity feminism is largely silent on the matter. Thanks to gender feminism, male sexuality has been the regular target of attack with the tacit approval if not outright encouragement by equity feminists. Pursuit of a natural and healthy male sexuality has been demonized into rape culture. The no-fault divorce that was seen as liberation for women against the oppression of lifelong matrimony has become a blunt tool of punishment to men, an existential threat to our ability to raise a family in security. The destruction of the male expectation of building a long-term family he can provide for securely has led to widespread male introversion and withdrawal from society. If your man is afraid to commit, you can blame gender feminism. The pursuit of marriage and family has been denigrated into a nearly subhuman act, with gender feminists equating it to slavery and equity feminists entering marriages prepared for divorce before the ink is dry. Indeed, the deeply disturbing celebration of divorce as a regular and expected feminine rite of passage is deeply insulting to the men of our culture. While equity feminists support reproductive rights and the ability for a woman to leave an abusive relationship, gender feminists have pushed our culture to the point where a woman who stays married to the same man is viewed as somehow deeply flawed, because men, according to gender feminism, are inherently oppressive. Worse, gender feminists have so repeatedly attacked the institution of fatherhood and fathers in general that men actively seeking this most demanding of vocations would rather remain single and childless than to deal with the potential disaster and heartache of divorce and loss of custody. The patriarchy might be the declared foe of gender feminists, and perhaps all feminists, but the patriarchy is made up of real men with real children, and condemning their relation and position by denigrating the word and the concept of fatherhood isn't doing a damn bit of good for your equality. Instead, it's fostering a climate of increasing tension and resentment that is leading, well, read the book. I'll show you where it's leading. I don't think you'll like it. So if you consider yourself a feminist and you find yourself pissed off over something you read here, good. Because the men you're reading about are pissed off, too, and if you really believe in the ideals of equality and equity, then you have to give due consideration of why they are pissed off, without automatically resorting to the standard gender feminist excuses for male anger, natural aggression, inability to civilize, inherent malevolence, petulance at lost privilege, or other bullshit rationalization. Consider the idea that, just maybe, some of these dudes have a point, or at least a valid perspective. That they aren't just trying to oppress you and steal your feminine power. That they don't have an evil plan to condemn you to a life of penniless second-class status or keep you barefoot and pregnant in the 1950s. These men are your brothers, your fathers, your sons. But they've been shown, time and time again, what happens to a dude when he dares criticize women or feminism, and so now it is only the anonymous power of the internet that allows them to be candid. Either men are people whose voices deserve to be heard by you, or they aren't. Either they are worthy of your respect and admiration, or they aren't. Either you want to find a way in which men and women can share the bounty of our civilization to our mutual benefit, or you don't. Figure out which one you believe in and then decide if you want to become part of a real conversation where all gender issues are on the table and open for discussion, or continue parroting the evil patriarchy party line every time you meet resistance to what you consider to be reasonable feminist ideas. Which way you go will be telling to every man in your life. Sex, of course, is where this divide is most profound. As you will see, feminism helped shatter the old style of courtship and marriage, but it failed to replace it with a viable alternative, and now the sexual dysfunction of Americans fuels a billions-a-year industry of self-help courses, marital counseling, and seminars dedicated to saving troubled marriages, largely unsuccessfully. To equity feminists, sex on equal terms with men is an essential right. To gender feminists, there can never be equal terms with men, so sex and male sexual expression is forever and always an oppressive affront to female sexuality. Equity feminists might dislike porn or like it. Gender feminists see all hetero porn as rape incarnate. It's a wacky world they live in. But they're dragging you equity feminist ladies into it whether you want to go or not. Gender feminists encourage women to see all other women as sisters in the struggle against male oppression, and encourages them to act in unison as such in areas of feminine interest. The men of the Manosphere have co-opted this idea, to the point where they are beginning to look at themselves not as white Americans or black Americans or Latin Americans or Asian Americans, wealthy or working-class Americans, but as male Americans. For thousands of years men have devoted themselves to protecting, securing, and providing for their families and tribes and nations, first and foremost, but now gender feminism has made it okay for men to eschew all of that, go their own way, and selfishly look out for what is best for men. Which is, of course, what gender feminism has been claiming we've been doing all along. The Manosphere has not just become a haven for reactionary masculinity, it has transformed into an earnest attempt at re-establishing a positive ideal of masculinity. You may not see that, under all the rhetoric and shit-talking, but that's what's going on. It doesn't look like it, because you have no idea what a positive ideal of masculinity looks to men, nor do you understand how masculinity works well enough to criticize the process with any credibility, but that's what is happening. And thanks to the exclusionary example set by gender feminism, this new, post-industrial ideal of masculinity is going to be far more focused on the male pursuit of masculine interests for their own sake than making life easier for you and other women. You are now competitors, not comrades. It's arguable just how complicit equity feminism is with gender feminism's unrelenting war on men. but there is such a profound overlap, from a masculine perspective, that it is unlikely the two feminisms will ever be separate in our minds. We aren't likely to only seek out good feminists, for example. That would be like a black man seeing out the company of good racists. The ideology of gender feminism has, unfortunately, permeated mainstream and equity feminism to the breaking point. Which is right about here. The book you are reading now. You shouldn't hate this book because it spread lies and hate about women. You should hate this book because it forces the reader to acknowledge observable truths about women, truths which significantly undermine portions of gender feminist ideology. Gender feminists are going to rail against this book in the Manosphere because it teaches men the nuts and bolts of where to go to learn how to get themselves laid, among other things, and gender feminists see sex as valid and non-rapey only when it's under the control of women. You're going to hate this book because in a greater sense it begins the process of revalorizing the entire concept of masculinity for the post-industrial age. Only, it's not going to turn out like feminism either of them wanted it to. Sorry. Gender feminism has implicitly attempted to redefine masculinity, or at least edit it, since its inception. While it wasn't often put explicitly in those terms, in its quest for equality feminism has frequently attacked not just the actions or even the attitudes of men, but struck deeply against the fundamental elements masculinity. In the process, feminism dealt a severe blow to the development of healthy masculinity in 2 generations of Western men. Feminism managed to demonize men and masculinity in the popular culture. And mostly we just took it like a prison bitch. We weren't acculturated to defend ourselves on the basis of our masculine nature. Feminism had to teach us that gender exclusivism was essential to pursuing gender-based issues. We rarely saw ourselves, politically, as men. We saw ourselves in the context of our families and our societies and our occupations, not in the context of our gender. We were husbands, fathers, brothers, sons, employees, constituents, and cannon fodder, but in our minds we were all of those things before we were men, politically speaking. Only when the evolving gender feminism started to try to dictate the terms of the new social contract in exclusively female terms did men begin to realize that the rules had changed dramatically, and against their favor and interest. And it is only now, after 4 decades of assault on our gender, that we're starting to figure out that the only way to ensure we are dealt with fairly as a gender is to communicate with each other about the issues and interests that affect us, as a gender. That's kind of what feminism wanted all along, women being strong and independent, men being strong, but no stronger than women, and independent, but no more independent than women, as sensitive to the emotional currents in a relationship as they are to the tragic global situation. Men discussing the challenges of masculinity and exchanging counsel and wisdom on the affairs of the day and the complexities of gender relations. That is, indeed, what is happening in the Manosphere. Intellectually speaking, it's quite breathtaking. Culturally speaking, it's quite depressing. Once, we tell each other, being a man was an art. It was the art of taking an energetic, bright young man and beating his testosterone-laden body and sex-addled mind into an acceptable member of masculine society, ready to work for the common good, protect the weak and innocent, dare to strike out at tyranny, suffer outrageously in the service of others and even die in defense of his home and his family. The process was not easy, nor gentle, and it was done outside of the realm of feminine sensibilities by specially trained and highly experienced practitioners of the art known, collectively, as fathers. One by one, the things we value as men have been targeted by feminism, both equity and gender varieties. And now that most of the traditionally masculine concepts and havens of masculine culture have been successfully gutted, feminism has successfully reduced the art of being a dude in the 21st century to getting into your panties when he can and then largely ignoring you the rest of the time. That's why the Manosphere is continually developing the concept of game, which embodies that goal. It's pretty much all we have left. Before you grill me as a neckbeard Bible-thumping crew-cut redneck Republican, know that I write not only as a man, but as a political progressive who is committed to the ideals and principles of humanism. I'm pro-choice, support reproductive freedom and physical security for all, promote same pay for the same work, among other social ideals, not all of which you will be comfortable with, and I don't want Title IX repealed. I listened to NPR, went to a highly liberal college, and wrote for liberal newspapers. I'm not only aware of feminism, I'm aware of its history and the personalities involved, and read a lot of feminist literature. I've taken classes on feminism. I belong to a feminist-oriented religion. But I'm not a feminist. I probably never was. Y'all made that abundantly clear during my blue pill days, more on this later. I tried to be. I did everything I could to impress you with my feminism, but in hindsight what I was seeking was approval from my female peers, validation for my passions and my intellect. Something feminism, either kind, is reluctant to ever grant a straight white dude. If you want to know where the anger in the manosphere came from, that's very simple. Gender feminism created it. As a political and social ideology, gender feminism has had a tremendous impact on virtually every aspect of masculine endeavor, from sports to school to work to our bedrooms. Perhaps you ladies are blinded by the toil of the struggle, but you really have made quite the splash. We've noticed. How could we not? For 50 years, the experiment of feminism has empowered women, altered the composition and character of our society, and redefined nearly every aspect of human existence. In the West, it has seen women wield political and economic power in ways undreamt of by their ancestors. In the Third World, it has seen an unprecedented emphasis on the basic human rights of women in cultures largely unchanged since the Middle Ages. Feminism has inspired debate about the fundamental elements of human condition and brought a balance and perspective to all aspects of our culture. Feminism has been the guiding light for elevating the aspirations and achievements of women for 5 decades and beyond, to the proto-feminist and societally essential abolition, suffrage and temperance movements. Feminism has elevated the contributions of women in our society to the fore, and allowed millions of women the opportunity to shape their own destinies. It has been a beacon, a comfort, a pillar of strength for millions of women, and empowered them to better their conditions as they saw them. Feminism has been vital in opening our society and integrating once separate spheres into a whole. Feminism has been, arguably, the most fundamental shift in human culture to arise out of the 20th century to the benefit of women everywhere. For men, not so much. Whether you see gender feminism's willingness to denigrate men and masculinity, with the tacit acceptance and approval of equity feminism, as a temporary measure or a permanent entitlement, what I can tell you is that on this side of the equation it looks suspiciously like a bullshit rationalization. And when men see bullshit rationalizations, one of our masculine values dictates that we stop treating the speaker with all due respect. Why would we? If they aren't willing to take responsibility for their own actions, why should we accept their judgment of our masculinity? Nowhere is this disconnect more present than in the realm of dating and marriage and sexuality. If we're struggling at work and in general society, in the sphere of intersexual relations we're coughing up blood. Thanks to feminism and the sexual revolution it ushered, men have become tepid, meek and mild in our relationships, and that greater sensitivity has been rewarded by collective femininity with a 50% divorce rate. With masculine achievement and honor and respect taken from us, there's not much else left for us to do but try to get laid. That much we can understand about intergender relationships. Indeed, it's a primary male issue. When it comes down to it, when our masculinity is rejected, then men turn to objectification and distance to deal with it. Gender feminism rejected men and our masculinity, so we feel perfectly comfortable objectifying feminism and distancing ourselves from all feminism. So how did you respond? Gender feminism tries to mock us and humiliate us and further emasculate us with derisive names and cruel japes. Shame is the natural go-to for gender feminism when it's confronted with a man who gets out of line. Shame him into doing what is right, that is, what you want him to do. Only that doesn't work in the manosphere. Men have developed a tolerance to shame through excessive exposure. We recognize the ability for a woman to shame a man is bound up with the old agricultural age social contract concerning marriage and family, which, as all feminism has been gleefully telling us, no longer applies. So when a woman tries to use shame against a man to get her way, we've developed a kind of code for saying I'm terribly sorry, but the intellectual position under which you attempt to inspire a sense of gender-based emotional shame due to an appeal to a traditional agricultural age masculine meme is, thankfully, no longer valid in light of the post-feminist inquiry into the nature of gender. Indeed, your attempt to emotionally coerce me through the use of such meme indicates your classic misunderstanding of that change. Cultural shame as a valid intergender tactic of debate is intrinsically tied up with the economic model under which the patriarchy once flourished, a world in which the production of grain for the purposes of long-term food security was the primary focus of civilization. To use it in a post-industrial, gender-based context is as intellectually dishonest as mistaking a microcomputer with a small baked batter bread confection topped with a high-fat, carbohydrate-rich layer and expecting our gender to take that conclusion seriously. But that takes too long, so we usually just say nice try, cupcake. It just saves time. We know you aren't going to like us no matter what we do, so we're not going to try. Most of us have attempted to have productive discussions about gender relations with feminists over the years, but when the feminist response is shame and humiliation about our masculinity, then we just have to accept that it doesn't matter to men what feminists say anymore. There can be no dialogue until you can hear our voices, and you aren't going to like what we have to say. It may bring you some solace that all of this anger and defensiveness and rude treatment is a mere noisy minority, much like the radfems advocating male genocide with such regularity. That we're all just a bunch of angry, bitter men who live in our parents' basements, jealous of a lost masculine privilege and frightened of strong, independent women, if not outright hateful. And you would be wrong. But if it makes you feel better to think that, by all means, go ahead. In the meantime, the manosphere will be expanding, changing, revolving, evolving, and attracting new men to it every day. The number of dudes taking the red pill, more on that later too, is growing, because they're hungry for a world where their masculinity is valued, and being male is a respectable condition again. Gender feminism, with its lofty rhetoric and its bloodthirsty ideology, is losing adherents as it alienates both men and women with its increasingly spiteful rhetoric. The manosphere is the attempt, inspired by feminism, to remake masculinity ourselves in the wake of feminism's failed effort to do so. The manosphere seeks to revalorize masculinity. Valorization means to imbue with substantial meaning. To see the way forward, as men, in a way that supports male interests and issues and contributes to the happiness of men, not women. Within the dirty snowball of the manosphere, men are talking to other men about what it means to be a man, and we're coming to some consensus on the subject. Here's a hint: the new masculinity doesn't mean that we will be acting more like women. So no adoring house husbands rubbing your tired feet for you when you get home from the office, ladies, sorry. In fact, for the majority of you, no husbands at all. The manosphere will assist men in the revalorization of masculinity, but in the process of redefining and re-establishing it, we will be doing so without feminist input, and damn little female input in general. After all, women didn't invite male input back in the 1960s when they redefined femininity, so it's natural for men to extend that same courtesy. Men will decide what masculinity is and what it means for the next millennia, not women. And what men decide will not be in the best interests of women. Thank gender feminists for that, too. This process has already begun. The revolt of the betas is at hand. Dudes are enjoying being dudes, and if that irritates a few chicks, well, there are plenty of you out there. You ladies might find it frustrating that we aren't taking you seriously or listening to your vital input while we go through this process, but you'll have to accept it with the same stoic sense of inevitability as our fathers did when they were presented with their first divorce. At most, you can sit back and criticize us until you're blue in the face, while we walk past you on the way toward domestic happiness with a foreign bride or a life of solitary fulfillment without you. Because just as you fish don't need a bicycle, us bicycles are realizing just how many fish there are in the sea, and some of them value us for our masculinity. We will choose them, not you. We can do that. You can't do anything about it. We control commitment. We're men. And if you think that attitude is blatantly sexist, inegalitarian, discriminatory, unfair, and non-progressive, well, we're okay with that. Enough ranting. Time to get down to the serious business of revalorizing masculinity. But to get there, you have to know how we got here, and that begins with the fall of masculine interests. Before the Manosphere came. The fall of masculine interests. Masculine interests. Those two words aren't often used in our society, at least not in a positive way. Indeed, since the 1960s, masculinity itself has been pretty battered. With the rise of feminism and the restructuring of our society in the post-World War II era, the patriarchy has been under unrelenting attack. You can't have been male in the last 30 years and not felt the heat: sexual harassment, imperialism, globalization, slavery, pollution, environmental degradation. If you had a penis, you were culpable, if not directly responsible. And you had to have the empathy of a brick not to feel that sting. Men are violent. Men are criminals. Men are inherently sexist. Men are rapists. Men are evil businessmen bent on destroying the earth in pursuit of corporate dominance and expensive bimbos. Men are the agents of oppression. Men are inherently oppressive. Fatherhood is unnecessary and possibly superfluous. Men are cheaters. Men are liars. Men are warmongering fools. Men are idiots. And the more masculine the man, and the more of those awful traits he's expected to have, the more he was held out for castigation by popular culture. Long before politically correct became a buzzword, the idea that masculinity was incompatible with modern civilization became the ironic focus of much of both popular and academic thought since the 1940s. Add in the factors of race and class, and the message was clear: the great abundance and high standard of living that men in the West had given the world through industrialization was not a sufficient enough achievement to excuse them from the pain and suffering they caused along the way. Coming out of World War II, that was a big deal. The world had recoiled in horror at the Great War, which saw thousands slaughtered in moments thanks to mechanized warfare, from gas to air power to tanks and machine guns. It had been the war to end all war, and the stunned civilian population had, indeed, begun a concerted movement towards peace in its wake. But that horror paled in comparison next to the terrors of the 1930s and 1940s. The collapse of the financial system and subsequent Great Depression made a mockery of the progress of the 1920s. Famine, disease, malnutrition, unemployment, and infant mortality reared their heads in every part of the world. In response, the rival militant philosophies of Marxism and fascism struggled for control of what was left, leading inevitably to war. New and improved war. Mechanized war gave way to industrialized war, total war, in 3 dimensions, with no place safe from aerial bombardment. Millions died in every part of the world, not merely on a few select battlefields as had been the case in World War II. Nanjing, Dresden, Coventry, London, Paris, Singapore, all over the world the tendrils of the war reached with mechanical deadliness. But that wasn't the worst. Fascism had begot Nazism, which nearly led to the systematic, industrial extermination of an entire ethnicity. The camps, the ovens, the bodies, they all demonstrated the Nazis' brutally efficient methodology, bereft of humanity. Never had such horror been seen in the world. A horror wrought by men, born of a fanatical desire to order the undesirable out of existence. And now, thanks to the magic of film, it was seen all over the world. But even that brutal genocide wasn't the worst. The war ended with the development of the most powerful weapon in history, the atomic bomb. Over 100,000 civilians were wiped out the first time it was employed. It took one plane with a crew of 7. Never had so few been directly responsible for the deaths of so many in one attack. When Robert Oppenheimer said, "I am death, destroyer of worlds," he was speaking about one world in particular. For the first time in human history, we had the capability to wipe out not just the people we didn't like, but all people. Everywhere. Atomic war brought the concept of racial extinction to the eye of the world with brutal focus. Man had figured out a way to eliminate man. Or, actually, men had. Men led the nations, men led the militaries, men led the universities and the science departments and the projects that led to the development of atomic weaponry. Men had brought fascism and Nazism and Marxism and communism to plague a world already plagued with tanks, bombers, and machine guns. Men had cold-bloodedly planned and executed the premeditated extermination of an entire culture, had escorted the victims to their deaths, and had dealt with the aftermath. So at the end of the war, it shouldn't have been a surprise that men, as men, felt a huge, powerful burden of guilt about what their fellow men had done. Defeating the Nazis and the Japanese Empire seemed to pale in comparison to the atomic genie they'd unleashed on the world. Even the heroic felt their victory stained by the sin of atomic warfare. Whether they expressed that guilt by advocating against further nuclear development, as Einstein and Oppenheimer did, or by embracing the danger by engineering the madness of mutually assured destruction, the post-war atomic period began with guilt for the past and hope for the future, and continued until the hope was replaced with resigned complacency about the future of the human race, and they were distracted from their guilt by the wonders of the new age. But the guilt, it never went away. Men had sinned against all of humanity in our quest for power and control, and even good men with the best of intentions had failed to prevent such horrific catastrophes. All the toys and police actions and new gadgets in the world couldn't make the memory of Dresden, Auschwitz and Hiroshima go away. We could justify and rationalize it away any way we pleased, but the fact was it never went away. Men were responsible, and we knew it. One would think that in the face of such a titanic crime that the spiritual realm would provide answers, but in this case Christianity was culpable. From the good Christians who bombed other good Christians to death all over Europe to the good Christians who pushed Jews into ovens and open graves to the good Christians who prayed before unleashing atomic death on an unsuspecting civilian population, there were few spiritual refuges left in the religion. It simply was not designed to handle crimes of that magnitude. Even the biblical plagues of Egypt paled in comparison to the Holocaust and the bomb and assorted crimes against humanity. The Catholic Church was heavily divided literally by the separation of Europe in the wake of its near paralysis during the war. As many good Catholics fought on one side as the other, and the issue of the Holocaust, especially, confounded the Church's ability to cope. As far as Protestant faiths, they were just as divided and torn about the horror and just as unable to formulate a response. The Bible was just not designed to deal with the aftermath of genocide and weapons of mass destruction. It barely survived trying to fit a couple of unknown continents into its mythology. The followers of the Prince of Peace had brought the worst sort of war to the world. The most they could do was indulge in navel-gazing ecclesiastical bickering over ritual and dogma, allowing the big questions of the 20th century go unanswered by religion. The institutional religions all had a great deal invested in the status quo. The last thing they wanted to do in the early part of the Cold War was lend aid and comfort to the enemy by considering the humanity and morality of both total war and nuclear extinction. Instead they doubled down on the Holocaust, hoped people wouldn't look too closely, and pushed to distract everyone by backing the establishment of a Jewish state to ease their guilt. But Hiroshima and Auschwitz were blows that Christianity never truly recovered from. Between the atheistic communists of the East and the secular military-industrial establishment in the West, both were wary of any strong religious voice and both were willing to use political power to punish those denominations that rocked the boat. That didn't stop thousands of people of conscience from addressing the matters on their own in the context of religion, but Christianity, by and large, was whistling past the graveyard when it came to its moral responsibilities. As a result, membership, mandated by state decree for nearly 1,000 years, fell off dramatically after they opened the ovens at Auschwitz and dropped the bomb. Christianity simply had no answer to those big questions. Instead it distracted itself and its declining membership with attempts to recapture the spirit that had conquered most of the world with evangelical fervor. It went from being a highly respected, moral power in the world to a minor aspect of life that more and more people decided they didn't need in the modern world. And while Catholicism was totally moribund, the Protestants, unbound by strict doctrine or overstressed by organization, were free to jump on the social bandwagon of anti-biblical activities by the secular world to distract everyone from the fact that it had largely been Christians who had performed industrialized warfare, industrialized murder, and supersized atomic bombs. Homosexuality, perversion, licentiousness, the moral decay of society, rock and roll and comic books were all fair game. The problem was that Christianity was developed in its present form at the height of the agricultural revolution, and perpetuated and refined a system designed with land ownership, feudal obligations, and very specific classes in mind. By 1900, not much of that was still relevant anymore, and as industrialization rocked the foundation of our society, marriage and family religions hold over those social institutions weakened to the point of impotency. The era of the patriarch, the father as the head of household and representative of the larger patriarchy, was dying as the need for a strong inheritance system and a large family faded. Marriage 1.0 was doomed even before World War II, but it took a while for the society and laws to catch up with the cultural shift. Of course, there are always those who cling to the glories of the past and see them as blueprints for fixing the future. In the case of the Manosphere, the epitome of those who wish to return to that age traditional marriage cling to scripture for support, but often it is the church itself that seems to be obstructing their desire to live a religious, biblically inspired life. They're the traditional and conservative Christians, and that's where we'll begin our survey of the Manosphere. Tradcons, the traditional and Christian conservatives. There are, unsurprisingly, a large number of politically and socially conservative men within the Manosphere. And a large number of traditional Christian men who despair at how the modern state of gender affairs has departed so far from biblical mandate. This is what most liberals and progressives think of when they think conservative Christian white men, just before their sanctimonious sneer. No doubt a host of stereotypes springs to mind around Christians who are conservative and male, and no doubt they are every bit as accurate as those which are conjured at the mention of a liberal feminist. Indeed, if you had to pick any one sliver of the Manosphere most opposite liberal feminism, you couldn't do much better than conservative Christian men. That the Bible fuels their feelings of displacement in our modern society is fairly obvious, but the plain fact of the matter is that these men are here within the Manosphere more because they are men than because they are Christian. They aren't here to preach, for the most part. They aren't here to evangelize. Indeed, they are plagued with doubts and crises of faith as they contend with the departure their family life has made from social and biblical injunction. They are in the Manosphere to find answers, and many of them are here because they literally had nowhere else to turn. Not even the Bible. This shouldn't come as a shock to anyone if feminism staked out the progressive movement and made it increasingly unfriendly to men and masculine interests. It was natural that those men would coalesce around the political opposite of extreme liberalism. Combine the political movement of conservatism with the religious fervor of evangelical Christianity, and it's easy to see why there's a lot of overlap between the two groups. Conservative Christian men have been in the crosshairs of the left since the beginning of the culture wars, and they have been a potent political force in the past. But now that the great age of conservative Christianity's political power draws to a close, many of these men have left activism or evangelism to address the deeper issues they face. Unsurprisingly, they tend to focus on the role that feminism has played in the change in our culture since the good old days. There's plenty to criticize. After all, feminism and the sexual revolution has coincided with both the rise of the industrial welfare state and the dramatic decrease in American religiosity. It's not that Americans are less religious now than they were a century ago, it's that far fewer Americans express that religiosity in terms of attending a church. When you have a text-based religion that purports to have the inside scoop about the end of the world, the decline in churchiness and the departure from traditional moral values on the eve of Armageddon has scandalized and galvanized the true believers. For every nasty barb about man-boobs or right-wing rednecks the feminist activists and bloggers heap on the right, the conservative Christian men have thrown it right back. Yet ironically the social and religious conservatives in the Manosphere tend to be further from the mainstream conservative movement than you might think. While they tend to support the same sort of resistance to liberal and progressive change as the rank-and-file conservatives do, they are also usually attacking the issues of men and masculinity through very pragmatic perspectives. They have a lot to say on the subject of social criticism. And not all of their criticism is saved for the agnostic left. They have plenty to say about what's wrong with the modern church as an institution, too. But since conservatives usually enjoy getting laid as much liberals within the bonds of a sanctified marital union, of course, there is actually a considerable overlap between the socially conservative bloggers and the game bloggers in the Manosphere. We'll cover game far more specifically in a future chapter. For now, just consider it the masculine art of getting laid. There are plenty of single Christian men who are either recovering from divorce and trying to re-establish themselves as single men unfamiliar with modern dating, or are terribly anxious about what kind of woman they want to marry, and how to select her from the potential future ex-wives they might meet. The highly influential Manosphere blogger Puerarchs, for example, does a credible job in both camps, providing both practical advice on picking up women as well as social commentary that places game in context for Christian men, big picture-wise. He is also a strong and rational proponent of biblical values and an unceasing critic of the role the modern church plays in validating anti-biblical feminist doctrine. The defunct but highly celebrated site in Manosphere, run by Ferdinand Bartomeu, was an irreverent, entertaining and oftentimes scathing running review of the frailties of liberalism. It was a favorite, until its voluntary demise in 2012, of a wide array of conservative Christian men who were seeking answers about how to be a man in the 21st century and still be able to keep your faith, your wife, and your self-respect intact. Socially conservative Christian game bloggers often skew heavily into political conservatism, and they are almost uniformly supportive of the GOP, if convinced that true conservatism is almost as absent in the Republican Party as it is the Democrats. Some of the anti-corporation vitriol the Christian Manosphere produces would look right at home on a progressive blog like Daily Kos. I'll admit, as a non-Christian, I personally find some of their opinions and predictions disturbing. But even a fairly progressive fellow like myself often finds jewels of wisdom and deep social insights from these bloggers, despite our political differences. Men often get more conservative as they age. That doesn't make them poor resources for me just because we disagree politically. They are men, looking for advice on how to be men, just like everyone else. The topics of the conservative Manosphere bloggers range from the epidemic of one-parent households, to the education and development of children, to the horrors of divorce, how the welfare state is ruining everything with taxes and deficits and a permanent dependent underclass. But the principal focus on the right wing of the Manosphere tends to be how feminism fucked things up. And liberals. But particularly feminist liberals. The rise of the conservative Christian demographic as a response to liberal advances in culture, including women's rights, gay rights, and abortion, has been tracked since the 1970s. In the 1980s, the term backlash was coined by feminists who saw these men, often in positions of power in corporate America, use their authority to close ranks against the rise of women in the workplace, or punish them professionally for their personal choices or political views. Even as feminism attacked masculinity in general, it reserved a special acrimony for the conservative Christian crowd. What followed the foundation of Jerry Falwell's moral majority in the late 1970s was 2 decades of culture wars between the groups, with one brief anti-pornography alliance in the early 1980s. From the feminist perspective, these men represented the last, old-guard pocket of pure patriarchy left in society. They represented the worst of American ignorance. They denied evolution, expected to force society into a biblical mold despite its great diversity. And worst of all, they had very biblical ideas about the gendered responsibilities of women in society. There are plenty of liberal and progressive Christians, but they are as different in faith, belief, and perspective to the conservative Christians as they would be to a Coptic priest or an Eastern Orthodox monk. Liberal Christianity eschews the Bible as the literal Word of God in favor of a less restrictive ideology. To liberal Christianity, the important bits in the Bible are the compassion and faith and inspiration, as well as a tinge of mysticism tied up into the passion. To the liberal Christian, the proper focus of biblical study is on God's infinite compassionate love. The rest of it is just interesting and exotic, and often arcane, historical window dressing. While interesting in context, liberal Christians see the Great Commission and the religion as a whole as a spiritual social welfare program that is at best a compelling motive for activism. And they don't understand how anyone would see it as anything else. Liberals are often passionate about the First Amendment protections of religion and the press. After all, it is a progressive ideal to embrace the diversity of our society and respect all peoples, regardless of race, creed, color, national origin, or belief. Tolerance is a progressive watchword. which puts them in an intellectual pickle, because that tolerance must also be inclusive of the rights of those such as the conservative Christians who want to exercise their First Amendment right to practice their religion according to the dictates of their conscience. Arguing for tolerance out of one side of your mouth while arguing against a specific ethno-religious culture on the other is a rather blatant display of intellectual dishonesty. Kind of like saying I hate bigots and midgets. The conservative Christians see the Bible first and foremost as a divine commandment, a non-negotiable set of instructions for living righteously in the eyes of Jehovah. That's inclusive. When you truly accept the Bible as the basis for living your life, you have to accept the entire Bible, not just the parts you like. While some argue over just how much of the Old Covenant was renegotiated on the cross, it is generally accepted that while shellfish are permitted and slavery is not, about most other issues the Bible is a comprehensive and infallible guide to living, regardless of the century. And that includes some pretty clear instructions about things like abortion, homosexuality, and the permission of sin. And that whole marriage thing. The Bible has some very specific rules about marriage and family life, rules that worked really well in 300 BCE. If a man has the right and freedom to practice his religion, and that religion is adamant on certain topics like marriage, sex, and family life, then he is obligated to follow those beliefs regardless of the prevailing political climate on the subject. Most conservative Christians I know aren't personally homophobic, within the context of their culture. They don't hate gay people. They just know that the Bible prohibits homosexuality, and if they are following the Bible as their creed then it really doesn't matter what the San Francisco City Council says. Deuteronomy hasn't changed. Of course that also puts the conservative Christians into a bit of an intellectual pickle, as they frequently celebrate their American national identity in the same breath as their devotion to Christ. And regardless of what a few sloppy scholars might have taught in Bible college, the founding fathers of the United States of America went out of their way to ensure that a pluralistic and overtly secular society would result from their genius. If the Bible has some pretty straightforward rules about some things, the Constitution has some pretty plain language about religious tests for office and such. Our founding fathers negotiated a non-sectarian, nominally deist federal system that allowed everyone, even Jews, to be part of the government. And while it was, indeed, overtly Judeo-Christian in complexion, it was also very specifically designed to keep just the sort of theocratic excesses some conservative Christians advocate from ruling public policy. So if you are proud to be an American and hold allegiance to the Constitution, it is very difficult to turn around and insist that the country should be run by biblical standards. Kind of like saying I believe in unconditional freedom for all, as long as no one deviates from my cultural expectations in the slightest. When it comes to sex and marriage, the Bible's rules are very explicit. Divorce was frowned upon to the extreme. So was adultery. And premarital sex. Virginity was officially prized, as it is in any agricultural culture. Those aren't optional elements of the Bible, they're pretty straightforward requirements to living in good standing with God. And marriage isn't just a cultural affectation to Christianity, it has been a holy sacrament since its inception. The Bible takes marriage seriously. It lays out pretty clear expectations of both husband and wife, and serial monogamy wasn't mentioned. Polygamy was, repeatedly, but no one takes that seriously but some Mormons and Muslims. Sexual fidelity was an absolute expectation. And while conservative Christians are usually willing to eschew stoning in favor of less severe punishments for violation, those who desire to live biblically are not about to let 5,000 years of divine commandment lapse because it's fashionable. The Word of God is eternal. Stoning is optional. Marital fidelity is not. Nor is it biblically permitted for a wife to lead a household, or a marriage. That puts conservative Christianity at odds with feminism, which says oh yes they can. The freedom to practice one's religion is secondary, in the eyes of most progressive feminists, to the dictates of a pluralistic society with strong individual rights. Feminism has never liked the biblical interpretation of marriage even in its most mild, modern form. Conservative Christians who practice a biblically based marriage with the devotion to Scripture put the husband at the top of the filial food chain. In addition to prohibitions against cutting hair and wearing shorts, Mostly that meant that Christian wives must submit to their husbands in the home and defer to them in social life, and that, feminism knew, just wouldn't do. To the conservative Christians, feminism represented the worst depredations from the steamy, sulfury pits of hell, or at least a cultural counterpoint that was leading America unerringly into sin and damnation and away from even the most moderate churches. Feminism was out to destroy families by encouraging divorce, encouraging women not just to stand up for themselves, but to use emotions and the threat of legal action to usurp control of family life from men. Nowhere was this battlefield more bloody than the fundamental issue of abortion. Roe v. Wade was a cataclysmic event for both the feminist movement and the evangelical movement. Both sides saw a cause worth dying for and worth killing for. But the issue is essentially a stalemate. Both sides have tacitly accepted the status quo, stare decisis. After 3 decades of cultural trench warfare, neither side looks poised to make any breakthroughs, despite each of them having control of the corridors of power at various times. If the administration of George W. Bush wasn't conservative enough to end abortion, it is widely thought, then nothing short of an act of God will. If the Clinton administration didn't secure women's rights to control their own bodies, nothing will, short of a second Clinton administration headed by another Clinton, perhaps. But the Christian corner of the Manosphere isn't about abortion. It's not even about anti-feminism, although a lot of that comes up. It's about men trying to be men in the modern world and still stay true to their religious beliefs as they see them. And these are, by self-definition, family men. They take the biblical injunction to go forth and multiply literally. They want a wife and kids and the American dream, preferably the 1950s version, and they've been attacked for pursuing that dream for decades. Feminists can call it oppressive to women, but for the conservative Christians in the Manosphere, the Bible is standard by which everything is measured, marriage not the least. Sometimes these men are struggling with their own marriages, sometimes they are seeking to get married without making a tragic mistake, and some are happily married and are just sharing their techniques for staying that way. But almost all of them are unified in the belief that the way the modern church is handling issues like out-of-wedlock births, single parents, homosexual marriage, feminism, divorce, and marriage in general is woefully out of sync with biblical injunction. Upon examination, one finds that the root of their displeasure revolves not around abortion, but around divorce. Particularly hypergamous divorce. Hypergamy is a biology term for women want to marry the best man available, even if one or both of them are already married. Hypergamous divorce, where a woman ends one marriage because she essentially gets a better offer, is one of the hallmarks of feminism despised by this group, as will be seen shortly. It is bad enough, they argue, that liberalized divorce laws defy biblical prohibition against the practice. It is far worse, they maintain, that the laws and culture actively encourage the treatment of an institution once held as sacred and permanent with all the solemnity of a cell phone contract. Many are not members of any formal church, preferring instead to worship and study on their own instead of being corrupted by the plainly social churchian culture they contend is destroying both Christianity and America. While feminists are not spared their ire, some of their most devastating comments are about the church, not women or even feminists. Man up and marry the sluts. At the heart of the Christian Manosphere's beef is that so many mainstream and even evangelical churches are attempting to adapt to the rigors of the modern world by rejecting what seems obvious from biblical authority and tacitly approving the feminist version. The Bible imposes high moral standards and encourages a man to look to a woman's purity when considering marriage. A woman's virtue is an indicator of how right she is with Jehovah, among other things. When that is contrasted with the advice Christian men are actually getting about their mating options from the church, there's a disconnect. The modern church and even, or perhaps especially, the evangelical church tends to advocate that men overlook a woman's past sins and settle down with the wayward to raise families. That comes as a shock to the men who are being advised. Most of them believe in the biblical injunctions of virginity until marriage, marriage as holy sacrament, marriage for life, and absolute fidelity after the ceremony. But that's not what they're hearing from the church. Instead of holding out for a good girl, in the biblical sense, they are encouraged and even urged to ignore a woman's premarital promiscuity or divorce. and that can raise a storm of righteous anger of biblical proportions in the Christian manosphere. The problems that evangelical churchianity do seem to notice with marriage are the homosexuals lobbying to be included within the governmental definition of it, and the fact that people are just not signing up for their new marriage 2.0. The latter is observed through the almost constant anti-male shaming lectures that are coming from various figures in traditional and evangelical conservatism such as Mark Driscoll, Bill Bennett, and others. The Society of Phineas. Emphasis mine. Man up has been a frequent rallying cry and spiritual order from the pulpit of several prominent religious figures in the last decade as they observe the chaos in the dating realm and look at appallingly high divorce rates in schools full of kids from broken families. The church seems to continuously find fault with how the men of the church are responding to the women of the church, yet it seems strangely silent on the woman's traditional responsibilities under clear-cut divine law. So why would even conservative and traditional clergy get so far away from the Bible on this? You didn't miss a divine update. Look at it as a matter of practical economics. Most contemporary parishioners are female, that's a fact. So it's hard to blame the churches for not catering to the few but still in the pews as a matter of institutional survival. And since the women in the church have been complaining about the lack of decent men willing to marry them, despite their own indiscretions, the preachers in the pulpits have been increasingly apt to try to browbeat men into doing just that. Alarmed by the rapid decrease in church attendance following World War II, religious organizations have had to step very lightly around the popular feminism that has seen most women leave the home to enter the workforce, and often divorce or conceive children out of wedlock in the process. Unwilling to risk ostracizing this financially critical group, women are more faithful churchgoers than men by far. Most denominations have softened their practical stand on the matter significantly since the 1970s, even when they nominally adhere to traditional doctrine at the pulpit. It's rare not to see a church of any denomination without a significant number of single parents, mostly single mothers, seeking guidance and social support and a good moral environment for their children. The fact that these women have violated serious, sacred biblical teachings rarely is mentioned from the pulpit. After all, the women are often looking for a good Christian man to marry to help raise her children and build a new family. Who cares what she did when she was 21? Shouldn't the dudes just forget and forgive? Unfortunately, not many of them are getting taken up on that offer. The failure of Christian single men to swoop down and rescue these fallen women has prompted a number of tersely worded sermons and articles and blog posts from various religious figures, essentially encouraging Christian men to overlook the often heavy baggage and sinful lives these women have accumulated and try to bring them into accord with God's biblical plan. The meme has been summarized in the Manosphere as "Man up and marry those sluts." As Dr. Albert Mohler, an evangelical preacher with a popular website, stated. I also made clear that this is primarily a problem that should be laid at the feet of young men. While some young women may neglect the call of marriage, a far greater problem is the unwillingness of many young men to grow up, take responsibility, lead, and find the woman God would have them to marry. As a rule, young women show far greater commitment to marriage, far greater maturity about marriage, and far greater frustration about the fact that marriage has been delayed. So the pastors and the churches are blaming young men, the same young men that have been systematically emasculated by our society, for not stepping forward and getting hitched, even to good church girls. The issue is, from the young Christian male perspective, is that these men do, indeed, want to marry, but they want to marry a relatively chaste and unspoiled woman. Unspoiled in the biblical sense. They actively want to go forth and multiply, but thanks to feminism and the decline of the strong moral authority of the church, the pickings for equality and godly union are lamentably slim. The unwed mothers and divorcees who fill church life are not prime wife material for these young men. Nor do they have much appeal for even older men who have put off marriage. It's not that they are reluctant to marry. They are just not pleased with what the church has to offer them in the way of a good wife. There is a particular type of woman who goes to church looking for a husband, and most young single Christian men have seen them in action. Seeking a good moral environment for their kids, a sense of community, and, most importantly, their God-given gift of a perfect husband, these women have often spent their prime reproductive years pursuing a career or a bad relationship or some combination of both. They often have fatherless children. They often feel that they are done having kids, they just want some dude's help raising the ones they have, with the Lord's blessing. And they are not particularly happy about being judged by the men of the church for their pasts. The cries from the women are clear. As the evangelical Manosphere website full of grace points out, Christian women are pleading, please speak to the men in our generation and tell them to be men. That is, men for the benefit of these women. Across the aisle, at a religious site called thegospelcoalition.org, in a post by blogger Kevin D. Wright entitled "Dude, Where's Your Bride?", the essence of the problem was defined from the church's point of view, when young women don't like the guys they're being exposed to. They're talking about marriage. I have met scores of godly young women nearby and far away who wonder where have all the marriageable men gone. More and more commentators, Christian or otherwise, are noticing a trend in young men, namely, that they don't seem to be growing up. What he's describing is a kind of Christian puerarchy, more on this later. Young men who won't grow up and get married. That bothers a lot of conservative Christians outside of the Manosphere, even arch-conservative morality wonk William Bennett. Bennett's 2012 CNN article "Why Men Are in Trouble" got widespread attention, even from feminists. He summarizes his point in the final line: it's time for men to man up. The women of the church are being vocal about male intransigence in the face of matrimony. In Christy Crumb's article "Why Won't Christian Men Date Women Who Go to Their Church?", she reports one of my female friends dropped a rather pointed allegation about the Christian male population. "They're not pursuing us," she said. "We're all single, yet no one is being asked out. The men need to step it up." This is particularly perplexing for a generation of women who were told that they would meet a safe, secure, moral and godly man at church whom God had intended as their husband. There are an awful lot of single women who have been haunting church social functions, sometimes for decades, waiting for God to send them their foreordained Prince Charming. The "God will find you love" method kept plenty of Christian girls on the bench during the sex-filled early 20s of their peers, but they never intended on staying there indefinitely. Part of the problem is that the men who are found as regular churchgoers, those who seek a truly godly and Christ-like existence, often have sacrificed the very characteristics that make them attractive to women on the altar of religious doctrine. The godly men of the church are often the least desirable mates for the women in the market. While witnessing such a man's passion during a discussion of Scripture can spark some interest in a woman, continuing to socialize with him afterward frequently reveals that in all other ways, these godly men so emulate the Prince of Peace that they don't have the faintest idea of how to speak to a woman. In becoming more like Jesus, they've absorbed the idea that beta is godly and alpha is not. That might work for Jesus, but the ladies in the pews aren't thrilled with the lackluster result. The church encourages such behavior socially. Of course, mainstream Christianity glorifies the peaceful, placid, non-aggressive quasi-pacifistic spiritually enlightened man, while castigating all of the traits that actually make him attractive to a woman. Whereas once Templars charged valiantly into hordes of heathens, sword in hand, sweating, bleeding, and killing in the name of Jesus, church culture today actively discourages that kind of fervor and masculine-style action in favor of the more feminized pursuits of prayer, Bible study, and fundraising. The church has, therefore, nurtured the whole idea of the beta male, institutionalized him, held him up proudly for the female members of the church to see, and they aren't buying. Not that they've helped. Sons raised to be good Christian boys are at such a competitive disadvantage in the mating market, outside of a very narrow range of similar good Christian girls, that holding their own and holding out for a superior woman is a challenge. More likely, they marry a woman just like dear old mom who continues and expands the beticization of the average regular church-going Christian male. Meanwhile, with the preachers discouraging bad boy behavior and banishing sex from realistic and active discussion in the pews, the manly men these unmarried women desperately want are shunning the church experience like it's a bridal show during the Super Bowl. These men aren't ungodly, understand, they just cannot stand the beta-glorifying culture they find there, because it makes them feel judged and rejected. When the church stripped Jesus of his alpha, what remained of his symbolic masculinity might have been spiritually profound, but it hardly attracted the men who needed their religion with a testosterone chaser. Church, if not Christianity as a whole, has been feminized beyond their willingness to stand it. So they don't, even if it means they remain unmarried, or marry outside of their church. Of course, that doesn't mean the ladies are just hanging around and waiting for them to change their minds. One of my acquaintances, Hannah, has been a faithful and chaste member of her parish for more than 30 years, waiting for Mr. Right, chosen by God to be her husband and father her children. When she hit 50, she'd had enough. I was a 50-year-old virgin, she confesses. It was dreadful. Every year I'd go see my pastor or peer counselor and complain about my situation, and we'd pray and read the Bible until I could quote those verses by heart. But their advice was the same: wait for God's plan, save yourself for marriage, keep going to church. I had enough. I still go to church, but I'm no longer a virgin. While I'm waiting for God to send me a man, I found Craigslist. Condemn me as a slut and a whore, but at least I feel like a real human being, now. Hannah's experience isn't unique, it's common. Manosphere game blogger The Private Man's advice posts along those lines are straightforward. One of the worst pieces of advice given to women is the love will find you when you least expect it. There's a variation of that theme in the Christian community with the God's perfect timing concept. Love will find the single Christian woman based on a heavenly life schematic. Frankly, the wait for love scenario is based on emotional pornography, and it's wildly unrealistic given women's highly elevated self-esteem and expectations based on that level of self-esteem. Being a potential partner in a committed relationship requires thought and effort. It requires understanding that the attractive and available man wants the woman to bring something to the dating and relationship table. A woman with nothing to offer is a woman who will always wait. Another woman in her late 30s wrote to me despairing, because it took ages for her to find a man at church who seemed up to her standards, and once she did, he was highly reluctant to commit. He kept me strung along for 2 years, she said with emphasis. 2 years of me waving my ring around at work and planning the wedding. Then 6 months before the date we'd finally set, he broke it off. We went to counseling, but he said he just wasn't sure that I was who God intended for him. I kept asking him why, the counselor kept asking why, and he kept saying he didn't know, he just knew that I wasn't right somehow. I was heartbroken. He finally quit calling and disappeared for 3 months on a missionary trip to South America. Then he came back with a 22-year-old Ecuadorian wife. And he had the nerve to bring her to our church. Of course I asked him, in private, why she had won out over me. I figured he owed me that much. He just said she was more traditional, and wouldn't explain anymore. What he meant is that she treats him like a king and won't get a job, and they apparently have sex constantly, even before they married, which I was told not to do. Now she's pregnant, and I can't even get a date. What is wrong with me? Why has God put me in this place? They look so happy. I just want to strangle her in the ladies' room at church. The non-manosphere evangelicals are quite quick to blame the men, but don't really want to commit to blaming anyone else, particularly the church's role in the phenomenon. Or even looking more deeply at the problem, to underlying social issues and not just writing off the problem to male laziness. Christian men don't want to marry Christian women, and it's freaking them out. As Deride continues, it is taking couples longer and longer to get around to marriage. Education patterns have something to do with it. A bad economy doesn't help either. But there is something even more befuddling going on. Go to almost any church and you'll meet mature, intelligent, attractive Christian women who want to get married and virtually no men to pursue them. What's going on here? Why are there so many unmarried, college-graduated, serious about Christ, committed to the church, put-together young women who haven't found a groom, and don't see any possibilities on the horizon? Crumb's article concurs. In her interviews with 4 single, church-going bachelors, she discovered that all of them wanted marriage. Just not, as she found out, to the women they found at their church. That's extremely perplexing to the women who have been studiously avoiding men outside of church. Crum reveals 5 reasons why the gentlemen are reluctant: their reputation, the social difficulties if things don't work out, the don't date a friend's ex rule within the female social matrix, the complications implicit with drama and gossip within the church community, lack of good dating opportunities, and, most telling, because pursuing what is essentially a sexual relationship at church feels inappropriate. Most denominations at least discourage the idea of premarital sex, and many aren't even that keen on postmarital sex. In some, sex, as such, is rarely mentioned or referred to at all. If there is a polar opposite to the seething ID in a singles bar, church would likely qualify. As one of her informants, Mark, relates, when Crum asks if he feels too guilty about asking a woman from church out on a date, "It's not guilt," Mark answered, "it's fear. There's the fear of not only being rejected as a man, but shunned as an inappropriate Christian." That seems to echo true with the Christian bachelors I've interviewed. Matthew, a 28-year-old lawyer who works for a non-profit religious missionary group in the Washington, D.C. area, was quite candid. "I've been told that touching my penis, or having someone else touch it, is evil and sinful by the church since I was 10. So when I want to have my penis touched, even by a potential wife, church is the last place on my mind. I'd rather bring a woman into my church from outside than marry one of the biddies I see every Sunday. Pews cause cobwebs to grow in their coochies, I think. A man wants a wife, not a constantly praying prude." When the church starts encouraging sex instead of discouraging it, and teaching women how to be married, not just get married, maybe it will be a better place to meet women. Right now, it's the last place I'd go wife shopping. Deride muddles around with a few other possibilities. Women's standards are too high, they're too desperate to get married, Christian men just don't have any ambition, even the fact that there just aren't enough men in church. Crum admits, guiltily, that she scolds herself for impure thoughts when she sees a handsome man in church, which is counterproductive to the pursuit of a mating strategy. But there are fewer and fewer to distract her. Men are far more likely to leave regular church attendance than women. And since butts in pews tend to be a better gauge of a local church's direction than the Bible, in general the church has listened to the single women, divorced women, and married women unhappy in their marriages, the ones who write the checks in the Sunday offering plate. So the pulpit has said, "Man up and marry those sluts, and make honest women out of them in the sight of the Lord," and the men of the Christian manosphere have responded with a resounding hell no. If you read the Bible carefully, it was pointed out to me over and over by Christian conservatives, you'll find divorce is pretty much out of the question. As is premarital sex. Yet that section has apparently been skipped over by some Christian women, a fact that has not escaped godly Christian men. I occasionally date women from Christian singles websites, admits Jonathan, an occasional Manosphere commenter from Dallas, Texas. And it amazes them when, on a first date, I ask them for their number, and I don't mean their phone digits. A woman's number, for the uninitiated, is the total number of men she has had sex with in her life. Most of them get offended and won't tell me. They get rejected for a second date out of hand. Some will demur and eventually tell me, and I can tell they're lying, so I drop them after the first date, too. The few who tell me honestly and forthrightly have some merit, I think. Of those, I won't seriously consider a woman with a number higher than 5, and even then I'm squeamish. In 5 years of doing this I have yet to meet a self-professed virgin, although I've met several born-again virgins. Like that will make a difference. A reformed slut is still a slut. Jonathan is far from alone. The single Christian men in the manosphere are despairing of finding a wife with traditional Christian values, that is, a wife who won't divorce him for no good reason, a wife who will defer to him as the head of the household, a wife who will take direction from her husband as God's appointed leader of the family. Also, a virgin wouldn't be bad. And while pastors admit that that last part might be difficult to arrange or prove, they also quietly insist that Christian men are just being too choosy. Christian men prefer to think of it as being godly. The manosphere is rife with disgust with the idea that it is somehow a man's obligation to marry a woman he finds below his standards, simply because his congregation wants him to man up. As Christian manosphere blogger Haley, of Haley's Halo, giving the manosphere a good Christian side hug since 2010, reports, there are even marriage interventions by some congregations who feel that men and women dating or engaged for too long need to get off the pot. The men take the man aside and try to convince him, using scripture and psychology, that he needs to take the plunge no matter how bad the odds are or how fearful he is of the result. Essentially, they are strong-arming reluctant men into marriage. Such bullying is repugnant to the manosphere, where men are struggling for liberation from societal expectations. I think I'm just having a knee-jerk reaction of mortification at the thought of marrying someone who more or less had to be pinned down and forced to say uncle. Haley relates. Other Christian bloggers commenting on the idea are equally disgusted that it took the dude 9 years to decide. It doesn't take 9 years to figure out whether the person you are dating is marriage material for you and to figure out basic marriage compatibility. It should not take anyone more than a couple of months to figure out if dating the person is going anywhere, comments Deddy, one of the manosphere's most influential voices. But the Christian manosphere has a point: if one is to preach hellfire and brimstone, or attempt to minister to the sinful and unfortunate among us, then living by Scripture is the only righteous way for someone to do that in Christianity. The most devout among Christian bachelors are not impressed by their choices, either aging, virginal pew-hugging spinsters or born-again reformed carousel riders, a polite manosphere term for the unacceptably promiscuous, and unwed mothers seeking redemption. Then there are the out-and-out hypocrites, the young women who profess a godly attitude but still indulge in the sins of the flesh on the sly. Or not so sly. It's common, even in conservative churches I found, to find women who freely admit to casual sex even as they profess their devotion to biblical principles. As much as they've pledged their hearts to Jesus, their vaginas are off-limits. Many single women active in their church are self-righteous in their stance, seeing a prohibition against premarital sex as atavistic and barbaric, while the prohibition against adultery is a good idea. They want to be able to sleep with men as they choose and still feel as if they are right with God and the church. Regardless of how you interpret Scripture, there's not much room for that without violating divine law. Premarital sex is a symptom, but it's not the only thing making dudes reluctant to pursue future church ladies. There's the lifestyle issue. Christian men have been put off by the behavior of young Christian women, who, having been influenced by the secular feminist culture's message on such things, have resolutely ignored their biblical instructions and gotten an education, gotten a career, and gotten out of the trap of young marriage and child-rearing. Yet the men they so desperately want to marry see this unapologetic departure from Scripture and the Church's acceptance of other biblical departures as big turn-offs when considering prospective brides. Mark, the D.C. lawyer, speaks derisively of one catch another lawyer that his entire congregation tried to match him up with, despite his personal lack of respect for her and her choices. What do I care if she placed in the top 10% of her graduating class? Everyone who talked about her mentioned that, as if it was a huge plus. Maybe in Manhattan, I suppose. But if she wanted to get a job on Wall Street, she shouldn't have stayed in a small town, going to a small-town church. I wasn't impressed. I'm just trying to be polite. Of course, no one considered it might be the 2 kids she was dragging around, a couple of indiscretions from college. Everyone in the congregation thinks I should overlook that, because we make such a good couple on paper, and kids need a dad. She wants me to be proud of her for not having an abortion, when I can barely stand the sight of her for flouting God's sacred laws about premarital sex in the first place. By her own admission, she's been with over 24 men that she admits to. And the pastor wants me to marry that? That's not what God wants me to do. I'll stick with Xbox and the Lord. Christian male judgment of Christian female proclivities is a serious impediment to attraction. An even harsher critic of modern Christian females, 38-year-old professional Chuck, gives a common, if rarely verbalized, Christian male perspective. No man wants to be a woman's second choice. By the time these women get around to looking for a husband in church, it's usually because they've exhausted the traditional venues for finding Mr. Right, and after they've been dumped by Mr. Jock, Mr. CEO, Mr. Player, and Mr. Sleaze, they think we should pick up the pieces of their sins. I'll forgive them, sure. But marry them? I'd rather become a monk. I don't have to affirm their bad choices at the risk of my own pride. When a woman comes to me for me, and not because I'm the 10th guy down the list, I'll pay attention. Charles, a young single Baptist in his early 30s, was advised to go to church to find a good girl as a wife when he decided he wanted to marry. They said that the good girls would be hiding out in church, like they keep them in the basement or something. I've been to 9 churches in 3 years. They must be keeping them in the basement, because the only single women there were either hopelessly unchaste or morbidly obese. I'm not even looking for a virgin, not like some of these guys. I'd even consider a divorced woman, if the situation was right. But these church harpies dress like whores for services and then want to distract you from their baggage with their cleavage. I had one woman not even bother to mention she had children until the 3rd date, 3, by 2 different men. Sorry, but the Lord ain't leading me towards that. There are those Christian conservative men in the manosphere who feel as if they have been unfairly castigated for their reluctance to marry women they find morally compromised. There are plenty of tales in the Christian side of the manosphere to back this up. One man after another proclaims his disgust at the pressure he faced to find and marry within the church, even if none of the women available met the least of his requirements. Deride persists in finding a solution to the dilemma. He says the answer is training. By training I don't mean clean him up, plug him in the singles ministry and start matching them up with a spouse. I don't believe most unmarried Christians are looking for a church community full of yentas. But a church full of godly, involved, respectable, respected, grown-up men? That's a project worth undertaking. Unfortunately, finding a church that values men to that degree is rare. Especially in a society that has made the masculine virtues of involvement, respect, and mature masculine behavior virtual social crimes. Trying to attract men to a church promising they will be respected might actually work, if men believed it. But men, it seems, still bear the brunt of the mainstream church's ire about dating and marriage, and it's not exactly the call to prayer they need to find fallen Christian women more attractive. Indeed, the kind of men who want to be both respected and respectable are man enough not to hang around someplace where they get verbally beat up just for being themselves. That's a chump's game, no matter what your religion. Plenty of betas, gammas, and deltas. See Vox Day's Socio-Sexual Hierarchy for more on this. Do fall for this, for a short time. They see church as a wonderful dating opportunity, without thinking about it too much or realizing the implicit risks. The church has made an effort to recruit more single men to entice the betas and gammas, with some success. But they soon learn that they are the prized promise to female parishioners who complain to their pastors about the lack of matrimonial opportunities. There are singles ministries, singles social events, church socials, and men's groups that often turn into pressure cookers for making bachelors commit. They'll haul out scripture and pray like it's Armageddon, but they can rarely point out any rational, reasonable reasons a man should marry in this day and age. Chuck chuckles. If the pressure persists, he observes, they will sometimes just quietly leave the church. Less often they do capitulate under pressure, and find themselves walking down the aisle, assured by the entire congregation that this marriage is part of God's sacred plan. But even then, marriage is not a happy place for most conservative Christians. The changing nature of marriage away from scriptural practice is deeply concerning to these spiritually minded men. That's because, counterintuitively, the divorce rate among the devout is actually slightly higher than it is in the secular world. Manosphere bloggers blame feminism, of course, but conservative Christians dismiss the radfems and even the hard left, and put the focus on the soft-serve feminism they see taking over the church's approach to marriage. A hot topic of discussion in the Christian manosphere is the popular Christian movie about love and marriage, Fireproof. Fireproof has the Christian men in the manosphere burning mad. The story is about a married couple, both fairly devout churchgoers, who are experiencing fairly typical problems dealing with everyday life. Except the marriage is failing because, and this will become a familiar refrain for anyone who journeys into the manosphere, the wife tells her husband, "I'm not happy." Despite the fact that her husband is a good man, a courageous man, a good father and a pious man, he is still somehow a bad husband because of her unhappiness. To add insult to injury, the wife in Fireproof is supported for considering divorce by her church, not castigated for it. As Manosphere blogger SOC Finn goes on to say, as the husband is to take full responsibility for the wife, he is almost always totally blamed for the downfall of the marriage, and her sins. This theme is seen repeatedly in most all modern churchian dialogue. The issue in Fireproof isn't that the wife is contemplating divorce, it's that divorce, except in certain rare circumstances, is expressly discouraged by Scripture, and therefore the church she and her family belong to have failed the family from a biblical perspective by not attempting to dissuade her from leaving her husband, whose biggest sin seems to be spending money in a way his wife doesn't approve of. And she's been withholding sex from him to punish him for not doing things her way, something the Bible expressly frowns upon. Even when she rejects his attempts to reconcile and begins pursuing a non-sexual, hypergamous relationship with a doctor at work, still the poor husband is made out to be the bad guy and the wife the virtuous one. Therefore, the film pronounces, she has plenty of justification for threatening divorce. So when he finally seeks internet porn to deal with the emotional stress of risking his life all day for an ungrateful and unisexual wife, he's metaphorically pilloried by his church for following his natural male inclinations, and not obeying his wife. To the conservative Christian Manosphere, Fireproof is prima facie evidence of the modern church's anti-male bias. It has a strong feminist subtext, even if it's coated with good scriptural examples and impressive production values. The story screams Christian feminist, the fault lies with the husband, not the wife. With the man, not the church. With the penis, not the Lord. The Christian conservative Manosphere blogger was always told that the church was there to support his marriage, not help break it up. When he sees what actually happens when there's trouble in a marriage in the congregation, it makes him reluctant. Because, ironically, it makes him feel objectified and used. Thanks to the number of born-again female divorcees looking for a second chance, according to some Manosphere bloggers, the church is far more concerned about getting a man to work for the benefit of a woman, not himself. And that strikes many as patently unfair and biblically unsound. If the church is going to be soft on premarital sex and unwed mothers and all but encourage divorce and wifely rebellion, then what incentive does a pious Christian bachelor have to marry? If the wife on Fireproof is a church-sanctioned good wife, why would a man voluntarily inflict that upon himself when the Lord promises better for those who follow him? After all, they argue, if the church makes divorce an acceptable part of marriage and on the table from the beginning, then how secure is a man's marriage, really? Why toil for 7 years for Mary only to get Martha, and then find out that both Mary and Martha got around quite a bit in college? And that either one of them can and probably will drop you like a hot rock when the cute guy with the bigger farm than you decides he wants them both? Better to till your land alone and childless than to risk that kind of pain, the sentiment goes. If divorce is tacitly approved by the church, then marrying within his church is not in a Christian man's best interest. If marrying is in his interest at all. But high standards and fear of divorce aren't the only issues for Christian conservative men. There's the issue of male leadership, in the household and in the church. Conservative Christian thinking is pretty square on that point. Marriage is a divinely ordained rite involving the submission of the wife to the husband, in accordance with 5,000 years of Semitic patriarchal tribal tradition. The husband, according to the Bible, is the undeniable head of the household, not the wife. That might be a lot to expect from modern American culture these days. Even women who don't readily identify with feminism recoil at the idea of acknowledging their husband as dominant in their relationship. They often strongly disagree that a wife is obligated to have sex with her husband under the terms of her marriage, even though that is explicitly stated in the Bible. Women who are used to a culture that encourages equality and female exceptionalism and the threat of divorce, thanks to feminism, have no difficulty denying the biblical injunction to submit to their husbands within the institution of marriage, even in the bedroom. That's a problem for biblically minded men. Even if these Christian women are willing to consider being a stay-at-home mom, they still often have plans or contingencies to enter the workforce in case things don't work out. And their bar for divorce, while much higher than non-Christian identifying women, is still far too low for the comfort of the men considering them. It doesn't surprise most of the red pill folks in the manosphere that Tara Parker Popes for Better, examining rates of divorce in various types of households, discovered that the traditional model of male breadwinner/female homemaker had the fewest incidences of divorce. The manosphere sees that as a sign of validation of principle. So does feminism, which likes to demonstrate the oppression these traditional stay-at-home moms in Christian households are facing, because they aren't divorcing at the same rate as everyone else. In feminism, divorce is a good thing. But I digress. The conservative Christian men have suffered through the same problems as mainstream men over the years, but for them the betrayal of divorce isn't just a violation of their masculinity, it's a religious issue. You cannot, I was told over and over again, be a good Christian and leap to divorce short of domestic violence, if you live according to Scripture. Chuck reminds me, you took a holy vow before God, and then backed out when you weren't happy. From our perspective, that's not exactly screaming good wife potential. A woman who is false or uncommitted to her first husband is widely seen as a flight risk by a potential suitor, and passed on no matter how attractive she portrays herself as a mate. Clearly she is not willing to submit to her husband's leadership, so why go there? There is a misconception that a Christian woman of faith is somehow a different type of woman than the secular mainstream. This woman is commonly perceived as being of higher character and less prone to divorce because of free-floating unhappiness, according to the Private Man, Puerarchs, and other manosphere bloggers. They find the church has allied itself too closely with the politically correct feminist agenda by welcoming divorcees without judgment, in an effort to increase attendance and cash flow. It might seem judgmental, especially to feminist sensibilities, but it's not merely a knee-jerk, patriarchal reaction. There are very practical social factors at play, as well as spiritual ones, in the Christian conservative man's rejection of the Christian conservative woman, divorced wife model. The danger isn't just to young single Christian men, but married men, too. Attending a church which is soft on divorce puts a man's marriage, and therefore his children, at risk, explains Manosphere blogger Puerarchs. Other commenters are not so diplomatic. 27-year-old Stacy, who frequently lurks around the Christian manosphere hoping to get better advice on men than she's been getting, emails me. I've been struggling with my marriage to my husband for 6 years, and we've been in counseling with our pastor the whole time. We had to switch churches when we moved for Tom's job, and in the new church women's group I discovered that only myself and 2 others were even married. The rest were either aggressively single or divorced and looking for another man. Tom got hit on repeatedly for months by women who wanted to steal him away. While that made me cleave to him even tighter, I just don't feel comfortable leaving him at church without me on his arm. Those women are vicious, and they wouldn't care if the Lord, himself, appeared and objected. If they got a chance to get my husband alone, I have no doubt that they would proposition him for sex in an effort to peel him away from me. It's disgusting. I never thought I'd have to worry about losing my husband at church. As far as following the biblical injunction to submit herself to her husband, even the devout among conservative Christian women are troubled. I've always seen my submission to my husband be only spiritual in nature, Natalie, a 34-year-old Methodist woman declares. He can be the spiritual leader of the family, but apart from that we are equals. He doesn't automatically have a right to my body, he can't order me to do something I don't want to, and when it comes to the children he usually is looking to me for leadership. In fact, I wouldn't mind seeing a little more backbone in him, but even then I can't see myself submitting to him. That's just barbaric in the 21st century. I don't care what the Bible says. It's implicit that a conservative Christian man does, indeed, care what the Bible says, and hearing such dismissal from the mouth of a good Christian wife is distressing. Some have reacted strongly, insisting that their wives submit to the extent of using corporal punishment, if thought necessary to enforce it. The quasi-Christian site takeninhand.com emphasizes the role of male dominance in the family from the beginning of its FAQ. A taken-in-hand relationship is a fully committed, wholehearted, sexually exclusive marriage in which the husband wears the trousers and is firmly and actively in charge, to his wife's delight. And he puts his wife in their relationship first. While the site is not explicitly Christian in nature, it does attract a large number of Christian men and women eager to learn just how to implement the male-dominated home life the Bible mandates. That the method includes spanking and other punishments for wives' infractions of their husbands' rules infuriates feminists as abusive, but the adherents are adamant that everything within the taken-in-hand lifestyle is mutually consensual. Women want to be dominated, just as men want to be dominant. A lot of gender feminists don't think that mere consent makes that sort of thing okay. Even if a woman is dumb enough to agree to it beforehand, that doesn't make it good for positive feminism to let your husband spank your ass red because you forgot to pay the insurance on time. As you will see when we get to the discussion of the red pill, takeninhand.com is kind of a proto-Manosphere blog. Its focus is on marriage and relationships, not on men in particular, but the idea of a highly successful male-dominant marriage is apparently so appealing that the site continues to grow as people throughout the manosphere refer others to it. Of course, feminist response to the taken-in-hand lifestyle is pretty severe. Blogger Sexo Grammaticus of the atheist/feminist blog The Rational Response Squad describes taken-in-hand thusly in the post "Spank Me Harder, Jesus." There are apparently a growing number of Christian women. The ads posted by people in search of this type of relationship are nearly always from women who yearn, nay, who hunger, for a husband who knows just what a naughty little scion of Eve deserves for burning the roast, or spending too much of his hard-earned money on shoes, or forgetting to wear her white cotton panties and giving the vacuum cleaner salesman a peek at her shame. Despite their distaste, it wasn't the sexuality that irked them, as they make clear. And just so we're all on the same page here, we are not laughing at or making fun of kink itself. Kink is awesome. Some of the people who write for 1585 are into various kinky things, and others not. That's just all a part of life. What we're laughing at is the fact that Christianity has driven these people, who presumably would have been pretty cool otherwise, from the sound of things, so around the bend, pun intended, that they are with a straight face denying that this has anything to do with BDSM, and honestly attempting to convince not only the people around them, but themselves, that they are only engaging in this behavior because this is how they interpret the Bible. As a frequent third-party scholar of the Bible, I have to agree that this is how they interpret the Bible, because the Bible says pretty clearly that's how they should proceed. The feminists are upset not only at the idea of a hubby spanking a wifey, but that they are doing it under the auspices of religion, not pure sexual thrill. If you spank your wife because it gets you off, fine. If you spank your wife because it gets you off and God says so, you're a religious fanatic incapable of cogent argument. Feminist pundit Kath Elliott, writing for The Guardian, explains away the movement this way, in traditional feminist terminology. Unfortunately, as in any movement for social change, there are those who remain resistant to their own emancipation, a tiny minority who have been so indoctrinated by both gender and religious conditioning that they continue to see themselves as men's subordinates. These women defer to their men in all things. They believe their primary role in life is to produce children and to keep a tidy and happy home, and while they enjoy all the benefits that feminism has brought them, like the right to vote, the right to contraception and the right to escape their miserable marriages once the penny drops and they finally wake up to the drudgery that their lives have become, they regard feminists like me as the Antichrist. That is, if women want to freely choose to live the lives their grandmothers tried to escape, they're brainwashed or religiously conditioned, not acting out of a profound and deeply spiritual need. And please note how she automatically includes divorce in the normal cycle of marriage. Kath continues. Taken-in-handers practice what they call consensual non-consent, which basically boils down to physical and sexual chastisement, up to and including rape, as punishment for the woman's transgressions. It apparently doesn't matter if she screams and cries throughout her ordeal, no amount of pleading is going to make the punishment stop. By dint of the fact that she's in the relationship in the first place, she's deemed to have consented to any mistreatment and abuse her husband doles out. That is, she decided to get married, entering into a legal and legally binding contract as a free adult, a contract with pre-existing and well-known provisions that include, traditionally, sexual access by her husband and material support from her husband. The fact that these women are subjected to discipline of any sort is anathema to the feminist mind, the idea that they would do so voluntarily, even eagerly, mystifies those women who feel that the only proper way to run a marriage is with the woman leading and dominating her husband until she decides to trade up. Oh, sorry, I mean equal partnership. Marriage 1.0, the traditional Judeo-Christian pattern of lifetime monogamy in which the husband is the head of household, stopped being viable in the 20th century. Marriage 2.0, the hot mess we have now in the post-feminist universe in which marriage is temporary, monogamy is nominal, and divorce is expected, doesn't work. Serial monogamy is not a viable long-term solution to the problem either, as we shall see. While feminism doesn't really have an ideal form of marriage in mind, it knows that what we have now isn't really working either. While that suits some of them perfectly fine, even some feminists are starting to get agitated about marriage. Whether you see things from the conservative Christian male perspective or the radical secular feminist perspective, both agree that the current state of marriage is broken for both men and women, an important concession from both sides. And neither side can see a comfortable conclusion to the issue until the other side is eliminated. But the solutions involved taping the institution back together to reconstruct marriage 1.0 or eliminating the institution altogether in favor of total state support are both highly radical. As passionate and impressively articulate as the conservative Christian Manosphere bloggers are, re-establishing agricultural age marriage is impractical, if not impossible. And as hysterically hateful of the institution as many on the feminist left are toward the institution, it isn't going away anytime soon. Marriage is a human universal. All human cultures practice it in one way or another, regardless of their economic situation. In many ways, it is the change to the institution in the post-war period, the influence of economics and feminism, and the dramatic decline of Christianity that have inspired the passion behind the Manosphere. No matter what other changes feminism and its adherents have wrought, there will always be people trying to make an ancient system work for a modern one, the best way they can, because they believe that it is the way their creator mandated it. The rise of feminism. Feminism was going to right all the wrongs, level the playing field, and be fair to women. Women would be able to do what they wanted, have sex with whom they wanted, and discard unwanted marriages or end them after they had served their purpose. Women would be free to explore their sexuality and leave a bad marriage to find myself. Women above all would be free to follow my heart and be true to myself because I need something from myself before I can share it with a man. Women presumed men would simply absorb all the changes, adjust to them, and yet continue on as they did before, working to provide, creating, and making women's lives easier. Women writing on the topic have said as much. They expected hot alpha studs to service their sexual needs. They expected all the other men to wait for marriage or marry less attractive women. They demanded good, attractive men to be available when they decided they had had enough of the carousel and wanted to marry. They expected to be able to have sex with whom they wanted, when they wanted, and never to be judged for it. They expected men to subsidize their lifestyles, and they have, with all sorts of welfare programs. All this was done by appealing to emotion and fairness because it's for the children, and if you don't support this you're a sexist pig. Now people stand around blinkered and scratching their heads, genuinely puzzled that men at large in our society are either sackless omegas, inveterate slackers, productive men absolutely refusing to marry or sire children, douchebags like the situation, or smooth PUAs bedding women and living at a bare minimum of productivity. They wonder why a growing number of divorced men absolutely refuse remarriage. Simple, it's all about incentives. Incentives matter. Feminism has incentivized all the behavior we see in men. Daddy. There has always been a feminist movement in this culture, although it hasn't often gone by that name. Women have frequently organized to present a counterpoint to male leadership and press strongly for both more women in positions of power and in specific policy issues that were, to the women of the time, uniquely feminine interests. There were the women who fought to eliminate the slave trade. Who fought for abolition. Who fought for women's suffrage. Who fought for prohibition. Throughout American history, women have used their communal power to bring great change to the course of history. When the slaves were freed and alcoholic spirits more tightly regulated and women had the right to vote, World War II came along and women were drafted into the factories and farms needed for industrialized warfare. That demonstrated that they had economic power as well as social power, and after the war it was inevitable that they'd flex those newfound muscles in the booming post-war economy. An economy driven in large part by consumer spending, and women make 70% of the buying decisions. It was only natural that a push toward equal legal rights for women in the workplace would occur, and it was needed. Women had demonstrated their talents and ability to perform under pressure in most male-dominated fields, and denying them the right to practice their trade for a fair wage was essentially un-American. Further, the culture of American business had to change to accommodate the new dual-gender constituency. But what was gained by the inclusion and adoption of women into the marketplace was certainly worth the challenges. We'd bombed every competitor's factory on the planet, while ours were untouched, and our victorious position had allowed us to graciously loan money to our defeated foes so that they could buy more stuff from us. We needed women in the workforce just to manage the massive bureaucracy the post-war era demanded, not to mention increasing our industrial capacity at a critical time. Ensuring that company whore was not an unofficial part of a job description was just as important. Feminism boldly pushed for new laws and regulations, and they got them. It pushed for society to honor and respect women for their accomplishments, not just their beauty or their birth rate. They wanted to be able to escape a bad domestic situation, and they wanted greater freedom to pursue careers that had been heretofore male only. All noble and perfectly reasonable goals. In its way, feminism, women's liberation, at the time, was just as essential to the development of the American workplace and American society at large as the trade union movement was to American industry. My grandfather was a staunch Reagan Republican, but when I asked him about doing away with the UAW, he was horrified. Ronald Reagan himself is the only president we've ever had who was a former labor union leader. Unions might be Marxist in flavor, but they helped a hell of a lot of people at an important time. Feminism's goals were noble and pure when they were trying to ensure that a woman who did the same work as a man got paid the same amount and didn't have to fuck her boss to get her paycheck on time. But somewhere along the line, things started going wonky with feminism. In their quest for equal rights for women, and in their attempt to call attention to the horrific plight of some women, feminism did our culture the dual disservice of reducing the perceived importance of strong male role models and attacking masculinity itself. That led to the general and accepted undermining of respect for the American male in both popular culture and in interpersonal relationships. The Manosphere argues that that was a bad thing. Not just for dudes, but for everyone. Feminism represented a powerful bitch slap to men on several fronts, one from which we are still recovering. And while we've largely adjusted to the hows and whys of working with women on an equal footing in the workplace, in the realms of sex and relationships and marriage, as a group we are as clueless now as we were 20 years ago. There are a lot of ways you can slice it, but every one makes the same point. As good as feminism has been for women, for men it has been a net negative. Because feminism didn't stop with equal pay laws and the nuts and bolts of sexual harassment. Heady with its own successful challenge of long-held beliefs that women can't be doctors, lawyers, or entrepreneurs, feminism went on to attack the status quo marriage, brutally. Especially the role of the father. You can't have a patriarchy without a father. Feminism has always been about destroying the influence of the patriarchy, the term used to denote a culture led and influenced exclusively by the fathers, men. A hallmark of the agricultural age, the patriarchy was the basis of Western civilization in a lot of important ways. The patriarchy was the civilizing force that brought order and wheat to the people, and that led to a lot more people. The patriarchy resulted from the need to track land ownership through inheritance, where the fathers, the heads of state, or town, village, or household, directed the planting, harvesting and storage of crops and saw to their defense. While the patriarchy and the agricultural revolution brought vitally needed food security to the people, allowing populations to explode, standards of living to rise, and lifespans to increase, the unfortunate fact was that life was pretty brutal for women. In many ways the entire civilization rested on their backs. Apart from longer and better lives, their lot still pretty much sucked. Land wars took their husbands and sons into wars of religion and politics. Disease and malnutrition took their children, those who survived birth. They had little or no say in how they lived their lives. What they did and who they married was set by custom and law in nearly every agricultural society, custom and law administered first and foremost by their fathers, and then a succession of officials and authorities who all had one thing in common: they were men. There can be no argument that the plight of women, under the lamp of the Enlightenment and humanism, desperately needed improvement. Even while men of good character fought to end slavery, their wives and daughters had fewer rights, in some jurisdictions, than their slaves. Abuse was rampant. Under the agricultural religion Christianity, women were relegated to permanent second-class status thanks to Holy Writ written by another agricultural civilization centuries before. By men. After World War II, the men who brought you the Blitz, the ovens, and radioactive fallout were just as easy to blame for the problems in the American family. The patriarchal father figure, the one who told everyone what to do and used his, unearned and unelected, power and authority at whim, became the focus of feminist attention from the beginning of the movement. Worse, they seemed to be suppressing the birth control pill, which allowed women stop fearing pregnancy when they had sex with their husbands, or anyone else. That made feminists pro-sex and anti-patriarchy, back in the formative years. Interesting fact, when there are a lot of young pro-sex young women around eager to try out their new pregnancy-resistant vaginas, a lot of dudes will go along with just about anything that they say. A man will put up with just about anything, if he thinks it's foreplay, and that includes hating the patriarchy they were destined to inherit. Feminists wanted the patriarchy, the old men who were keeping young women from going to Harvard or becoming astronauts or having sex with hot dudes, overthrown forever. Since rule of the fathers, and by extension, all men, had produced such horrors in the world, then the only practical solution was to take the political and economic power away from them and put it in the hands of sensible women. That included liberalization of divorce laws, to keep women from being in bad marriages. That included a declaration of liberation from sexual stereotypes. They chafed at the unfair assumptions and barbaric approach to sexuality and marriage put forth by the patriarchy. And they kind of had a point. When the Industrial Revolution began giving individual women financial access, and women began to be formally educated, the injustices of the agricultural model of marriage and law began to be challenged in a very vocal manner. Women learned to organize, and used that organization skill to affect a number of major cultural landmarks. Abolition, temperance and prohibition, public education, women's suffrage. By the time birth control and female professionals became an issue, women had 2 centuries of history of organizing under their belts. So when the patriarchy was vulnerable, as it was in the wake of World War II, they knew how to organize public opinion against the male-dominated society that had oppressed women for so long. And they did it in a big way. By 1970, the central place masculinity enjoyed in our culture was in serious trouble. After Watergate, it was puking its guts out in the gutter while women began to exercise their social and political power in a big way for the first time. And they had help. The counterculture that was challenging the establishment at every turn between 1965 and 1975 was fueled by a healthy dose of feminism, and feminism was absorbing the memes and the rhetoric of the other movements of the era, the civil rights movement, the anti-war movement, and the wave of Marxist-oriented social movements. With organization and demonstrations, the women's liberation movement, as it came to be called, was the political embodiment of feminism, which had until then been the near-exclusive province of rich white scholars in all-female northeastern colleges. Feminists rode the wave of protests and activism that led to the cultural climax, the Watergate hearings and the withdrawal from Vietnam. The patriarchy was reeling. But the archetypical patriarch didn't even realize what was happening, yet. While Dad was trying to keep the last vestiges of his traditional family together and conserve what power he had left, the women in his life had reduced him to an imperialist oppressor, not a loving head of the family. They took attempts to order the household and the country as domineering attempts to control their destinies. And worst of all, they worked diligently to place the whole concept of the patriarch, the father as the head of the family, in terminal disrepute. Feminism denigrated masculinity by attacking its core precepts. Competition, for one. Feminism has never thought well about the male desire to compete and achieve, or when it has been to the purpose of subverting it. The problem is that men and women think very differently about gender and competition, and those differences, whether you consider them biologically innate or socially taught, lead to accusations of skullduggery and sexism when it's usually just dudes wanting to be dudes. And when dudes are being dudes, competing and achieving and such, they just don't like including women, because it's just not fair. To illustrate this point, I'll tell you about a group of car salesmen for a big dealership I used to write advertising copy for, all of whom were in a heated sales contest. Among them was one very beautiful, very savvy woman who was adept at sales. She tried to compete on the same level as her male co-workers, and she did a fantastic job of hitting the numbers. She looked dynamite, and she was really good at convincing aging divorcees to invest in expensive sports cars, for some odd reason. She frequently received awards, bonuses, and recognition by management. But when it came to figuring out the competition casually, amongst themselves, the female sales exec's achievements were never seriously considered alongside her male colleagues in their discussions. On paper there was nothing to separate her accomplishments from that of her male counterparts. They all played well together. They all maintained a highly professional demeanor. There was, to my knowledge, no hanky-panky or personal vendettas. She never slept with her clients. But when the male sales staff got together at the end of the day to compare notes, the female saleswoman's numbers for the day were irrelevant to the discussion. It perplexed her. She was doing everything she could to make herself one of the boys, and she was as successful as a beautiful alpha female could be. Yet she could not entice them into the same friendly wagers and trash-talking banter they enjoyed with each other, and that got her frustrated. Frustrated enough so that she took it up with her boss, who called a meeting of everyone to figure out what was going on. What emerged from that meeting was that it didn't matter what the young woman did, what kind of numbers she put up. The fact of the matter was that the sales competition, from the men's perspective, was between men. She could get the highest numbers every month for a year, but when you asked any of the guys who among them was the best in sales, they invariably chose a male. Why? Institutionalized sexism? That's the typically feminist answer. That's the answer the feminists are hoping you'll take away, that the men were purposefully excluding the young woman in a mean-spirited and sexist attempt to undermine her credibility. The feminist answer is to penalize the men and give the woman advantage over them, simply because the perception of sexism is there. Indeed, that's what the management tried to do in that case. After-work meetings between coworkers in public places were prohibited, as were all male gatherings. She figured that would take care of it. The guys just started hanging out at one of their houses after work, and stopped inviting the woman. She went from being tolerated to being ostracized, regardless of her performance. The simple fact of the matter, however, wasn't that the men were trying to be sexist. They were merely competing, among themselves. Even when they were faced with a competitive female coworker, and one who could easily challenge them at their work, she wasn't included in the competition because when men compete it is a matter of sexual selection, not merely a desire to be best. That's one reason competitive endeavors are so often the target of feminists. When men compete with other men, they don't like to include women. Even when you do, they'll find a way around it. So for feminism, competition is a negative, as it hurts women even if it's absolutely vital for the healthy sexuality of the men. Women often mistake this competitive tendency for blatant sexism. The fact is that we consider measuring ourselves against women to be pointless. We aren't competing with women to display our high sex value, we're trying to attract women with our high sex value, and confusing the two does us both a disservice. Men work better competitively. Women work better cooperatively. There are notable exceptions on both sides, but that's the way things tend to work. Only feminism refuses to acknowledge the value of competition. Aggression is another area where feminists frequently butt heads with men. From a feminist perspective, all aggression is bad, and all those who perpetrate aggression are likewise bad. Aggression implies violence, which implies a victim, and the victim is usually female, therefore aggression is a bad thing because it is bad for women. Of course, aggression is one of the many hallmarks of masculinity, and one we're pretty good at, despite our mother's best efforts to dissuade us. Men need to be aggressive, we need to be competitive. It doesn't matter why, or whether or not it's stupid, or if someone might get hurt. That's not the issue. The issue is we need to compete. We need to be aggressive. It builds our character and makes us more self-assured as men. Aggression among men does not automatically lead to enmity, as it does among women. A man can get the shit beat out of him by another man, and the two can have drinks afterwards. Women are rarely as sporting. Feminism in the workplace and the public sphere had a dramatic effect. As the demonstrations and the political activism picked up speed, wave after wave of feminist-inspired legislation, covering everything from liberalizing divorce laws to refining the definition of rape to issues of child custody and support, were being passed at the state and national level. This wasn't just about the right to vote, or legal equity and the appropriate legislation to remedy it. Feminism, particularly third-wave gender feminism, made disagreements and discussions about the social roles of men and women into a civil rights issue, framing patriarchs, and, really, all fatherhood, as the eternal oppressors and women as their eternal victims, while women in America enjoyed a historic level of freedom, independence, and economic security. All manner of women's issues were getting attention, and, most importantly of all, the greater culture was actually seeing women's issues, and seeing them as important. Climaxing with Richard Nixon's historic signing of Title IX and the collapse of the ERA a few years later, this was the high watermark for feminist activism. By 1980, American women arguably enjoyed a greater degree of freedom, security, and protection than any women had in any country at any point in history. And they had achieved it as women, for the furtherance of women's issues. Of course, about that time, dudes started looking around in confusion when they realized that the culture was changing, and while women's prospects never looked brighter, suddenly theirs was much, much dimmer. While feminism was looking out for the rights and issues of women, as a class, no one was looking out for the rights and issues of men, as a class. And that's where the men's rights movement was born. The MRAs. Men's rights activists. In the 1980s, women were getting their rights, the courts were packed with test cases, and the legislatures were packed with enlightened and well-meaning legislation. But in the rush to make the playing field equal, scant attention was paid to how men's rights fared in the firefight. Most liberal-minded women dismissed the very idea of men's rights as a cynical bit of mystification by the oppressor. How can men, the oppressors of humanity, according to feminist theory, have anything to say about rights, when they already have so much? The consensus of feminist opinion ran, and still runs, in the direction that it doesn't matter how bad men have it, individually, as long as some men are still running things, then men as a class have the upper hand. Therefore, they can't be oppressed. That's a big deal in the manosphere, because despite all of the mythical male privilege that our gender is supposed to enjoy, there are an awful lot of men who are feeling oppressed by the feminism-affected system. The men who have been victims of divorce theft, where a woman uses her state's divorce laws to coerce more than her fair share out of a marriage, sometimes multiple times, for example. Or the fathers whose children have been taken from them against their will by their ex-wives, simply to punish them or use them as a tool in divorce negotiations. Or the men who have been falsely accused of rape. Or that most basic of male privileges, the privilege to be conscripted into the armed forces on the basis of our gender alone, without our consent. Who speaks for these men? Who speaks for the civil rights of men as men, and protests when their gender is used unfairly against them to deprive them of their rights? That's where the men's rights movement, MRM, gets its inspiration and purpose. Ironically enough, it takes a lot of the language feminism adopted and uses against men and masculinity to challenge the idea that feminism is an ideology of equality. A great deal of the manosphere is devoted to the short end of the stick that many men feel they are holding after our society is adjusted to include women as equal members, because it seems in a lot of ways women are more equal than men, in the animal farm sort of way. When it comes to gender inequalities in our society, feminism is quick to tout a litany of crimes against vaginas, but falls strangely silent when it comes to more fundamental inequities built into our system against men by biology, tradition, or pure cultural inertia. The MRM has challenged many of the issues and statistics that feminism uses to display systemic inequities which affect women negatively, but which display no male perspectives. The various MRM blogs of the Manosphere have assembled a compelling counterargument to the litany of feminists' complaints against society and culture, when they really mean men and masculinity. Feminism never tires, for example, of pointing out the pay disparities between men and women, and nothing seems to get their collective panties bunched than the thought of all those rich white male CEOs sitting in boardrooms, dispensing power and prestige and oppression without any help from them. Feminism points out that women frequently take the lowest paid jobs, and continue to get paid less for equal work, if you squeeze your eyes together just right when you look at the statistics. But feminism doesn't often mention, or seem to care in the slightest, that men, not women, have the higher chance of dying or becoming seriously injured on the job. They don't mention that men, not women, are still taking the most dangerous careers to support their families. Feminism writes off as mere biological coincidence the savage inequity of premature male mortality, thanks to stress and other work-related factors from taking those jobs. And now that women form a majority of the traditionally high-end, well-paying professional careers, squawking about pay inequality sounds to most men like an entitled demand. Feminism is very much in favor of reproductive freedom for women. They don't mention that no state allows a father's right to choose whether or not to have a baby, or how long he can have rights to that baby after it's born. There's never a feminist outcry about the gross inequities in custody awards. Mothers are still far more likely to be awarded custody than fathers, regardless of the state, the laws, or other factors. Feminists never seem to mention that a woman has twice the chance to reproduce that a man does. A woman now has the right to choose a wide array of reproductive options, while men are still relegated to second-class reproductive status, dependent on the whims of femininity for their offspring. Considering that 100% of the children alive today are the result of a mere 40% of the male population, that seems a screaming gender-based societal disparity that one would imagine that feminism would be all over, were it truly an ideology of equality, and not one of feminine privilege. But it's not just civil child custody awards. Feminism rarely mentions criminal sentencing inequities when it speaks of injustice. It's an observable fact that women serve less time, and less severe time, for committing the same criminal infractions in the American justice system. Feminism rarely mentions the incarceration rate for men dwarfs that for women, although some feminists rationalize this as proof of the male propensity for antisocial behavior. And feminism rarely mentions one of the most fundamental gender-based inequalities in our system, one which would take very little to rectify: the draft. Every young male in America must register for selective service on his 18th birthday, essentially confirming his ability to suffer, kill, and die on behalf of his country once compelled to do so by the state. For no other reason than he happens to have a penis and made it to age 18, these men are compelled to sign up to possibly kill people and die. Believe me, ladies, signing that form is sobering. From that day forward, no dude can look at the news the same way again. Women, on the other hand, are exempt from selective service registration in the U.S. When feminists are called on it, they scoff at it as a non-issue. We don't even have a draft anymore. The SS registration is a mere bureaucratic holdover from a more barbaric time, and there are far more important, to women, things to concern themselves over, they argue. The stunning inequality of selective service doesn't even faze them. They know they're safe. Using the "don't hit me, I'm a girl" defense, while feminists will argue for women to have the right to fight in combat beside male soldiers, they stop far short of demanding that women's service be mandated by the state in the same way as men's service in wartime can be. They can rationalize their intellectual dishonesty about the matter 100 different ways, if you can persuade a feminist to entertain the discussion at all, but the men's rights movement is absolutely firm. When it comes down to it, there is no hope for equality between the genders in our society until that fundamental element has changed. The men's rights movement alone is speaking out on behalf of men's rights in the face of the feminist assault on masculinity. They are one of the few groups which can claim to be working on behalf of everyone with an XY chromosome. Which makes it even more ironic that the men's rights movement is often the most kicked around part of the manosphere. The original 1980s men's movement was a direct outgrowth of feminism. Beginning, arguably, with Warren Farrell's 1988 book Why Men Are the Way They Are, the movement began as an attempt for male feminists, you could be a male feminist in the 80s, to self-examine their roles and challenge themselves to be better men. Why Men Are the Way They Are, despite its passive-aggressive title, assuming implicitly that the way men are is somehow broken. Just imagine the feminist response to a book entitled Why Women Are the Way They Are, actually does a credible job at examining the issue. Farrell is quick to point out all the feminist perspective flaws in masculinity, but he's also the first serious gender relations scholar to point out the areas where women aren't all that eager to see change that might affect them, as a class, negatively, even when it is a simple matter of equality. Dr. Farrell's book is fascinating, bringing for the first time a balanced view to the issue of gender equity. His book looks at the exclusively male military draft, the statistics of workplace injury and illness and the flow of money in the 1980s household, and concludes that women really don't want to change the underlying structure of society even as they protest its inequities because they benefit from a system that regards men as expendable. He does so, at times, in deeply apologetic tones, but it's clear from his words he sees an inequality that feminism should be all over, and isn't. And that was back in 1988. Of course Farrell got savaged by his feminist allies for the temerity of pretending that women like romance novels, makeup, and cosmopolitan, must be all the confused men reading it that's kept its circulation up, and when he does strike a nerve in criticizing women, his feminist critics are quick to jump on how feminism has been saying that for years but no one would listen. Farrell was in a tough spot. He came from a feminist-fed background, and throughout his work he uses feminist jargon. His apologetic tone is, at times, obsequious, as if speaking about men in any but the most condemning of terms was a violation of feminist doctrine. But it was also instructive and revealing about the nature of that doctrine. Throughout the book, Farrell carefully tries his best to avoid hurting sensitive feminists' feelings, and focus on the core of male psychology. After all, there were plenty of books on women and female psychology. One would think that feminists would like a discussion of male psychology in relation to and in context with female psychology, so that a better understanding of intergender relations could be established. Farrell was the perfect tool for that. He had good male feminist street cred, after all. If anyone could write about how bad men were, he could. Only he didn't. Exactly. To his credit, he took a very keen view of some very basic statistics about men, and concluded that as bad as women have it, men have issues and suffer from the way our society works, too. His former feminist allies didn't like that too much. If Farrell finds fault in feminism, he's attacked for poor statistics and pandering. If he finds a fault in womanhood, he's accused of sexism and exhibiting stereotypical behavior and reminded how feminist ideology prohibits the behaviors he's speaking of, while feminists practice them with unerring regularity. As one commenter pointed out, if you don't want to understand men and simply want them to conform to the feminist view of why we date, have sex, and marry, not even necessarily in that order, then reading this book will make you angry. Farrell isn't particularly well liked in the Manosphere, despite his groundbreaking work. Mostly his male critics argue that he didn't go far enough in rejecting feminism, or at least rejecting the feminists espousing the ideals of equality while taking advantage of feminine privilege inherent in that inequality, and call him a mangina and a feminist apologist and worse. Dudes can be rough. But his book also falls far short of the Manosphere's mark. Too often he tries to insinuate that games, tricks and sexist behavior comes only from poor self-esteem, unresolved issues, or neurosis, when it's clear that some of these feminist-despised behaviors of men are actually there for good and valid evolutionarily sound reasons. He lays the blame of gender relations and the current firestorm of friction still at the feet of men, individually and collectively, while going out of his way to avoid criticism of women or feminism except where it's inescapable. And then even he has to admit that it's inescapable. If a feminist-friendly man who has studied gender relations and the actual statistics cited so often by feminists can be torn to shreds the way Farrell was, then a perfect test case as to whether or not feminism was evolving into a true system enshrining the ideals of equality for both sexes, or a disingenuous ideology devoted to advancing the issues and interests of women regardless of the consequences to men and greater society. His book's reception by the general feminist community indicates the latter. A few thoughtful feminist scholars thought he was onto something. The rest threw him under the bus for his apparent regression. The irony is that Farrell's book and its follow-ups, for all its obsequious tone and qualifying language, inspired many Manosphereans when it came out. After 20 years of Why Men Suck books on gender, this was the first time a book had challenged the feminist status quo in regards to sexuality and reproduction, that if men treated women as sex objects, then women treated men as success objects. If men were turned on by big boobs and a snazzy hairstyle, women were turned on by big bank accounts and shiny cars, and that irritated feminists who were invested in the idea that male and female socio-sexual interplay was driven purely by stereotypes and the patriarchy. Farrell looked at male pursuit of sex not as a blatant and rapacious attack on femininity's virtue, but as a positive celebration of male sexuality. That pissed off a lot of women who, by the late 1980s, could see nothing good in male sexuality that wasn't bad for women. I came across the book myself, and I found it breathtaking for its novelty. I brought it up in a women's studies class. It didn't go over well. Farrell's follow-up book, The Myth of Male Power, challenged the feminist holy grail, the idea that all men had huge amounts of power that they used to dominate all women. He took a very meticulous look at economics and social trends, and he laid it out in a fairly straightforward, thoughtful manner. Needless to say, he was pilloried by feminists everywhere for his attack on feminists and all women. When he started monkeying around with relationships, the sacred ground of women, with his 2000 book Why Women Can't Hear What Men Don't Say, they freaked out. Some people just don't know how to take criticism. Farrell is far from a whiskey-snorting, muscle-bound proponent of naked masculinity. He's still considered a feminist by nearly everyone except the feminists. Nor does he go out of his way to celebrate the masculine virtues he expounds upon. His attitude is far more that masculinity has more bugs than features. But his work and his research have been groundbreaking, and have paved the way for uncomfortable questions to be asked. And the biggest uncomfortable question for feminism has to be, well, if feminism is all about equality and fairness, how about the places that are unfair to men? As a gender? Crickets. Farrell doesn't hold feminists in particular, or women in general, to account for their behavior, nor does he make a strong case against feminism. He raised interesting questions, most of the Manosphere agrees, and even some of the right questions. But he didn't propose any seriously workable answers. Men, he argues, do need to change themselves. Farrell still seems to believe that men need to change themselves, essentially, to be better for women, not better for themselves. Farrell still seeks some middle ground between the MRM and feminism that means kinder, gentler men, but asks nothing of women except understanding, when it's clear that feminism has no desire or even an interest in understanding men. So eventually someone filled the gap. Someone stood up for men's rights, the legal activism against laws and rulings that are blatantly unfair and inequitable to men as a class. That someone begins with the phallically named website The Spearhead. The Spearhead. There are dozens of blogs that could be considered MRM soapboxes, but there are a few that are key, and only one that is the keystone. The men's rights blogs tend to revolve around The Spearhead, a site devoted to fighting for men's rights. But it's just the latest manifestation of a small but growing social movement that stretches back over 30 years. The Spearhead is a multi-author blog focusing primarily on men's rights. As they say in their About section, some of us have finally started to find our voice, and a number of blogs dedicated to men's issues have appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, creating something of a movement. But movement might be the wrong term, because in our contrived and artificial society the meaning of that word has come to be associated with dilettante radicals with bullhorns and giant puppets making appeals on behalf of sea turtles or some other exotic cause. What sets our movement apart is that many men, because of the real injustices so many of us have faced firsthand, have come to a common awareness that there are serious political, legal, and cultural problems that plague men in our society. That seems a fairly straightforward statement of general principles, and verbally eschews the idea that the way to counter feminism is to adopt feminist strategies to out-feminist them. But the influence is apparent. If you change man to woman, it could have come right out of a feminist manifesto. In fact, many of the men who write and read The Spearhead were directly inspired by, or had serious influence by, modern feminism. There's even a link to Warren Farrell's books, an acknowledgement of his seminal place in the Manosphere. So seeing the blog as a counter-feminist instrument is not too far off the mark. But the focus isn't on anti-feminism. There are plenty of other blogs dedicated to that. It's about men's rights in general, and it frequently acts as a clearinghouse and soapbox for prominent MRM thought leaders. Common topics include marriage reform, divorce reform, sentencing reform, male rights, male reproductive rights, custody reform, and other politically sensitive topics. It also covers such traditional Manospherian elements as fatherhood, seduction and pursuit, why porn matters, and social commentary on gender relations from every angle. It's fascinating to watch from an observer's perspective because while the dedication and devotion to the ideals of the MRM are shared by most of the Manosphere, the MRAs, men's rights activists, get little respect elsewhere in the Manosphere. The stereotypical MRA is a bitter divorced dad, usually college-educated and often with strong liberal or progressive tendencies originally, who tried to out-sensitive his way out of a poor relationship and got his ass handed to him in court as a result. Needless to say, there are plenty of examples along this line, well enough to justify the stereotype. The more radical Manospherians lament the weak tea and overly conciliatory attitudes displayed in some of the Spearhead's posts. Often the MRAs are disparaged as losers by men who have yet to experience the worst parts of the system. For all of their history and dedication, the MRM has actually accomplished very little beyond consciousness raising and information sharing. But that doesn't mean the Spearhead and the MRM aren't important, or their approach isn't useful. It's also fascinating to note that Manboobs, the exploitive site designed to ridicule the Manosphere in general and the MRM in particular, has lambasted the Spearhead repeatedly over the years for having the temerity of seeing men as people entitled to equal rights. Citing it as a haven of misogyny on the feminist side and Mangina land in the coarser areas of the Manosphere's dirty snowball, its critics can't seem to stop cracking jokes long enough to address the real issues that the Spearhead takes on. It's easy to see why feminism has poisoned the well of gender-based activism. Any attempt to challenge the feminist consensus is a threat, and the MRM aims to do just that. It unapologetically works to further the interests and issues of men, as they see them. And there are a lot of dedicated voices determined to work diligently to improve the interests of men and celebrate the accomplishments of masculinity. For example, A Voice for Men. A Voice for Men. Along with the Spearhead, A Voice for Men, another multi-authored blog, acts as a kind of clearinghouse for MRM-related stuff, which makes it the USA Today of the Manosphere. It's also almost unique in that it makes room for all men under its umbrella, while other sites often end up excluding gay, bisexual, and transsexual men from the conversation. A Voice for Men attempts to bring the gender conversation full circle, from a masculine perspective. And it does have plenty of women who comment. As one poster, Roger O. Thornhill, ironically enough, a transgendered male-identified poster, reveals. What was being said struck me, and it was being said by men and women. Women at A Voice for Men? I couldn't believe they were vocal here. What was their true motivation? It left me dumbstruck when I first heard women talking honestly about the pitiful state of our society. Fuck, they see it. It's not just a group paranoid men raving away in cyberspace whilst beating drums. This shit is for real. The vague thoughts I'd had over the years about such matters were based on something that was actually real after all. That's a common refrain from men who have wandered, bitter and dejected, feeling as if the injustices they observe are figments, or if there is merely a conspiracy of silence about them because they only affect men. Or that because they feel bad about how they are being treated that they have somehow offended women because, after all, they're men and men don't have problems, according to feminists. Men are the problem. A Voice for Men has a whole section covering feminism. And it's not mere knee-jerk caveman talk. Many of the posters have detailed knowledge of feminism's inner workings. After all, the same books and lectures are available to both genders, and the men at A Voice for Men want to be able to argue intelligently. In one post, entitled To the Nice Feminists, by John the Other, he makes the distinction. However, the humanist, liberal, sex-positive, nice guy version of feminism you practice, and if I didn't cover your particular flavor, go ahead and add it in, that humanist feminism is not the same ideology taught in university gender studies courses. It is not the feminism which informs the policies of United Nations aid agencies who render assistance to only women and children, and not to men. Your humanist version of feminism is not the one which specifically excludes male gang rape victims from receiving medical aid, shelter and rehabilitation in places where male targeting gang rape are standard practices of war, such as in the Congo. That feminism is not your humanist feminism. Neither is your feminism the version of that ideology which informs a multi-billion-dollar industry which produces egregiously and grotesquely misleading misinformation designed to acculturate hatred and fear in women towards men, which teaches girls to always be victims, and never be self-actualized adults. That is not your humanist feminism either. Your humanist feminism is not the ideology informing almost all domestic violence shelters, and public messaging on DV, selling a totally false story that domestic violence is just evil, violent men, beating on just sweetly innocent and decorative female victims. Your view is not one of demonizing men in our culture so as to guarantee to enable more domestic violence because it works from a totally broken model. Your flavor of humanist feminism is not the one informing a collection of lawyers, social workers, educators, child care specialists, psychologists and other professionals to collaborate on a blog and cheer for plans to eugenically exterminate the male half of the human race. But when you pursue your noble goals under the banner of feminism, even when you prefix it, and say liberal feminism, or humanist feminism, or sex-positive feminism, you are giving cover to those who openly call for the extermination of men. And that's why I don't care what flavor of feminism you practice. You're using the same brand name as murderous, eugenics enthusiast, destroyed due process sexual apartheid gender ideologue elitists for whom violence isn't just an unpleasant option. Violence, when contemplated against children, or men, especially when doled out by state functionaries, is what gets them wet. That's the big, funded, organized and politically established collective with which you identify by name. A Voice for Men recognizes the legitimate role of humanistic feminism and, as John says, and as most in the Manosphere seem to agree, no one wants to turn back the clock to 1950. Or 1850. But there is an observed anti-male bias in our culture that will grind your husbands and brothers and sons into the dust while your daughters thrive. And A Voice for Men wants that trend reversed. That doesn't mean it works particularly effectively. The MRM suffers from an appalling lack of both specific issues upon which to base real activism, and few trained or resourced activists ready to champion those causes at a grassroots level. Considering how important such issues as marriage, divorce, and custody issues are to men, you would expect there to be more foot soldiers under the MRM banner. But the fact is most men don't identify, politically, as men the way that women identify politically as women. That's a fact that both major political parties have stumbled over in recent years. The Democrats have gone to great lengths to appeal and champion the rights of women, as a class, with their relentless pursuit of reproductive rights, pay equity, and other feminist tropes. But as a result of their failure to appeal to the interests or champion the rights of men, as a class, they have left men few political options save the GOP or more radical agendas. Issues that aren't natively seen as men's issues, gun ownership, taxation, property rights, become a gender-based dividing line in our culture without being identified as such. While the Republicans have also failed to appeal to men as male voters, a platform that leans in favor of issues important to men as a gender has attracted otherwise moderate and even liberal men from the Democratic Party, where they see no welcome whatsoever, and no hint of respect. A woman with any interests in reproductive rights sees her gender as defining her position on an issue, one way or another. But men aren't encouraged to see ourselves as men, as part of a gender with unique masculine interests, in part because men are encouraged by feminists to give up their rights in recompense for institutional oppression, and encouraged by conservatives to give up their rights as a sacrifice for the greater common good. Neither side of the aisle attempts to make a pitch to dudes on the basis of them being dudes. Nor has the MRM spawned a large following of local political activists working for a centrally focused male-positive agenda, the way the National Organization of Women managed to come into existence and rise to political power. For women, it's very different. Women are great at grassroots-style organization and low-order collective action, in part because they tend to turn such missions into social events, which in turn become opportunities for higher positioning within the matrix. But I think it's just as valid to point to the feminine facility with communication and consensus for their success at activist organization, compared to the MRM. If you brush the comments section over at the Spearhead or A Voice for Men, you quickly realize that these guys can't agree on enough, ideologically, to organize a parade, much less a national movement. They just can't seem to reach a feminine-style consensus on anything except feminism bad. It's not that the site and its authors lack intellectual rigor, as there are some pretty intriguing, if sometimes obscure, points being made at the Spearhead. It's more that every other part of the Manosphere either wants to co-opt the Spearhead and the nascent MRM to front for their issues, and the MRAs want to focus on some very practical things. There was even an attempted ideological coup d'état in 2011 when an organized group of highly patriarchal right-wing white supremacists tried to win control of the site. The Spearhead's editorial staff threw them out, but not before they'd stirred up plenty of trouble. There's little in the way of direct activism either. Apart from the Million Man March and the Promise Keepers rallies, there haven't been many events targeted specifically and exclusively at us gents. With the civil rights and religious overtones of those two extremes, it becomes difficult for the average suburban dude to get hopping mad over marriage and divorce law until he's been subjected to one or both. And no man wants to entertain the idea that he'll lose custody of his kids. Until he's threatened with it, he probably gives very little thought to custody law. But not the draft. If you had to put your finger on a single, fundamental psychological issue common to all American men, it's that little piece of paper you signed on your 18th birthday that meant that your government could, at its whim, conscript you to go kill people and or possibly die, without you having a darn thing to say about it. Sure, there is currently no draft, merely selective service registration in case of WWII or something, but that's beside the point. Signing that card can color every decision and perspective in that young man's life from then on. If he's not a total idiot, he must realize what it implies. It's the affirmation of his tacit commitment to the state, should it be deemed required, that he will kill and possibly die in its defense or in its service, regardless of his personal feelings or philosophies or inclinations. He's an act of Congress away from involuntary conscription into organized violence. He bears a psychological burden that his sisters will never know. All because he's got a penis. And only because he has a penis. The draft symbolizes that men, as men, are expendable. Disposable, even. Women who aren't faced with this issue, which is all of them, don't know what that can do to you, mentally. If they think of it at all, and most don't, or if it's brought to their attention, they dismiss it as a groundless fear. Likely they consider it the way most modern men think about dying in childbirth, in this day and age. It would never happen. But conscription is an ever-present possibility, dependent upon the wings of fortune and 1,000 different factors, conceded, but a possibility nonetheless. We can be ordered to kill or die by the state without our consent. Just because we're male. That might also explain why boys tend to take a greater interest in politics, foreign affairs, and world events than girls. Imagine some totalitarian nut in Asia starts throwing his weight around, and suddenly we need a million-man army to contend with him. Where do you think that army will come from? And be made up of whom? Boys learn early to watch the horizons of history to see whether or not they will become its casualties. The smart ones do, at any rate. While the all-male draft remains a remote possibility and largely a philosophical issue, the day-to-day reality of divorce, custody, false accusations of rape, and the scourge of hypergamy are where the spearhead and a voice for men shine. While the multi-authored nature of the blogs allow a lot of different male perspectives to be showcased, any misandrous news item is fair game for them, and any example of anti-male bias is blog fodder. While it might suck in terms of traditional activism, the spearhead and a voice for men do a good job of spreading the word and educating men about the masculine deficits in our society, particularly as the rest of the manosphere has grown and linked to it. Associated with the site is author Jack Donovan, whose books on masculine issues are must-reads for the manosphere. Donovan approaches masculinity as a lost art, and treats it with the awe and respect it deserves. His book, The Way of Men, delves into the idea and the ideals of masculinity in an aggressive and unapologetic way. Far from the conciliatory tone of Farrell's books, Donovan seems fiercely proud of masculinity and resents its attack by feminism. Espousing a joyous return to the visceral thrills of our tribal ancestors, Donovan glorifies a robust masculinity for the modern man, emphasizing male strengths such as physical strength and problem-solving and exploring the delicate process of how men are made out of boys through the fellowship of other men. Donovan's perspective has gained a lot of traction as more and more men are looking towards tribal life for clues to heal their wounded masculinity. Going back beyond the agricultural age marriage, 1.0, to the tribal, hunter-gatherer-based cultures, Marriage Beta? Marriage a Half, reveals the essence of masculinity, honed over 100,000 years of fighting wolves and hyenas for the privilege of first dibs on the deer after the lion got through with it. Donovan celebrates those skills and abilities developed for hunting and defending during our tribal years as the essence of masculinity. The profusion of tribal tattoos and the glorification of simple living are hallmarks of the men going their own way movement, as we shall see, but there's a lot of overlap in the dirty snowball. There's even a diet and exercise plan. Going paleo is a high-protein, generally low-carbohydrate, nutrient-dense lifestyle emphasizing natural foods, lots of bacon, and vigorous exercise, play. Part health plan and part primitivist philosophy, the paleo diet is just manlier, its proponents say, than slurping down a pasta-laden lean cuisine with the girls in the break room at lunch. Donovan recognizes the problems with the MRM, and understands that its effectiveness issues are directly related to the way men and women organize differently, according to very different perspectives, in light of feminism. In his highly popular critical essay Reimagining Masculinity, available on his blog, he writes, in 1974, feminist Janet Satzman-Chaftez imagined a utopia where androgyny replaced gender role stereotypes. She hoped that, perhaps by the year 2000, people would move beyond perceiving themselves as being either masculine or feminine, and instead see themselves as merely being human. It is a theme in much of feminist writing that men and women must discover a common humanity and abandon old ideas about the sexes. However, in the case of women, this has consistently been a case of saying one thing and doing another. Only men are expected to see the world in gender-neutral terms. Women organize consistently as a group to advocate for women's interests. Even as they have fought for inclusion in every realm once reserved for men, they have created an entire subculture catering specifically to women. As I write this, there is a women's film festival going on in my town. There are women's gyms, and a dizzying number of women's health and health advocacy organizations. Women have their own magazines, television channels, websites, bookstores, and so on. There is, as Hannah Rosin mentioned, a traveling sisterhood of women helping each other as women, not merely as human beings. Women are acting collectively in their own interests as a sex. But not men. Men do not identify themselves as men, as a special interest group separate and distinct from the rest of society, as has been noted. In the quest for a revalorization of masculinity in the 21st century, the key to success may well lay in just this kind of mental separation from greater society and realization of the existence of distinct men's issues and men's interests as distinctly gender-defined things. Things worthy of putting their political weight behind. Men may well have to abandon the notion that they are responsible for the maintenance of civilization if they hope to keep any of it for themselves. Perhaps feminism envisioned a gender-free society way back in 1974, but what it gave us was in fact a society where gender differences not just persist, but where the genders themselves are struggling against each other. In pointing out the disparity between feminist ideology and feminist practice, Donovan hits upon one of the crucial foundations of the manosphere, the observation and recognition that women, as a class, tend to say one thing and do another from a male perspective. This will become a haunting refrain throughout our journey, one that flies in the face of the feminist insistence on a road toward a gender-free society. Donovan wasn't the first to call it out, and he won't be the last. He continues. The androgynous feminism of Chavez has in practice become a feminism that sells women strength and power, but permits them to maintain a distinct sexual identity and organize to advance their own interests as a sex. We have not become simply human, we still recognize ourselves as men and women, even in 2011. Chavez acknowledged that feminism posed a threat to men, because the change would entail a loss of many concrete prerogatives. She was right about that. By any straightforward measure, feminism required men to progressively transfer power to women. If advances in technology and global exchange had been slower, this transfer might have been more orderly and even-handed. However, in Chavez's lifetime, economic and technological changes happened so rapidly that women were able to capitalize on them and transform the workplace and the social terrain to their liking at once, while men were left standing with their dicks in their hands. Women often say one thing and do another, individually or collectively. Part of that is a communication issue. Women communicate to each other, and to men, in a kind of two-channel mode, in which their verbal communication conveys one message while their subtextual actions convey another. Feminists want an egalitarian, gender-free society, where women are specially protected and afforded greater resources than men. The message and the subtext. Or, as Donovan writes, a common bumper sticker reads, "Feminism is the radical notion that women are human beings." It should read, "Feminism is the radical notion that men should do whatever women say, so that women can do whatever the hell they want." Another common refrain amongst the MRM blogs, and the manosphere in general, is the despair at the self-loathing male encouraged by feminism. Donovan comments about the abortive men's mythopoetic movement of the late 1980s. Many have attempted to reimagine masculinity in a way that repudiates the old, violent patriarchal myths about men, and provides a more peaceful and sexually egalitarian vision of manhood that is compatible with what women want for themselves. The mythopoetic men's movement attempted to do this in the 1980s and early 1990s. In Iron John, poet Robert Bly tapped into folklore and tried to help men get in touch with the wild man. Iron John contained some truthful observations, and it got media attention when it was published in 1990. Feminists saw it as a kind of resurgent sexism and mocked it ruthlessly. In 1995, Michael Kimmel edited a collection of essays titled The Politics of Manhood. Pro-feminist men respond to the mythopoetic men's movement, and the mythopoetic leader's answer. Most of the essays were criticisms of Iron John. The pro-feminists accused Bly and company of everything from homophobia to male hysteria. Had they given Bly a fair read, they would have seen that his wild man was really quite tame. Bly's wild way was explicitly meant to exist in harmony with the feminist project. While it was incompatible with the sci-fi unitard androgyny of Chavez's utopian feminism, Bly's ethos was a response to the way feminism had actually played out on the ground. Bly stated in his response to pro-feminist men that it was important for men to stand up and speak about the pain that millions of women feel, and that as a father he wanted his daughters to have a fair chance. He also denied charges that he or any of the mythopoetic men had any interest in re-establishing patriarchy, and even went on to say that the destructive essence of patriarchy moves to kill the young masculine. Like other feminists and many men's rights activists, he believed that patriarchy hurts most men, too. Donovan and the rest of the manosphere tend to agree, the lack of patriarchy is hurting men far more than its existence ever did. The feminist tendency to conflate patriarchy with masculinity and then force-feed that to their menfolk helped lead to a vapid, pale shadow of masculinity, the metrosexual, that was patriarchy-free and completely and utterly unable to sexually satisfy their women. feminism encouraged male self-loathing to such an extent that it actively opposed 2 generations of men from learning how to do it right. The mythopoetic movement was a prime example. Bly and his fellows were doing everything feminism claimed that it wanted men to do, but looking at how they reacted to the result, one can easily observe a tangible disgust and distaste for their own dickless creations. The MRM tries to combat this pervading sense of misandry in our culture, but it's a hard sell, since feminism has not tolerated any dissent. At this point, any attempt to question its authority on all things gender-related is an invitation to attacks and accusations of misogyny. If one can read the tepid fare of Bly and see a cleverly disguised plot to re-establish the patriarchy, please explain the logic underlying that conclusion to me. A kind of rustic mystic fool like Bly's wild man isn't going to transform a boy into a fully mature male by removing his violent masculinity. As Donovan says, Bly's wild man is a faint reflection of the robust masculinity of our hunter-gatherer ancestors, the kind of active life the modern masculine soul is fighting to find. And that has bugger all to do with the pain that millions of women feel. It has to do with the frustration that millions of men feel. We were trained to be hunters and warriors for thousands of years, and now we're webmasters and business-to-business sales professionals. We were designed to hunt mastodons, and now we're relegated to hunting for the best hotel rate on vacation. Donovan, among many voices in the Manosphere, takes issue with the idea of a mature, non-violent masculinity. Men are violent by nature, he argues, and that's not a bug, it's a feature. Trying to remove aggression and the capacity to break stuff and hurt people from a man results in something far less than mature manhood. The mythopoetics tried to do that, Donovan points out. Sam Keen also attempted to reimagine masculinity by appropriating the language of violent masculinity for disarmed men. In Fire in the Belly, he told men to reject the myth of war and to become fierce gentlemen. Keen's fierce gentleman really had nothing to distinguish himself from a fierce gentlewoman. His virtues were wonder, empathy, a heartful mind, moral outrage, right livelihood, enjoyment, friendship, communion, husbanding, and wildness. None of these are particularly bad values, but they aren't gendered concepts and they have nothing in particular to do with any historical sense of manhood. Feminists, to whom Keen genuflected numerous times, have been in the moral outrage business for years. Or, in other words, stomping your foot and pouting dramatically wins you the respect and admiration of neither women nor men. Being a fierce gentleman with pacifistic overtones doesn't get much accomplished in male society. You're just a talkative idealistic asshole, usually, if you push those virtues. In female society it gets you a lot of female friends who treat you like you're gay. Far from Fire in the Belly, the attempt to co-opt warrior language for the purpose of advanced pussification just led to more and more resentful, frustrated men. The men of the late 20th century were taught to disparage the skills and attitudes that had kept their ancestors alive and procreating as evil. Without the danger and excitement of violence to inspire them, and, coincidentally, be a sexual attractor par excellence, men lost interest, and their women quickly lost interest in them. There was even a derisive term for the mythopoetics, back in the day, snags. Sensitive New Age guys. And what kind of girl wants to hook up with a snag? Snags were self-loathing men in search of masculinity with only women to guide them. Despite all the wailing about the estrangement of fathers from sons and the transfer of masculine power between the generations, the mythopoetics and their snag followers were all too willing to blame themselves, their gender, industrialization, their culture, everyone but the women who were actively fighting to keep mature men from infecting immature boys with patriarchy. The first abortive attempts to recover from this overdose of male hugging and sweat lodges were still overtly pro-feminist. Michael Kimmel tried to come back from snaghood with his 1996 book Manhood in America. He even goes after the weekend warriors and the whiners in a chapter. But in attempting to revalorize masculinity with a feminist tint, Kimmel stumbles badly. His version of masculinity is no more robust than a book club meeting. While touting male sacrifice and willingness to struggle, Kimmel rejects all the sweaty, smelly, bloody bits of traditional manhood in an effort to please the feminists and convince them that men have reformed from their violent past. Of course, Kimmel does this without realizing that no amount of effort to revalorize masculinity will please feminists, nor should it. The problem that Kimmel, Keane, and Bly all shared was that their vision of the 21st century man was essentially a fully mature, masculine male, who was the perfect complement to a 21st century feminist woman. That is, the mature male that the mythopoetics describe is one that has been designed and built to be of better use to women, not one designed by men, for men, taking into account male interests and issues first and foremost. Kimmel's pro-feminist model is one essentially designed to only find value in sacrificing himself for others, of denying his identity as an individual man and submersing himself in the service of society, of family, of his fellow man. There's no true respect for masculinity here, only an attempt to substitute unquestioning toil for our feminist masters for a self-respect and self-mastery implicit in true manhood. Kimmel in particular believes that only by giving up the desire to prove our manhood will we ever become free as men. As we'll see in the chapter on men going their own way, the exact nature of this freedom is elusive and difficult to define, but for Kimmel I envision a lot of foot rubs for tired feminist feet high on the list of challenging priorities. Donovan sees it differently. Indeed, instead of the tireless defender of society, women, envisioned by Kimmel, or the mopey, whiny wistfulness of Bly and Keane, Donovan predicts what came to pass. Relieved of all but the most high-minded, abstract and legally optional expectations, what is to stop men from collectively putting their feet up, breathing a sigh of relief, and doing as little as possible? The pacified, reimagined masculinities of Garcia, Bly, Keane and Kimmel all require men to deny their own interests. The only carrots they dangle for men are obscure and philosophical, and therefore naturally have a very limited appeal. Garcia, Bly, Keane and Kimmel have nothing to say to the man who is looking for a way to better his own circumstances or make his own way in the material world. And that's the role of the MRM in the greater manosphere, to provide a philosophically safe zone to exchange information and perspectives between men, about me, and with the interests of men and men alone in mind. The spearhead, the late, lamented and mollified, Return of Kings and other MRM and related sites act as a kind of center of gravity around which much of the discussion of the manosphere orbits, one in which the specific gender politics of the moment are less important as they are, than the long-term rectification of men and their masculinity. 4. As Donovan notes, the reimaginers of masculinity have realized, perhaps subconsciously, that men still want to feel like men. To humor men and better acclimate them to a captive, powerless existence, the reimaginers have taken it upon themselves to decorate the cage a bit. They have attempted to provide safe narratives that offer men the feel of expressing a virtual virility without the danger it poses to the interests of women and the status quo. They have brainstormed for ways to empower men without actually giving them any real power. To pacify man, they offered him only the mother may I masculinities most compatible with the interests of women. The MRM isn't going to cooperate with that. They may not be able to stop plenty of men from following the Pied Piper of feminism in the mistaken belief that it will lead to a more fulfilling life as a man, but they're damn sure not going to let it happen quietly, without protest. The sexual revolution, the pill, and divorce. The pill changed everything. That and the new independent spirit of womanhood, as feminist authors tried to convince a generation of bright young baby boomer women who not only felt morally obligated to save the world from men and their infernal machines, but that they were also ready to throw off the restraining shackles of agricultural age-style marriage. Women were not sexual chattel anymore, the early feminists declared. And in the late 1960s millions of girls were realizing that saving it for marriage was just silly talk. They wanted to fuck. The sexual revolution's erosion of traditional, agricultural age values was scandalous to the patriarchy, but they were busy elsewhere, fighting the Cold War. The writhings of their daughters and the hirsute state of their sons annoyed them, but they were far more concerned with the menace from the East and the nukes and communist regimes that were sprouting up like daisies in the spring. The last place they were looking for an existential threat to the American way of life was in the state legislatures. But that's where the attack came from. The issue was divorce, and modernizing the antiquated laws surrounding the custom. Divorce laws were designed for use in agricultural societies only in the most extreme situations: severe abuse, bigamy, abandonment, infidelity. With the newfound ability of women to earn and the new mobility enjoyed by Americans, a spate of divorce reform legislation went through various state legislatures without much fuss. Add in the pill the ability for a woman to control her reproduction, and you have a recipe for runaway hypergamy. Throw in abortion rights to take care of any mistakes along the way, and one obstacle after another was being lifted from women and their right to pursue happiness. Popular culture pushed the trend along. Sex and the single girl and fear of flying gave women permission to experiment with premarital sex. Prudence and the pill gave them permission to experiment with infidelity, and Bob and Carol and Ted and Alice gave them permission to explore swinging and wife swapping. And infidelity. It didn't seem to be a big deal at the time. Civil rights, anti-nuclear protests, and the creeping sore of international communism distracted the patriarchy from what was a traditional feminine issue. But the suddenly increasing divorce rate under the new regime got everyone's attention. By 1970 it was nearly impossible to not know someone who had divorced, while a generation before the opposite was true. Soon terms like community property and mental anguish and emotional abuse were becoming common terms outside of law offices. Infidelities that would have been overlooked 10 years before as normal became the basis for divorce complaints. And when women started seeing divorce as a tool of enrichment, particularly in the community property states like California, feminism provided every rationalization they needed for filing. And then it was too late. During this tumultuous period, popular feminism boldly attacked sexism in every cultural manifestation, from protesting the Dallas cowboy cheerleaders to violence in porn movies. Traditional marriage, in particular, was an object of a special fervor. Marriage was, to the feminists, no less than the social sexual enslavement of women. The liberalization of divorce laws, and the number of community property states made it possible for women to leave a bad situation, and the cultural tide rose in support of such a decision. And the definition of a bad situation went from "he beats me" to "I'm not happy." Movies like Kramer vs. Kramer glorified a woman's right to divorce without cause, and a whole generation of women began to realize that the rules that their culture had handed them in girlhood just no longer applied. If they didn't like their marriage, or their husband, or saw a better deal come along with a higher status male, then to death do us part was simply more institutionalized oppression by the patriarchy that could be safely ignored. The scientific term for this is hypergamy. That's when a woman marries up, goes from one socioeconomic status to a higher one through the virtue of her sexuality. And with the pill and the sexual revolution, it became a real problem. The feminists attacked traditional popular culture venues like beauty pageants and debutante societies with revolutionary fervor a Marxist would be proud of. Even former allies in their quest for equality, like Hugh Hefner's Playboy empire, became targets of their ire. Anywhere women were sexualized, from beer ads to restroom signs, was fair game for protest. Meanwhile, younger women were becoming sexually active, getting married, and then getting divorced, often to move on to a more secure or successful mate. And thanks to the pill, trying out that new dude was so much easier when you didn't have to worry about having his bastard. And thanks to liberal divorce laws and community property states, making a move up and taking a generous portion of your first husband's money with you became an ideal mating strategy. Feminism didn't see that as a problem. Liberal divorce laws merely meant that women could get out of a poor marriage and into better ones, while protecting her rights and interests. If she happened to marry up in a fit of hypergamy, well, that was her choice as a free woman of the 20th century. But it threw the mating strategies of men into a tizzy. Feminism and the pill overthrew the existing male/female sexual dynamic model. The everyone gets married for life to have sex paradigm, often known as marriage 1.0, was summarily replaced without having anything workable to replace it with. As often is the case in revolutions, the unforeseen consequences of such mass and dramatic changes have spawned problems as large as those the revolution was attempting to solve. In this case, the family planning led to what was called serial monogamy, a justification for hypergamy that is generally against the common male interest. Serial monogamy makes divorce almost inevitable in a system designed to deal with permanent unions. Serial monogamy led to 2 generations of ad hoc stepfamilies, and strings of marriages that mocked the permanency of the institution. And that had other consequences still further down the road. But after the radical change in economy resulting from women entering the industrial workforce, the social liberalization of sex and sexuality and its impact on the institution of marriage seemed a small and petty thing at the time. Since it meant you got laid a lot more in college, college-aged women were the vanguard of the first wave of pill takers. It made college even more attractive than its draft-protecting status would suggest. The number of land-grant colleges and state universities built to accommodate the influx of students under the GI Bill were now stuffed with horny young people, and now, thanks to feminist agitation, the number of coeducational students or coeds, girls, on campus, on the pill, and in teenage heat, was skyrocketing. It was a pussy paradise, if you had even halfway decent game. Or weed. Of course those comely coeds became vicious, hypergamous ex-wives a decade later, but they were so cute when they were young. Feminism didn't start out encouraging divorce, but when a woman looked at the realities of the situation, it was difficult not to be tempted. The pill made experimenting with things like swinging, wife-swapping, and general promiscuity fulfillable fantasies, but all too often the casual experiment with infidelity segued into full-blown, marriage-destroying affairs. Even if a wife stayed faithful to her vows, the young, pretty feminist in her husband's office had no issues with hypergamy. Feminism's attack on masculinity in general made all the usual male attitudes and actions that had kept such things in check a generation before into emotional abuse when filtered through feminist rhetoric. And that was certainly adequate grounds for divorce. Women in general have an odd tendency to surround, support, and encourage another woman to end her marriage, for some reason. Whether it allows them to build on each other's rationalizations or it's a genuine outpouring of sympathy for a difficult time or both, when a woman says she's considering a divorce, she seems to have a phalanx of protective friends solidify around her. That certainly made both infidelity and hypergamy easier when women covered for each other and men stopped beating up other men for doing their sisters. While feminism was encouraging women to dump their husbands and get their own careers, it was also pushing for an increasingly thorough level of state assistance for single moms. It encouraged single mothers to believe they were just as capable of raising a child to adulthood as a 2-parent family, because the feminist ideal was that women can do anything, the patriarchy lets them. 2 generations of data have shown that the single mother/state support model of the American family is not the ideal for raising kids, at least not kids with the best shot at being a benefit to our society. Single mothers don't feel as if they have it all, they feel overwhelmed and overworked and underappreciated, tainted by divorce or having a child out of wedlock. Hardly the picture of the fun, fearless female feminism's second wave was trying to promote. But we all know the divorce statistics. And the deeper you go into them analytically, the more depressing they become. Especially when you look at this upcoming generation, the third to have to deal with the feminist celebration of divorce and condemnation of masculinity. Serial monogamy and hypergamy are messing up our kids faster than tainted pizza at Chuck E. Cheese. Emotionally speaking, divorce is bad for kids. Nearly as bad was the debris left behind feminism's restructuring of society and culture. Women are frequently encouraged by their support networks to divorce and remarry upward. That is, marry the man you fell in love with in college, have your 2 kids, then fall in love all over again with the far more successful man you met at that conference in Aspen. Divorce chump A, marry chump B, and you get a raise, a better house, and a free babysitter every other weekend and 2 weeks during the summer. The feminist-inspired glorification of hypergamous divorce left a trail of bitter, devastated men behind, men who had entered into marriage with the fantasy of happily ever after in their hearts as thoroughly as any schoolgirl, and yet who ended up alienated from their children and sometimes even working overtime to pay child support that he knows will go to support his ex-wife's new boyfriend. 2 generations later, the effects of that chaotic time are still being felt. And while birth control has become more reliable, safer, and nearly ubiquitous, giving women unparalleled freedom over their reproductive destiny. It fueled the divorce boom that put such fear of the dreaded word into the hearts of children everywhere. That fear of divorce is by far the most overwhelming reason young people give for not getting married. Shacking up, screwing, cohabitating, but when you start picking out rings, things have fundamentally changed since 1950. For the first time in human history, something other than death was responsible for the end of most marriages. That's a problem, but like climate change or urban decay, it's a problem you can only see when you study the situation with the perspective of time and maturity. And that is the province, in the Manosphere, of the wise old men. The wise old men, WOM. The mythic archetype of the wise old man extends back to the wizards of the ancient world, the sophists of Greece and the Brahmins of India. The sage advice from older, more experienced, and presumably wiser men, from Merlin the magician to Obi-Wan Kenobi, has been an archetypical staple of our culture for over 5,000 years. Beyond the mythic, however, the dispensing of mature wisdom and sage advice was once the realm of the patriarchy. That is, of the fathers and grandfathers in a person's life. While there is certainly a wealth of knowledge and wisdom to be gleaned from older women, as well, the steady, calming influence of wise old men was a stabilizing factor in the lives of generations. With the onset of rampant hypergamy and divorce, paternal estrangement and weekend dads, aggressive feminism and damaged masculinity, the chain of paternal wisdom was broken, in some families irrevocably. Dismissing such wisdom as essentially harmful, as it perpetuated the patriarchy, feminism ended up spawning as a result. 2 generations of boys grew up without the benefit of fatherly wisdom, the sort of rites of passage that help transform an adolescent into a man. Like many things, you have to go way back to see it in perspective. Back to the time before writing. In tribal or early agricultural cultures, the wisdom of the fathers was an omnipresent force in daily life, and the endless cycle of hunting or herding or planting and harvesting was guided largely by their lore. When the economic shift was made to public education and industrialization, and the nature of our settlement became far more transitory and even migratory, the close familial bonds of the village and even the extended industrial family were broken. It's hard for a young man to get daily guidance on how to conduct his affairs by older and wiser heads when those heads are 2,000 miles across country, and you see them every couple of years at best. The cultural longing for this missing father was expressed most passionately, perhaps, in George Lucas' iconic Star Wars movies. The first movie in particular notes the need for a young man, Luke, without a father, making the transition from boy to man through the twin agencies of assertive warrior masculinity, Han Solo, and mature paternal wisdom, Obi-Wan Kenobi. There's a reason why that movie struck a chord for my generation and founded the modern collectible toy industry. It was about our daddy issues. What happens when the chain of wisdom and the influence of respected wise old men is broken? Chaos, anarchy, perpetual adolescence, the Puerarchy, in other words. With no guiding force and mature wisdom to bring these boys into full manhood, they have remained locked in guyhood, instead. Often they make the same stupid mistakes over and over again, with little more input than what they get on television, from their equally immature dude friends, and on the internet. But where society has broken this chain, the internet may well be splicing it back together. Not from father to son, but from one anonymous internet blogger to thousands of avid readers, hungry for sage advice on a multitude of topics. This particular corner of the dirty snowball can be considered the territory of the wise old men. Despite the masculine propensity toward hierarchical ranking systems reflecting achievement and respect, there seems to be an overwhelming desire on the part of many older denizens of the Manosphere to help out the young and struggling men who find themselves faced with the chaotic status quo. There is an even greater desire on the part of these young men, many of whom had distant, absent, or non-existent fathers, to find words of wisdom in unsettled times. While women become women by virtue of their biology, men, it has always been understood, are made by other men. When you take the important masculine influence to guide, direct, and instruct away from male development, you get physical and mental maturity without the perspective and emotional maturity of a fully realized masculinity. In other words, you get the Puerarchy, and more on them in their own chapter. The wise old men seek to mitigate the Puerarchy by converting as many hapless, misinformed young beta dudes into nascent self-confident and fully realized men as possible. Note I said mitigate the Puerarchy, not destroy it. Their goal isn't to make society a nicer place for women to live in, it's to make more fully formed masculine specimens who are looking out for their own interests as men. While the altruism of this might escape some feminist readers, a well-argued case can be made against the idiocy of persuading young men to work against their own best interests. Think of it as boy power if you must, but the wise old men want every former beta dude to transform into his fullest, cockiest potential. It's difficult to pick just a few of the wise old men to focus on. Given perfect anonymity and a huge potential audience, any idiot is free to get online, vent his spleen, and gain a following of like-minded idiots. But after sifting through hundreds of sites filled with wisdom in various degrees of cogency and rationality, a few consistent voices rise out of the din. These are the wise old men who have not just provided a track record of insightful blog posts, but who have actively participated within the greater realm of the manosphere, and as a result have garnered the respect of their peers for their wisdom. The Badger Hut. Badger has been writing this blog since 2011, after spending time on more formative manosphere blogs like Hooking Up Smart and Married Man's Sex Life as a regular commenter. His insights were so potent that he was urged to begin his own little patch of literary masculinity at the Badger Hut. What followed was Manosphere Gold. Badger is a mysterious figure on purpose. Just a guy with an opinion, but he states his opinion cogently, forcefully, and with a large dose of pragmatic sensitivity. Most of what he blogs is straight-up common sense, like his inaugural post about breaking up, featuring this sensible advice to a girl on breaking up with a boy in college for the first time. Don't put off breaking up when you know you want to. Prolonging the situation only makes it worse. Tell him honestly, simply, kindly, but firmly. Don't make a big production. Don't make up an elaborate story. This will help you avoid a big tear-jerking scene if you want to date. Other people say so. Be prepared for the boy to feel hurt and rejected even if you've gone together for only a short time. And haven't been too serious, there's still a feeling of rejection. When someone says she prefers the company of others to your exclusive company, but if you're honest and direct, and avoid making a flowery emotional speech when you break the news, the boy will respect you for your frankness. And honestly, he'll appreciate the kind of straightforward manner in which you told him your decision. Unless he's a real jerk or a crybaby, you'll remain friends. The sensitivity and insight into male psychology regarding such an intense and personal moment is communicated clearly, and with some knowledge of how female minds work. Such sensitive fare is hardly Badger's only contributions, however. He frequently offers game advice, particularly in-depth studies of specific issues of game, mostly single game. Included in his musings are such gems as this note on the beer shield. Keeping a beer close to your chest is a sign of insecurity. It's no different from playing with your phone in a bar. It tells the other people around you, hey everyone, I'm awkward and have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing with myself right now. It signals desperation and confusion to the opposite sex. More importantly, it's counterproductive to an approach mentality. And this, breaking down the female dislike of nice guys. Recall also that even for women who really do like the nice guy, the nice is very rarely the actual attractive quality. That normally comes from other value stores like social proof and emotional connection. When a woman is attracted to you, you can be the nice to her and not worry about pushing her away. But if she's not attracted to you, being the nice is either neutral or will actively repel her further. Once she's attracted, the nice can be used to further the relationship, as you are showing your own availability and investment. And Badger's game axioms neatly summarize the red pill approach to life and mating for the 21st century male. Change is possible. Game effective male pursuit and seduction as a mating strategy is a learnable and teachable skill, not necessarily just an inborn talent. If a man is languishing in the penalty box of the combat dating arena, or is facing divorce, game teaches us that change towards a more fulfilling, powerful and effective masculine paradigm is possible. There is no magic wand, no conversion experience, no secret formula. Game is an acquirable toolkit for running your interpersonal affairs, no more, no less. game is worth the effort. A lot of men look at the massive information needed to run good game and feel like it's a master's class and something that should just happen naturally. Or they see game as an artificial, fake, or manipulative scheme with no real endpoint save getting your rocks off. What they don't understand is that game doesn't just give you the ability to pursue and seduce, it gives you the social and scientific context in which mating occurs, which is a powerful tool regardless of your situation. Yes, the juice is worth the squeeze. Game means things are different. Those who wish to fall back on traditional masculinity as a source for their game might be on the right track, but game encompasses many elements for seduction and pursuit that traditional masculinity may eschew. Yet as a new perspective on 21st century masculinity evolves, doubtless game skills will be considered a major aspect of it. But you can't pretend that we're dating in 1950 anymore, or 1850. You have to acknowledge the red pill reality of the situation, and that means acknowledging that traditional masculinity doesn't fully work in a post-industrial world. The precise techniques of your game may, and will, change as social nuances change, but the core axioms remain intact regardless of that. But Badger's biggest contribution to the manosphere has got to be his relentless dissection and analysis of the alpha/beta dichotomy, and how to overcome terminal betatude. Note on terminology. Within the manosphere, the terms alpha, beta, and other Greek designations are thrown around with casual regularity, but thanks to the developing sophistication of the sphere, these terms can often mean different things depending on context. The core of the issue is the original co-option of anthropological and sociological terminology by early game bloggers, most notably Rawasi. Rawasi used the terms alpha and beta to designate guys who get laid and guys who don't get laid, exclusively. For our purposes, when I am using the term this way, I will capitalize the whole word. Think of it as a yin/yang, positive/negative sort of thing. Beyond that lies Vox Day's socio-sexual hierarchy, which employs the terms alpha and beta, but also adds the other Greek letters as designations for specific social groupings and personality responses within the context of the sexual marketplace, i.e. wherever people are meeting, mating, bedding and wedding. When terms are used in this context, I will capitalize only the first letter. And just to make things murkier, when Athol K., author of the popular and seminal Married Man's Sex Life blog, co-opted the terminology yet again to describe patterns of male behavior within a long-term relationship with a woman, he used alpha to mean behaviors that inspire sexual arousal and beta to mean behaviors designed to build a sense of comfort and security. For our purposes, seeing the terms in lowercase only will indicate this meaning. If you remain confused about this, take solace that you are not alone. But I digress. Badger's focus is how to slowly but surely retrain a man toward a more assertive, self-confident, game-approved posture likely to lead to a more fulfilling life. And he's really good at it. Specifically, he specializes in nuances of approach. That is, talking to women for the first time as a first step toward seduction. Most of his advice is found frequently elsewhere on the manosphere, but Badger goes beyond simple PUA. Badger wants to see young guys hook up, but he's far more interested, like many manospherans, in the greater societal context that has produced such lackluster examples of timid masculinity. Feminism and social programs are a frequent target, of course, but Badger avoids the crude and sensationalistic in favor of the calm, measured, and persuasive rhetoric that seems far more useful to the average reader than yet another polemic about how icky feminists are. Badger tells you why feminists are icky. Vox Day Alpha Game. Vox Day is the pseudonym of a gentleman running the Alpha Game website. His subtitle is Breaking the Chains, Winning the Games, and Saving Western Civilization. It's clear he feels passionate about the subjects of men, women, gender, masculinity, and their role in our lives. Vox is a highly respected game theorist in the manosphere, an oft-cited source for definitive interpretations of game dynamics. He writes in a cool, rational, level-headed style that suggests a professional background. Vox is widely seen as fitting well within the wise old men category of the manosphere. While he devotes a fair amount of time to game specifics, he also goes beyond them to theorize about the underlying factors that make games successful and necessary to men in the modern Western world. But it wasn't his pick-up advice that attracted my attention. Vox first came to my attention when I lucked across a response he did to a Peggy Noonan piece. This isn't unusual, as with most places in the blogosphere, the Manosphere blogs are often reactive to other writers. Occasionally a piece or an event will make the rounds, with every major Manosphere blogger voicing his opinion. Sometimes these posts are crude, to say the least. Vox's posts, however, are noteworthy for their well-written intelligence, insight, and commentary. Here's the Peggy Noonan piece that attracted my attention. Peggy Noonan complains about the coarsening of societal discourse, and in particular, the publicly demeaning and diminishing of women based on the fact that they are women, in her article titled America's Real War on Women. As one would expect of yet another article about the difficulty of women's lives written by a woman, it is long on emotion and short on logic. But it is also more than a little amusing. Noonan's theory, you see, is that the internet is to blame. Curse those inanimate objects and their iniquitous ways. It is neither the internet nor the anonymous commentary it provides that has brought about the ongoing revolution of the male perspective concerning what once used to be known as the fair sex. It is, rather, the result of the first generation steeped in feminist propaganda from kindergarten to college graduation reaching an age where their voices are finally being heard. And the voice of the male half of Generation X and those generations following it is a contemptuous one indeed, because many of these men, including some of the most articulate, understand how utterly they were lied to by every authority figure they ever knew concerning the opposite sex. In elementary school, we were taught that girls were just as good as boys, but we must never, ever hit them back even when they physically attacked us. Like most boys, I got in a few fights in elementary school, but the only one for which I ever got in trouble was one that was instigated by a girl. Despite all of the much vaunted equality we'd been taught, I was the one who got in trouble, even though she not only hit me first but had about 6 inches and 20 pounds on me. That day I, and every other boy on the playground, learned an important lesson in how seriously we could take our lessons in sexual equality and the law. In high school, we were repeatedly instructed by our mothers and female friends that girls only wanted nice guys, real gentlemen who would treat them well and put them on the pedestals they deserved by virtue of their sex. Then we watched them uniformly ignore those nice young gentlemen in favor of the socially dominant and the athletic. In college, we were told that women were just as interested in sex as men, but that having sex with them while they were drunk was rape, having sex with them when they regretted it the next day was rape, and not having sex with them was also rape if they felt sufficiently spurned. When we entered the workforce, we were told that women only wanted equal pay for equal work, then watched as they called in sick more often than we did, came in later and went home earlier than we did, asked us for help in doing their jobs, then were handed promotions and raises by virtue of their affairs with the middle managers and executives. And if we made the mistake of expressing interest in a woman while committing the sin of being insufficiently attractive, we were accused of sexual harassment and pursued by the evil harpies of human resources. This is the new societal reality, and it is not only one that women created, it is one that women demanded. While our fathers, grandfathers and great-grandfathers made it possible, they only did so at the instigation of women who sought liberation from the oppression of patriarchy. The society that Noonan decries is the very society for which women fought so long and hard. The men of Noonan's generation at 62, she is a baby boomer, still operate under the assumption that women will behave as they did when their behavior was kept in check by traditional expectations. They still believe in the myth of the fair sex. They still subscribe to the imaginary concept of the gentler sex. The men who grew up playing Atari and Intellivision, or Sega and Nintendo, or even Sony and Xbox, know better. What Noonan is witnessing is not male diminishing of women because they are women, but rather, well-merited male contempt for women due to their observed behavior. While it is not true that all women are sluts, in a recent anonymous survey, I found that 31% of women reported cheating on a serious boyfriend and 24% of married men reported that their wives had been unfaithful to them. Men have long understood that instinctual male behavior was barbaric at heart and needed to be suppressed in order for civilization to prevail. What was forgotten was that instinctual female behavior was even less civilized. What Noonan decries is little more than an abandonment of the philosophy of Wollstonecraft, Sanger and de Beauvoir in favor of a return to the recognized wisdom of vastly superior philosophers such as Aristotle, Aquinas and Schopenhauer. Led by a small cadre of practical game theoreticians, most notoriously the brilliantly dour Rawasi, more and more men are taking the red pill and rejecting the pretty lies they have been told throughout the entire course of their education and upbringing. Some are choosing to go their own way. Others are improving the quality of their marriages, and still others are using their newfound knowledge to plow through the opposite sex like Visigoths and Vandals sacking Rome. What Peggy Noonan does not realize is that whereas men once assumed that a woman was a lady until proven otherwise, increasing numbers of them assume women are shallow and superficial until they are provided with credible evidence to the contrary. This stunning, eloquent condemnation of feminism and its proponents doesn't condescend to ad hominem attacks or shaming, it presents a precise, cogent argument why Noonan is a few smokes shy of a pack on this subject. Like many bloggers in the Manosphere, Vox's commentary is colored by not just his own experiences, but his own education. Unlike feminism, which relies on academics and ivory towers for credentialed opinions, carefully filtered and controlled, the very practical nature of game makes such real-world experience and the ability to discourse on it intelligently the only true credential needed to gain popularity in the Manosphere. And Vox's blog is filled with clear, insightful discussion. He is a strong proponent of the game concepts of the sexual marketplace, SMP, and sexual market value, SMV, and the effect they have on the rest of society. Some of his more popular and thoughtful posts include The Christianity of Game, The Social Sexual Hierarchy, Why We Shit Test, and Of Sluts and Insecurity. Vox is firmly in the feminism screwed up the West camp, although he's a lot more analytical than most, and he has a strong dislike for the hypocrisy of the trad cons, the traditional conservatives whom he sees as aiding and abetting feminism's war on men. But Vox's greatest contribution to the Manosphere and game in general is his development of the Vox Day socio-sexual hierarchy. Unsatisfied with Rawasi's simplistic classification of men into alphas and betas, with alphas getting laid and betas becoming sexually starved, Vox put some effort and thought into a more accurate classification. Presented with annotation is the result. The Vox Day socio-sexual hierarchy. Alpha. The alpha is the tall, good-looking guy who is the center of both male and female attention. The classic star of the football team who is dating the prettiest cheerleader. The successful business executive with the beautiful, stylish, blonde, size 0 wife. All the women are attracted to him, while all the men want to be him, or at least be his friend. At a social gathering like a party, he's usually the loud, charismatic guy telling self-flattering stories to a group of attractive women who are listening with interest. However, alphas are only interested in women to the extent that they exist for the alpha's gratification, physical and psychological. They are actually more concerned with their overall group status. Lifetime sexual partners equals 4 times average plus. Beta. Betas are the good-looking guys who aren't as uniformly attractive or socially dominant as the alpha, but are nevertheless confident, attractive to women, and do well with them. At the party, they are the loud guys' friends who showed up with the alcohol and who are flirting with the Tier 1 women and cheerfully pairing up with the Tier 2 women. Betas tend to genuinely like women and view them in a somewhat optimistic manner, but they don't have a lot of illusions about them either. Betas tend to be happy, secure in themselves, and are up for anything their alpha wants to do. When they marry, it is not infrequently to a woman who was one of the alpha's former girlfriends. Lifetime sexual partners equals 2 to 3 times average. Delta, the normal guy. Deltas are the great majority of men. They can't attract the most attractive women, so they usually aim for the second-tier women with very limited success, and stubbornly resist paying attention to all of the third-tier women who are comfortably in their league. This is ironic, because deltas would almost always be happier with their closest female equivalents. When a delta does manage to land a second-tier woman, he is constantly afraid that she will lose interest in him and will, not infrequently, drive her into the very loss of interest he fears by his non-stop dancing of attendance upon her. In a social setting, the deltas are the men clustered together in groups, each of them making an occasional foray towards various small gaggles of women before beating a hasty retreat when direct eye contact and engaged responses are not forthcoming. Deltas tend to put the female sex on pedestals and have overly optimistic expectations of them. If a man rhapsodizes about his better half or is an inveterate white knight, he is almost certainly a delta. Deltas like women, but find them mysterious, confusing, and are sometimes secretly a little afraid of them. Lifetime sexual partners equals 1 to 1.5 times average. Gamma, the introspective, the unusual, the unattractive, and all too often the bitter. Gammas are often intelligent, usually unsuccessful with women, and not uncommonly all but invisible to them. The gamma alternates between placing women on pedestals and hating the entire sex. This mostly depends upon whether an attractive woman happened to notice his existence or not that day. Too introspective for their own good, gammas are the men who obsess over individual women for extended periods of time and supply the ranks of stalkers, psycho-jealous ex-boyfriends, and the authors of excruciatingly romantic rhyming doggerel or highly derivative and unimaginative science fiction ed. In the unlikely event they are at the party, they are probably in the corner muttering darkly about the behavior of everyone else there, sometimes to themselves. Gammas tend to have a worship/hate relationship with women, the current direction of which is directly tied to their present situation. However, they are sexual rejects, not social rejects. Lifetime voluntary sexual partners equals half times average. Omega, the truly unfortunate. Omegas are the social losers who were never in the game. Sometimes creepy, sometimes damaged, often clueless, and always undesirable. They're not at the party. It would never have crossed anyone's mind to invite them in the first place. Omegas are either totally indifferent to women or hate them with a borderline homicidal fury. Lifetime sexual partners, less than 2. Sigma, the outsider who doesn't play the social game and manage to win at it anyhow. The Sigma is hated by alphas because Sigmas are the only men who don't accept or at least acknowledge, however grudgingly, their social dominance. NB, alphas absolutely hate to be laughed at, and a Sigma can often enrage an alpha by doing nothing more than smiling at him. Everyone else is vaguely confused by them. In a social situation, the Sigma is the man who stops in briefly to say hello to a few friends accompanied by a Tier 1 girl that no one has ever seen before. Sigmas like women, but tend to be contemptuous of them. They are usually considered to be strange. Gammas often like to think they are Sigmas, failing to understand that Sigmas are not social rejects. They are at the top of the social hierarchy despite their refusal to play by its rules. Lifetime sexual partners equals 4 times average plus. Lambda, those men who have quite literally no interest in conventional male-female sexual relations. They clearly have their own hierarchy of sorts, but I can't say that I know much about it other than it appears to somehow involve youth, free weights, and mustaches. Lifetime sexual partners equals 10 times average plus. To this list Vox adds. Now, it is important to keep in mind that it serves absolutely no purpose to identify yourself in some manner that you think is better or higher up the hierarchy. No one cares what you think you are, and your opinion about your place in the social hierarchy is probably the opinion that matters least. There is no good or bad here, there is only what happens to be observable in social interaction. Consider, alphas seemingly rule the roost and yet they live in a world of constant conflict and status testing. Sigmas usually acquire their outsider status the hard way. One seldom becomes immune to the social hierarchy by virtue of mass popularity in one's childhood. Betas, okay, betas actually have it pretty good. But the important thing to keep in mind is that you can improve your chances of success in the social game if you begin by attempting to deceive yourself as to where you stand vis-a-vis everyone else around you. This classification system might seem unscientific, but then again, this is observational science, not experimental science. By virtue of observation of the sexual marketplace, and submitted for peer review, Vox Day's hierarchy is widely used in the more sophisticated quarters of the Manosphere, leading to often confusing arguments with more Greek letters than an intramural football tournament. The Rational Male, Rollo Tomasi. Rollo has been writing The Rational Male since August 16, 2011, transferring many of his posts from the dating blog SoSuave to his own by popular demand. A staple of the Manosphere both for his blog and his comments on other blogs, Rollo is a leading voice in staking out what masculinity faces and what it should become in this new century. Using another quote from sci-fi classic film The Matrix, "Why do my eyes hurt? Because you've never used them." As his subtitle, Rollo is as hardcore a red pill man as you could ask for. Emphasizing the importance of reason and logic in our civilization, and its importance over the emotional rhetoric we are so often inundated with, Rollo has made some very keen observations about the current state of the sexual marketplace, including posts on the myth of the soul mate, men committing suicide over women, balancing sexual pluralism, and other intriguing subjects. Rollo writes and consults as a first-class game blogger, but his insights into the greater masculine realm and his deep understanding of the power blocks associated with the male/female dynamic put him in the wise old man class, regardless of his age. Rollo, a long-married man himself, takes issue with the alpha/beta balancing act proposed by Athol K., myself, and other married bloggers, at least from the standpoint that he sees it as a capitulation to women that we are, in trying to have a smoother and happier marriage, attempting to placate our wives and make ourselves better for them than for ourselves. That being said, Rollo also heaps a fair amount of praise on those married red pill men who are daring enough to attempt that balance. While he doesn't quite see marriage as a means of men going their own way, he's at least willing to consider the idea as a possibility. Rollo is an alpha purist, that is, he sees little masculine value in the development of beta qualities in men under the assumption that modern men are overly devoted to beta anyway, thanks to feminism. Rollo sums up the dilemma concisely. There are certain femisphere bloggers who'd advocate the building of a better beta. Their presumptions are based on the same misguided feminization that resulted in the greater feminization of the men Hugo Schwitzer complains about, for women, in his article. They fear a pushback towards masculine alpha dominance will result in a generation of assholes, devoid of the nurturing beta qualities they thought women could identify more with. Yet they simultaneously bemoan the absence of dominant, arousal-inspiring, alpha aspects of masculinity in men today. Of course, considering the rise of the Puerarchy, it seems that women got just the assholes they feared, but again I digress. Rollo's insights are capstoned with his Tomasi's iron rules of love, dating, and relationships in the dating 2.0 world, including such doozies of cosmic male wisdom as Iron Rule of Tomasi No. 1. Frame is everything. Always be aware of the subconscious balance of whose frame in which you are operating. Always control the frame, but resist giving the impression that you are. The concept of frame is yet another ephemeral idea that had need of a term in the very beginnings of the great masculine awakening that's become the community. If memory serves, I think it may have been Mystery who first picked up on what's really a very rudimentary and well-established psychological principle. In psych terms, frame is an often subconscious, mutually acknowledged personal narrative under which auspices people will be influenced. One's capacity for personal decisions, choices for well-being, emotional investments, religious beliefs and political persuasions, amongst many others, are all influenced and biased by the psychological narrative framework under which we are most apt to accept as normalcy. Iron Rule of Tomasi No. 2. Never, under pain of death, honestly or dishonestly reveal the number of women you've slept with or explain any detail of your sexual experiences with them to a current lover. The single most disastrous AFC move a man can make is to overtly describe past sexual experiences and or give a number, accurate or not, to how many women he's been with prior to the one he's with. Iron Rule of Tomasi No. 3. Any woman who makes you wait for sex, or by her actions implies she is making you wait for sex, the sex is never worth the wait. When a woman makes you wait for sex, you are not her highest priority. Sexuality is spontaneous chemical reaction between two parties, not a process of negotiation. It's sex first, then relationship, not the other way around. A woman who wants to fuck you will find a way to fuck you. Iron Rule of Tomasi No. 4. Never under any circumstance live with a woman you aren't married to or are not planning to marry in within 6 months. You are utterly powerless in this situation. Never buy a home with a girlfriend, Never sign a rental lease with a girlfriend. Never agree to move into her home, and absolutely never move a woman into your own established living arrangement. Iron Rule of Tomasi number 5. Never allow a woman to be in control of the birth. Always have protection. I've had far too many guys hit me with the argument that they implicitly trust their girlfriends to be on the pill or whatever, and that she doesn't want kids, only to be an unprepared daddy 9 months later after the accident. The only accident they had was not being in control of the birth themselves. In fact, I'd argue that men need to use extra caution when in an LTR, since the ease of getting too relaxed with her is present. Iron Rule of Tomasi number 6. Women are utterly incapable of loving a man in the way that a man expects to be loved. Women are incapable of loving men in a way that a man idealizes as possible, in a way he thinks she should be capable of. Iron Rule of Tomasi number 7. It is always time and effort better spent developing new, fresh, prospective women than it will ever be in attempting to reconstruct a failed relationship. Never root through the trash once the garbage has been dragged to the curb. You get messy, your neighbors see you do it, and what you thought was worth digging for is never as valuable as you thought it was. Even if you could go back to where you were, any relationship you might have with an ex will be colored by all of the issues that led up to the breakup. In other words, you know what the end result of those issues has been. It will always be the 800-pound gorilla in the room in any future relationship. Iron Rule of Tomasi number 8. Always let a woman figure out why she won't fuck you, never do it for her. An integral part of maintaining the feminine imperative as the societal imperative involves keeping women as the primary sexual selectors. Iron Rule of Tomasi number 9. Never self-deprecate under any circumstance. This is a kiss of death that you self-initiate and is the antithesis of the prize mentality. Once you've accepted yourself and presented yourself as a complete douche, there's no going back to confidence with a woman. Never appeal to a woman's sympathies. Her sympathies are given by her own volition, never when they are begged for. Women despise the obligation of sympathy. And so on. Rollo's Iron Rules have been outstanding commentary and useful advice, nearly as popular as Rawasi's 16 Commandments of Poon. Yet Rollo, for all of his gamesmanship, is more concerned with the masculine soul than its libido. His blog is filled with good advice and cautionary tales, like a mysterious good neighbor who lives next door and is always ready to throw some advice over the fence. Deddy is not a blogger to my knowledge. Deddy is, however, one of the most respected commenters in the Manosphere, and his comments have become so astute and legendary that he has attracted a kind of small fan club that follows him around and excerpts his best stuff for a blog about Deddy's comments called Deddy Nation. Deddy certainly fills the wise old man stereotype on the Manosphere. A mysterious figure who doesn't hesitate to unload some seriously cogent and often biting comments, his appearance on a blog's comment roll is indicative of a truly noteworthy posting. One could, I suppose, track the best of the Manosphere simply by tracking Deddy's posts on it. Some of his advice is directly for his women readers, of which he has a few. 10 things women can do right now to improve their attractiveness. 1. Learn how to make one meal. Spaghetti with a meat sauce, a vegetable, a salad, and a white wine. Simple and fast. 2. Improve the makeup you wear. Find a look that works for you and that you're comfortable with. 3. Start growing your hair out. 4. If you are not sexually promiscuous, don't start. If you are, stop. Stop right now. 5. Take a mental inventory of who you are and your life experiences. What is interesting about you? What do you like to do? What do you find interesting? The idea is that you're trying to find things about you that you can offer a man besides physical appearance. Your appearance and allure will attract a man, but what then? You must be able to offer something aside from your appearance. Find out what those things are. 6. Stop reading and trying to implement sex and relationship advice from women's magazines. 7. Compliment every person you see today. 8. Get to bed early tonight and get a good night's sleep. 9. Get rid of one article of clothing that you like, but you know doesn't look good on you. 10. Stop eating after 7 p.m. every night, unless you're on an evening out. And this advice to young men. Women hold the sex card. They decide when and under what circumstances sex happens. You hold the investment and commitment card. You decide how much time, money and resources you will give women, how much commitment you will give them, and when that commitment will be made. And this. The way you attract women is to be the best man you can be. Work on your body and keep it reasonably fit. At least make it look like you care about how your body looks. Do your own thing. Do things you enjoy. Get good at something. Do not sit on your behind at home, watching TV or surfing the internet. Get out there and do things, meet people and go places. Have a good cadre of male friends, and when you get with a girl, do not ditch them. Have a life separate from your girlfriend. You want her in your life, but you do not need her. If she fits into your life, great. If she doesn't, then end it and move on. Make a life plan for yourself and work on it. Decide what you want to be and work on it. And then there is this insight. Learn indicators of interest that women give you. Learn what they do that shows they are attracted to you. They are going out of her way to see you or talk to you. Downward chin tilt when averting gaze. Smiling, laughing. Letting you into her personal space. Light touching. Fiddling with her hair or touching her face. Hanging out with you or seeking you out to talk to you. If you don't start seeing IOIs in 5 minutes, bail out and move on. And when a girl says she just wants to be your friend, she is really saying I am not sexually interested in you. And when she says this, politely bail out and move on. You must remember at all times, there will always be another woman. You can always replace a woman. There are many, many women out there. When, not if, when one breaks up with you, there will always be another. If you approach and she rejects you, there will always be another. If a date doesn't work out, there will always be another. Daddy joins a small but reliable group of wise old men who are actively imparting masculine advice to an audience of younger readers who are ravenous for this kind of guideline. While he tends to be quite outspoken, he is rarely as insulting or openly misogynistic to his female commenters than some. But who is this Daddy? Here's what he said about himself. I'm a Christian. I am a Nicene Creed-style believer. I believe game and patriarchy have their roots in the Bible. I'm also a complementarian. I believe male dominance/female submissive and sex within the confines of lifetime marriage are the most beneficial orderings of male-female relations. The evidence of this is all around us. Men and women innately and automatically seek to order themselves into male dom/fem sub relationships, even in STRs and LTRs, even in serial monogamy, even outside marriage, even in fleeting sexual encounters. Men and women yearn to order themselves in this way because the designer designed them this way, because God ordered it and placed those desires into every human being. Men and women ignore this fact at their extreme peril of grinding unhappiness, grief and misery. The prime source of dissatisfaction in the sexual marketplace arises from our society's failure to insist that men and women order themselves into the above roles, women's refusal to submit to the men in their lives, men's failure to insist on their wives' and daughters' submission, men's failure to lead their wives, and society's open opposition and hostility to male leadership. I believe sluts can reform and make themselves into marriageable women. I believe this is very difficult and most women are unable to do this, and still more are unwilling to do the necessary work. I believe alphas can make themselves into marriageable men if they choose. I believe most alphas choose not to marry. I believe these things because I have faith in God's redeeming power and ability to make all things new. I believe God can do what humans cannot. I believe the sexual marketplace looks the way it does because humans have screwed it up, just like they screw everything up. I realize my beliefs in this regard put me into a minority in the manosphere. Though I don't agree with all aspects of their lifestyles, and despite what I've said above, I have much respect for players. With a player, what you see is what you get. Players are upfront, direct and honest about their intentions, what they want from life and the way they live their lives. Perhaps there are elements of ambiguity in a player's seduction methods, but no more so than women have been deploying in their mating and sexual strategies since hypergamy was released from her Pandora's box at least 30 years or so ago. Any woman who gets with a player gets with him because she wants to get with him, and she will have to live with whatever consequences flow from that. Players have surveyed the landscape and taken stock of their talents and drawbacks. They have made what I consider to be fully rational lifestyle choices, given the world they inhabit. Players know they live in a feminine-centric society that has expressly chosen unrestrained hypergamy over patriarchy. Players recognize they live in a world of unfettered female sexuality that assigns greater value to raw displays of masculinity and little value to marriage and lifetime coupling. Women have been told, nay, encouraged, to do and say anything they want, with anyone they want, whenever and wherever they want, and that they will suffer absolutely no adverse consequences for it. I can't fault players for doing what they can to turn such a situation to their advantage, or at least learn to navigate it. Players are putting that old military adage into operation: adapt, improvise, overcome. I respect men going their own way because I believe it to be a viable, rational lifestyle choice in today's sexual marketplace and the larger society. They also have taken stock and made rational decisions about their lives and the world they live in. Men's rights activists do good work. They are sounding the alarm and informing men about divorce and its devastating effects on men, women, children, and society. The destruction of the family is the destruction of Western society. These men are given hope, told they are not alone, and work to get something to live for after their money, jobs, and children are taken from them. I don't believe there will be a men's rights movement. Short of doing work at the margins and making small improvements in the lives of divorced fathers, men for a number of reasons won't organize into a movement to preserve and protect male rights. Men do not subscribe to such notions as the personal is political. For men, the political is political, and the personal is personal, and never the twain shall meet. I am not a traditionalist, or a traditional conservative. I am not a churchian. I do not subscribe to the tenets of liberal churchianity. Modern churchianity and tradcanism have become willing tools and useful idiots for feminism, which has shot through and infected much of the old-line conservative and churchian institutions. Those institutions wink and nod at women, including churchian women, playing by the new rules of hookup, one-night stands, serial monogamy as the preferred, more moral form of promiscuity, intentional single motherhood, and I'm not happy divorce, all with unlimited choices for women while simultaneously requiring no commitment from them. At the same time, modern churchianity and tradcanism demand that men play by 1950s rules of securing education and lucrative employment, courtship, supplication, traditional dinner and a movie dating requiring immediate displays of monetary and time investment, and ultimate commitment in the form of hitching him to the plow of a wife who neither loves nor respects him in a society that is doing everything it can to sabotage and destroy his marriage. It encourages men to waste their money, their time and their lives in the service of ungrateful, unworthy women. And all of it is this way because women as a group, with their white knight and Mangina accomplices, want it this way, while the churchian establishment gives its tacit cooperation in the form of heretical theology. Man up, stop playing those video games and marry the high-end over 30 woman who's now ready to settle down after 10 or so years on the carousel simply won't do. It won't do because a growing number of men have gotten wise to the lies, are figuring out what is really going on the sexual marketplace, and have stopped listening. If it is to survive, if indeed Western society is to survive, the North American church must return to advocacy of patriarchy, in which men's contributions and leadership are valued and cherished, and to which the women and children willingly submit. As religious as he is, Daddy rarely brings the gospel directly into his arguments in favor of rational, well-reasoned debate. And while his focus is certainly on the male/female dynamic, he's decidedly not a PUA. That's why I included him here, and not in either of those other two categories. Daddy's wisdom is his gift, not his evangelism or his game artistry. Until he starts his own blog, though, you will have to find him as the rest of the Manosphere does, by haunting blog comment sections and looking for him. Munson, like Daddy, never had a blog of his own. He, too, was a professional commenter, a man who was comfortable saying his piece on other people's soapboxes. But unlike a lot of lurkers and outright trolls, Munson never hesitated to take a well-reasoned and impassioned stand on a subject in the manosphere. Thomas V. Munson was a happily married attorney who lived with his wife in the western U.S., Boise, Idaho, about as remote and west as you can get and still have an internet connection, and he had a folksy charm and a concise, no-nonsense way of stating his views that at times waxed poetic. The fact that he was universally respected throughout the diverse dirty snowball of the manosphere is a testament to his command of masculine wisdom. When he died in mid-2012 of cancer, he was mourned from one blog to the next, everywhere from The Private Man to Hooking Up Smart, the female-oriented dating advice blog on the fringes of the manosphere, written by Susan Walsh. Susan in particular loved Munson's take on masculinity, femininity, and where the twain oft meet. He's insanely clever, and has won over the hearts and minds of HUS readers with his unique brand of irreverent humor. He has also generously shared his legal acumen when it was sorely needed to shed light and reason on some controversial topics. She said in the Post reporting on Munson's diagnosis of terminal cancer. She goes on, Munson is of my generation. He came of age in a very different sexual marketplace than we have today, a time when men didn't get kicked to the curb for unabashedly professing love, and most women still viewed sex as something emotionally significant and meaningful. In sharing his news with us, he left this comment, which I think says something very important and beautiful about love. Munson provided what can only be described as the authentic voice of mature, old-school masculine wisdom. He was a smart man in tough country who had a traditional way of life that most of us suburb monkeys could only pretend to know. More, he seemed to epitomize the manly manliness of masculinity. He was the Western version of the most interesting man in the world. Stampeding cattle would pull over to let him by. Women would pull over to offer to change his flat tire. He'd let state troopers off with a warning. That sort of thing. Munson was an authentic glimpse of the age of masculinity past, the John Wayne machismo of our ancestors, with a brilliant wit and an aggressive grasp of both social theory and the language in which to convey his ideas. In his own words, he was, as a man who had been very happily married 30-plus years, maybe I could point the way to what I think the goal is, if I can use that term, rather vulgar. I don't believe anyone wants to play at having intercourse and relationships. I believe, as Khalil Gibran said, that even when we search solely for pleasure, we find she has 7 sisters, each more beautiful than pleasure. I wanted to bear witness that if you find that person, the one you will be with always, while you both will age, a part of you will stay 25 forever. And you'll see that in them, yes, you'll note the years and what they do in their passing, but you'll also see them as they looked when you met them. That part will stay alive and you alive with that. Love can do that. In the occasionally misogynistic mist that is the snowball, Munson was an old-fashioned voice of paternal advice and perspective that commanded respect for both its inherent wit and its truth. He was an old married guy, OMG, commenting on what he saw as a disastrous new world of mating and dating. It's tempting to lump him in with the traditional and conservative Christians, but in fact his most devout religion was the code of the old-fashioned gentleman. He rarely, if ever, stooped to trolling or name-calling or other pedantic antics of the flying monkey brigade that seems to emerge whenever the manosphere gets pissed off at someone. He would state his perspectives cogently and concisely, back away, and watch the light bulbs come on. Munson was proof that the old ways of marriage 1.0 had some value and could ultimately work out beautifully. He was the epitome of the wolf alpha, the devoted family man who would have punched you out for insulting his wife without a second thought, and never, ever would have even thought seriously about cheating on her. He knew the frailties of the masculine spirit as well as its strengths, and he was effusive in his advice on the subject. In short, Munson was the voice of the past, the men who assumed that they would be kings in their own castle and not tenants of their future ex-wives. And while nothing can put the genie of industrialization back in the bottle, nor would I want to, the fact is that there is much that men can use from that twisted wreckage of the patriarchy that will be useful in the revalorization of masculinity in the 21st century. Alpha Dads. There isn't a specific self-identified set of blogs in the manosphere dedicated to single fatherhood the way there are to PUAs or MRAs, but the subject comes up enough amongst the other blogs to be of primary note. The social trend toward hypergamous divorce and single mothers has also led to a bumper crop of single dads, facing the same sorts of struggles as single moms but without the support networks, either personal or institutional, that single moms often have. The tangle of divorce and custody for the last 4 decades has put all fathers in a difficult position. Even if you lost custody of the kids and remarried, then the stepchild issue is bound to rear its ugly head. You can be happily married and still be a single dad every other weekend and 2 weeks a summer. And many fathers are now in charge of their kids the majority of the time. Which means that there are millions of men who are solely responsible, every day, for the total care of their children. That's a huge departure from the marriage 1.0 norm, wherein a man's fathering responsibilities were severely limited until a boy was old enough to begin manhood training, and girls were old enough to have weddings to pay for. With the establishment of marriage 2.0, with a cheap divorce in every other box, it was inevitable that the way we care for and parent our children would change. And this is not an unwelcome change. It may come as a surprise to some women, but many men crave fatherhood the way some women are obsessive about being mothers. The difference between fatherhood circa 1950 and fatherhood circa 2000 is profound. Not only are the expectations of father being the sole provider gone, so is the traditional detachment which industrial society encouraged between father and children. Once more men started thinking for a living instead of toiling in a factory, the fatherhood dynamic changed to emphasize a closer relationship between them. My own father became a dad in 1968, while in Vietnam, and he crossed half a world to see me. Kids were always an important element in his plan, and I was glad to help out. But his attitudes toward fatherhood were very different than his father's, and they occasionally clashed on the subject. Papa Ironwood was just a lot more involved at a lot earlier age with his kids than his dad had been, and that led to a deeper interpersonal connection. In retrospect, I can see that trend pretty clearly, as well as recalling some intense discussions. I think my grandfather was partially resentful of my father's willingness to change his parenting style and partially jealous of his son's close relationship with his grandchildren. Despite the assertion by some misinformed feminists, fatherhood is vitally important to the development of children, particularly boys. Studies have repeatedly shown the advantage a child gets from having a close relationship with their father, and trust me, the porn industry would be dead if it wasn't for girls with deep-seated daddy issues. An active and supportive father can make all the difference in a child's life regardless of the status of his or her mother, and personal observation has convinced me that those kids, particularly boys, who lack that influence struggle far more than their well-fathered peers. Which by 1975 were a rarity. The era in which I was raised saw divorce and broken homes throw the institution of fatherhood into disarray on the ground while feminism attacked every element of fatherhood intellectually. At the same time feminists were screaming at men to be better dads, which they were eagerly attempting to do, they were also divorcing and estranging their children from their fathers with the help of family courts. So just as men were becoming deeply invested in fatherhood as an institution for active parenting, and I mean change the diapers and do laundry active, not play a game of catch in the backyard active, women were attacking the effort whether they realized it or not. Feminism had a grudge against fatherhood from the start. Early first-wave feminists resented the perceived power their fathers had over their lives and rebelled against filial authority. Second-wave feminists rejected their fathers' desires to focus on traditional values like home and family and defiantly entered the workforce. Third-wave feminists were suspicious of the motivations of all men, and of fathers in particular. Gender feminists despised the institution of fatherhood, in general, as perpetuating sexist stereotypes in our culture and infecting boys with masculine values like aggression and competition, instead of feminine values like consensus and cooperation. Fourth-wave feminists are split, some seeing the destruction of fatherhood as a horrible development, for which men, not women, are to blame, and some seeing it as progress toward a more gender-equal society in which single moms are the norm, not the exception, and actual fatherhood, as opposed to the sperm donation and child support version, is a rare thing. As to what fifth-wave feminism will feel, that depends largely on whether or not there are any feminists left after Wave 4. At this point, my observations of the young women in my life are telling me that there is a yearning for strong father figures in their lives as potent as it is for their brothers. While feminism in general and gender feminism in particular has little good to say about the institution, there are notable exceptions, scholars who recognize the important role of fatherhood, like philosopher Sarah Ruddick, even if their conclusions are a little wacky. Her book Maternal Thinking, 1989, and Dr. Andrea Dowsett's book Do Men Mother? Both examine gender expectations of fathers and fatherhood from a feminist perspective, and while they fall far short of the mark for most of the manosphere, they are at least willing to consider the idea of fatherhood in a positive if heavily gynocentric light. Their primary concern, of course, is fatherhood's effect on motherhood, both individually and as an institution. But both recognize that the 1950s-era model of fatherhood isn't valid anymore. Ruddick's book proposes that the most revolutionary change we can make in the institution of motherhood is to include men in every aspect of childcare. Thanks to dual-income families and the change in the American workforce, not to mention American family life, that mission has been accomplished. Consider, a recent Oxford University study found young males spend 10 times more time with their kids than men did 20 years ago. Sociologist Suzanne Bianchi, in an extensive study of parental time management, found that men's involvement in child-rearing has increased across the board. There has been a dramatic increase in stay-at-home dads, SODs, too. While there are only about 176,000 or so in America, or about 3.4% of all stay-at-home parents, that's twice what it was in 2001. It's rare that a man is not heavily involved in his live-in children's lives in contemporary society, despite grumbling to the contrary. Check out any elementary school car line or PTA meeting and you'll see a profusion of dads. Men are the most involved in the lives of their kids since the late pre-industrial age, when toil in the fields and pastures kept men and their sons a close-knit unit. Dr. Dowsett agrees. Stay-at-home fathers and single-father households have increased in Canada and the U.S., and increasing numbers of Canadian men now take paid parental leave. More widely, men's participation in domestic work and parenting is increasing toward a point of near-gender convergence. The thing is, the second half of Sarah Ruddick's proposal, the idea that men doing more mothering would lead to radically recasting the power gender roles, also came true, but not in the empowering sort of way feminists desired. As men assumed more and more of the childcare burden from women, they also brought a distinctly masculine slant to it that disturbs many mothers who are used to such devotion and affection arising from maternal, not paternal, sources. Becoming more active dads didn't make men more sympathetic to the eternal toil of mothers, it largely allowed fathers to bring their own perspectives on such things as how clean is clean and just what a nutritious lunch consists of and the relative importance of rough physical play and competition. When men were forced into the task, they did not, as feminists wanted, become more feminine, instead they made childcare more masculine. The hand that rocks the cradle as often as not had big hairy knuckles, and that has an affect on parenting. And on fathering, which is a different thing than parenting. Dr. Dowsett took the unusual step, for a feminist, of actually talking to men about fatherhood, specifically the Good Men Project's website, instead of just assuming she already knew what men would say. Arguably part of the manosphere, the GMP is one of the very few attempts to bridge the gap between men's rights and feminism. And what Dr. Dowsett learned was surprising to her, particularly the anger. She admits there's a small segment of feminism, particularly some strands of radical feminism, that posit women's interests as separate, or opposed to, those of men, although she fails to mention the existential threat to men from the overtly androcidal wing of radfem, but she doesn't try to place much responsibility at the feet of the gender feminists who have exacerbated the gender problem. Indeed, she cites some as good authorities on men and masculinity and fatherhood. Still, the fact she showed up at all is encouraging. Dr. Dowsett even goes so far as to say, one of the greatest challenges in holding together fathering and feminism occurs when studying divorce, custody issues and other painful matters that arise when partnerships between women and men turn sour and dissolve. Put simply, it is more difficult for feminists to stand up for men when a sister is going through a nasty divorce. From the lips of a feminist, that's a stunning admission. What she doesn't say is that it is so rare for a feminist to stand up for men under any circumstances, much less a divorce, that it is noteworthy when it happens. Feminism, for obvious reasons, shies away from any mention of hypergamous divorce as anything but a positive thing. And the pain these fathers felt? While Dr. Dowsett was forced to admit it was real, she was also willing to dismiss it in the wider social context. In her work studying fatherhood, she confesses that she cannot be objective. She has to use two sets of glasses in viewing them, otherwise her sympathy for the tortured stories she hears from men just might overwhelm her dedication to feminist ideology. With one pair of lenses, I see and hear the stories told by fathers when they are separated from their children. Some of these stories are, indeed, painful ones. In my research with single fathers, several fathers wept inconsolably during our interviews. In my 6 years of work with the Father Involvement Research Alliance, FIRA, a Canadian research and activist program that is focused on a diversity of dads and their experiences, we heard heartbreaking stories from teen dads shut out from their children's lives and stories of grief from dads who were fighting for custody. These stories are real and common. For separated and divorced fathers, for example, there is ample narrative and statistical evidence to suggest that fathers mourn the loss of their children. Emphasis mine. That's right, Dr. Dowsett discovered fathers love their children and miss them when they are taken from them involuntarily. The intellectual condescension implicit in that statement is, perhaps, not ironic to a feminist, but discovering that dads love their kids enough to mourn them when they are gone seems, to the manosphere, absolutely hysterical. Because Dr. Dowsett cannot allow the misery of mourning fathers faced with a feminist-oriented family court system to stand alone, her other set of glasses points out historical inequities suffered by women and concludes, more or less, tough noogies to such dads in pain. They might be suffering, but dudes still control corporate America, dads, so fuck you. And this is the pro-fatherhood feminist. Just how opposed to fatherhood is feminism? Consider that the National Organization of Women, arguably the most mainstream feminist organization in America, has actively fought against inclusion of parental alienation disorder in the new version of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM-5, because it puts women and children at risk. Sometimes used in custody cases, PAD is the observation that men and their children both get severely depressed and mentally challenged by their separation, say in the case of hypergamous divorce. Cited as a ploy used by parents, mostly fathers, now objects to the term because it punishes parents, mostly mothers, who use incendiary allegations of abuse in their custody hearings. PAD reflects the oft-observed phenomenon of a mother in a divorce wildly exaggerating claims of abuse to the point where they instill a deep-seated fear in their children of their own father. Far from being considered mental abuse by now, the feminist organization has pushed consistently for any avenue for mothers to demonize fathers in a custody case, including insisting your good old dad was a secret monster that only she was aware of. While now admits, it is true that high-conflict divorce and child custody cases can engender intense emotional responses. Many divorcing couples go through a phase of feeling deeply wronged and completely innocent, and they want everyone they know, including their child, Ren, to choose their side. For their part, children may go through a phase of splitting their parents, lavishing love on one and anger toward the other. Responsible research has shown these phases to be temporary. Describing such behavior as a mental disorder is unjustified. Responsible research is, in this case, any research that supports NOW's fundamental political position. They are arguing, in effect, that not only does divorce not harm children, which is demonstrably false, but that a woman has a right to inspire terror in her children about their father using any allegations of misconduct and criminal abuse she likes, without dad having any recourse. Having seen plenty of divorced moms filling their children's environments with false and unsupported vitriol about their former spouses, I've seen for myself the effect this can have on a father-child relationship. One of my friends was terrified to spend the weekend with her father after her mother prepared her as if she was going to prison. Her dad's abuse? He had commented on her mother's weight, once, and the woman had turned this single utterance into a pattern of emotional abuse her lawyer proposed would statistically lead to greater and greater emotional abuse against his children and their mother, culminating in verbal, physical, or even sexual abuse. That's right. Dad called mom fat once. That logically means dad wants to rape his own daughter. While no one denies that there are plenty of abusive relationships in the world, feminism, and now in particular, only seems focused on the abuses of men on women in a fit of misandrous hysteria that borders on the pathological. Now is openly hostile towards fatherhood, fathers, and fathers' rights groups. Indeed, the organization openly states, "The following information presents Now Foundation's views about fathers' rights groups and how their agenda harms the lives of mothers and their children during and after custody disputes. We wish to educate mothers, activists and the public about the adverse impact these groups have on protective mothers and children through their power to mislead and to control. Their agenda is to give fathers a fighting chance at custody of their children. Protective mothers are any mothers in a custody dispute. The adverse impact these groups have is actually giving fathers a fighting chance at custody of their own children. The power to mislead and control is how Now refers to men aggressively pursuing custody of their own children. In their effort to demonize and deconstruct fathers and fatherhood, Now tries to discredit the MRAs and fathers' rights groups through two ways. First, denying the legitimacy of the name. In our view, the term fathers' rights is misleading as no legal rights are denied to men because they are men or fathers. This from feminists who use statistical data to demonstrate the oppression of the patriarchy on a repeated basis even though no legal rights have been impinged in many of those cases. Yet refuse to acknowledge the vast majority of custody cases are won by women. Secondly, Now attacks fathers' rights by denying that it is a movement. We question calling the activism of those who promote fathers' custody a movement. It is essentially a collection of small groups and networks across the U.S. and abroad who communicate primarily through the internet. Activist numbers are relatively small, but their impact in family court proceedings has become significant and harmful to women. Which means that the entire diverse fathers' rights groups shouldn't be given validity because they aren't organized enough, and they help give fathers a fighting chance at custody of their own children. Of course, when the groups do organize, Now challenges them as greedy and exploitive. As divorce rates and the incidence of single parenthood rose, the 1990s saw the emergence of new and larger organizations like the National Fatherhood Initiative, NFI, founded in 1994. NFI has received hundreds of millions in federal funds to conduct a number of responsible fatherhood programs, addressing the widespread problem of absent fathers. NFI programs that receive grant support also conduct healthy marriage courses, provide for programs that help establish paternity, collect child support, and provide non-residential parents with access to their children. That's right, Now attacks the fathers' rights movement because it's winning sometimes. From Now's perspective, fathers and fatherhood are an intrinsic existential threat to women and children. And it's even worse when dads try to organize themselves. While no one would label the MRM a model of organization, or even effective activism, Now severely criticizes any attempt of fathers to organize themselves to be better fathers, unless, perhaps, the group is gay or overtly and unapologetically feminist. When feminism began to be a social movement, it was encouraged by activism as women became energized over the perceived inequities in the social and legal system. That grassroots organization became the basis of popular feminism. But when dads attempt the same level of activism in defense of what they see as inequities in the system, Now condemns them. Fathers' custody advocacy groups now lobby state legislatures, file class action suits, picket courthouses, and monitor judges' decisions through court watches. These groups have poured energy and funding into passing state laws that promote a joint custody preference and prevent a custodial parent from moving to another community, without sufficient safeguards in cases of domestic violence. Of course, what safeguards are sufficient are open to debate. Using domestic violence, which is not, unsurprisingly, exclusively male-on-female violence, as the sole standard to determine custody, Now effectively presumes that all fathers are unsuitable parents, regardless of the mental, emotional, or financial condition of the mother. Now continues, while not all fathers who ask the courts for custody of their children are abusive to the children or their mothers, a sizable percentage of them are. It then goes on to admit that most court systems report that less than 25% of divorce and custody cases involve allegations of domestic violence, yet it condemns the organization of 100% of fathers to be activists in pursuit of their children's custody. Now isn't content to condemn all fathers who pursue custody because of the actions of a minority. They want all fathers' rights groups labeled hate groups by association. It seems that now has stumbled across the manosphere. Women are routinely maligned as sluts, gold diggers, temptresses and worse. The common denominator among these diverse bloggers and activists is their resentment of feminism and females in general. Often the language encourages readers to take violent action to defend what they perceive to be a hatred and abuse by women of men. Note how they don't address the fact that some women are, in fact, temptresses, sexually liberated, uninhibited tarts, S*L*U*T*S, or opportunistic women who pursue matrimony and divorce as a procurement scheme, gold diggers. They do exist. Ask any woman if she knows someone who fits any of those categories, and they can give you a list, along with gory details. Of course, not all women are like that. Certainly those negative stereotypes are a tiny minority of their gender. So are abusive fathers and husbands. This is the harvest of gender feminism, an organization dedicated, more or less, to attacking anything positive about fatherhood and masculinity at all, unless it is openly and unapologetically in the service of collective femininity. They say so themselves, in so many words. Though fathers' custody activists contend that their organizing is necessary to protect their rights, the National Organization for Women Foundation and the Now Family Law Ad Hoc Advisory Committee believe that their true objectives are to discriminate against, control and punish women by gaining custody of children and to denigrate the personal and economic sacrifices made by mothers for their children. Dads are bad, according to Now. They're a sinister cult of misogynistic abusers who, if they actually push for joint custody or sole custody, are revealing their inherent hatred and enmity toward all women and make them feel bad about themselves. They're a bunch of angry dudes, and Now says that women shouldn't have to listen to angry dudes just because they shared some DNA with them once. Interestingly enough, although Dr. Dowsett admits that she found the experience with angry dads on the GMP website informing, her first impulse is to back away from anything angry, presumably because angry men are dangerous and stupid, but she doesn't really say. She merely maintains the typical feminist attitude that male anger is dangerous and usually unfounded, and seeks to avoid any confrontation with exactly why these men are angry, or whether or not it's justified. Women who are angry are empowered. Men who are angry are dangerous. From a woman who had discussed how distressing gender stereotypes were just a few paragraphs before, the irony was delicious. That's the rub. Although feminists might be sympathetic to individual fathers, their brothers, for example, they are largely utterly apathetic or even antithetical to the idea of fatherhood in general. Even feminist fathers are a rarity and frequently complain that feminists don't take them seriously as either feminists or fathers. Fatherhood is about more than being a single parent or even primarily responsible for childcare. Fathering is a unique set of skills, different from parenting and far different from mothering. And while there are few blogs specifically devoted to fathering in the manosphere, that doesn't mean the subject isn't a popular one. There are a lot of dads in the sphere, and most of us are pretty serious about it. Enough to mourn the loss of our kids if they were taken away. At the very least. Feminism and economic reality have forced men to step up as dads even as dads were looking for more and better ways to remain involved with their children. Modern dads aren't mere punishment dispensers and open wallets. They oversee every aspect of their kids' lives, as much as any mother, and if they put more emphasis on some areas than others, chalk that up to gender bias and move on. It won't matter how much you do or how you do it. Anyway, as a dad, every mother around you suspects you are screwing things up, and no amount of evidence will convince them otherwise. I've run afoul of this myself. I've got 3 kids, and over the years I've been taken to task by women for everything from the way I changed a diaper to the way I put my daughter's hair up. By women. Other dads tend to be helpful and supportive, but if women aren't purely dazzled by the fact you're willing to do childcare, then they're suspicious and condescending that you, a mere male, are trying to do what you clearly have no idea how to do. Gentlemen, try this simple experiment with your new baby. Find the biggest, most vocal feminist you know, and change a diaper in her presence. See how many seconds you can go before she starts criticizing. I believe you will find the exercise instructive. Single dads and married dads alike are faced with constant female suspicion over their parenting and overt feminist aggression over fathering. Horror stories abound about dads trying to parent their kids and attracting attention. Over the years, here's just a couple of the irate dads who have emailed me their indignant complaints. I was in a restaurant with my 2-year-old daughter, and after the meal she needed a change. I grabbed the diaper bag and headed for the men's room with her, just like always. While I was changing her, another guy came in, and for a brief second my daughter's naked but was viewable. One woman coming out of the ladies' room saw her, and the next thing I know I'm being handcuffed and stuffed in the back of a squad car because a 25-year-old man apparently can't change his kid's diaper without being a raving sex maniac. My wife had to come down to verify that I was, indeed, her father before they would let me go. The manager later apologized, but I was humiliated. I was just being a good dad, and this bitch decided to mess up my life because she didn't like the way I was doing it. It was take your daughter to work day, and I brought my 11-year-old into the office to show her what daddy does. Within an hour I was called into my supervisor's office and questioned about why I had brought her, because take your daughter to work day was designed for women to empower their daughters, not men. She said I was setting the wrong kind of example for the other girls, and asked me to take my daughter home. I did, and gave my notice. While feminism wants to take credit for this new relationship between men and their children, a more credible explanation is that the alienation felt by children of the baby boom generation from their stoic, heroic industrially based fathers was so profound that they quite naturally asserted themselves more as fathers. Indeed, one can see a parallel change in the nature and presentation of motherhood, but feminism doesn't really enjoy addressing that, or wanting to take credit for how it evolved. Modern fathers are besieged. On one side we are viewed with constant skepticism and suspicion, with even our motives and love for our children coming under attack, and on the other side there is the demand that we aren't doing nearly enough. For 4 decades dads tried to comply with the mixed signals feminism sent about female expectations of fatherhood, but now they've begun to more or less give up and begun to embrace the ideal of a strong, unapologetic, unashamed fatherhood, regardless of feminine or feminist expectations, and a fatherhood increasingly untainted by feminist ideals. Of course, dating and mating as a single dad is fraught with dangers, but the fact is the sexual marketplace favors a single dad far more than a single mom. Indeed, in some quarters single dads are considered pre-committed, a man willing to father a child and enthusiastically parent. Single mothers, on the other hand, date as if they were wearing a dead cat around their neck. Men are naturally skittish of fostering another man's child, and a woman who is pre-committed to her existing kids is unlikely to want to devote herself to yours. Single dads, on the other hand, are like catnip. The first time I took my infant son out in public by myself, I got hit on repeatedly. But beyond the dating world, dads in general are facing hostility and isolation from all sides, so it's no wonder that the Manosphere is taking a fresh look at fatherhood, and what it means in the 21st century. What many of us find disturbing is how feminism seems determined to cast fatherhood only in context with motherhood, as if a masculine parenting skill set is the shiny rims on the utterly necessary wheels of the mother minivan. Some feminists see fatherhood as a luxury, some see it as a danger, and some see it as merely an obstacle to their happiness. To feminism, fatherhood is only important for what it can provide for women. It is rarely valued or celebrated on its own merits. A good dad is one who takes the burden off of mom, for instance. Or one who does breakfast so that mom can get ready. Or one who can take time off of work to go to a school play so mom doesn't have to every time. Fatherhood is, to feminism, a necessary and sometimes useful evil when it isn't being used as a conduit of patriarchy. Of course, patriarchy and fatherhood are somewhat inextricably attached. While the role of the father has changed over the years, the essential nature of fatherhood has not. Fathers are still elements of security and order for children. They are symbols of a mature masculinity, even if they themselves haven't quite gotten there yet. Fathers usually enforce discipline and foster self-reliance and self-discipline, encouraging kids to do it themselves rather than ask for help. I've been criticized for that by moms so many times over the years I don't even argue anymore. I've actually been screamed at for attempting to encourage self-sufficiency in my sons, because it discourages cooperation. Fathers set the rules of the house, traditionally, and they enforce those rules. Fathers extend their protection and defense over their children, and train them to socialize from a masculine perspective. Fathers encourage achievement, not participation. Even within traditional marriages, married fathers are acting more like single fathers. Thanks to the large number of working wives, many of whom seem more devoted to their careers than their families, modern husbands have been put into the same sort of position as single dads, responsible for childcare, food prep, and housework while their wives work late. That hasn't been nearly as big a deal as feminists have made it out to be. Dads enjoy taking care of their children, it seems. Changing diapers can be a deeply personal experience for a dad. So can folding laundry or doing your daughter's hair. Going to sports events, performances, and recitals to demonstrate your pride in your child's accomplishments, teaching them how to tie their shoes and write in cursive, helping them master the intricacies of birthday party etiquette. The conversations enjoyed on commutes to school or while doing homework have led to a far deeper connection between dads and their kids, which makes it all the more painful when that connection is severed by hypergamous divorce. Some women are openly wary of dads who are too involved, even if they are married to them. Consider it resentment over lost feminine privilege, if you will, but there are plenty of women who see men stepping up their parenting as a threat to their role as mother. One female reader of mine sent me this. My husband takes our twin 13-year-old girls to the park every day after school, because his job gets out earlier than mine and I work late a lot, so sometimes I don't get home until after they're in bed. I thought having a super dad would be great, and Jim does a magnificent job with the girls. But now I find myself resenting his closeness with them. He knows more about which boys they like and which girls they hate than I do, and that's supposed to be my role. The straw that broke the camel's back was when I did actually come home at a reasonable hour only to be informed that one of the girls started her period. I always thought that would be a really important bonding moment between us, but she acted like it was no big deal, and she didn't understand why I was so teary. Daddy took care of it, she said, and I was devastated. I love my husband and think he's the best father in the world, but when he took that moment away from me I was angry that he was trying to be both mother and father. It wasn't my proudest moment, but it was there. Another woman mentioned this on a marital forum. I used to love it when my husband got involved at the kids' school, but more and more I'm finding myself discouraging him. When our son got into track, his father was so enthusiastic in his support that track was everything for a while. I figured it was just a father-son sports thing, and then our daughter got into band and he was the ultimate band dad. Now if there's a problem at school he's there first. He knows the teachers by their first names, he knows just where the kids are in their assignments, and he even knows the school handbook and policies far more than a normal father does. I wanted an involved father for my kids, but honestly he's making me look bad. He doesn't mean to, my mothering just can't keep up with his fathering and it's making me angry at him and then angry at myself. Feminists seem particularly resentful of competent dads, and particularly gleeful when they find an incompetent one. When men seem to invade traditionally female spaces like school fundraisers or church charity drives, feminists often react poorly to the idea. When I got too involved in my children's daycare, for instance, one of the mommies pulled me aside and quietly told me that she had been watching me and didn't like the way I was bossing everyone around. I explained I was merely demonstrating leadership. She wasn't impressed. She's not alone. In 2004, Verizon launched a controversial television commercial featuring an exasperated father attempting to help his daughter with her homework on the computer only to have his wife come in and demand leave her alone, and then order him to go wash the dog while she fixes things. Joe Kelly, executive director of the national advocacy group Dads and Daughters, responded thusly. It's reflective of some deeply entrenched cultural attitudes, that fathers are second-class parents, that they're not really necessary, Kelly said. To operate from the assumption that dad is adult is harmful to fathers, harmful to children, and harmful to mothers. Yet fathers are perpetual targets of ridicule in our society. Positive paternal role models are rare. The men who are good in sitcoms are either gay or utterly unthreateningly beta, while dads with traditional ideas of masculinity are portrayed as slope-headed Neanderthals. Homer Simpson, Peter Griffin, Ed Bundy, Tim the Toolman Taylor, the list of buffoon-like dads in our popular entertainment is long and depressing. Strong fathers are rarely, if ever, shown in a positive light, and if they are, often the presence or agency of a woman is involved to diffuse it. Men are not allowed to achieve or be competent fathers on our own on TV. We need a wisecracking feminist wife to remind us who the brains of the operation is. Fathers are there to be straight men or the butt of the joke, not the guy who pulls it all together at the last minute. Joe Kelly and other MRAs believe fathers have become easy targets for mockery from ad agencies that are now wary of offending women and racial minorities. Fathers are an easy target, they don't stand up for themselves anymore, and no one cares if they're denigrated in public. The National Organization for Women, the moribund but still living group espousing feminism in both its gender and equity flavors, of course attack this blatant exercise of sexist imagery with their usual passion. These Madison Avenue companies are under the gun, Jenny Thalheimer, a spokeswoman for the National Organization for Women, said. To even out their disparagement of women, they have to take on the men now and then. Time contributor James Poniwazek wrote, "Much dad humor today is based on the premise that it's unnatural for men to be good at caring for kids." He concludes, "Happy Father's Day, dads of America. Pop culture thinks you look really stupid trying to care for the babies you made." The idea that you can be a dad and still be a dude seems foreign to women, despite all of the feminist rhetoric about equality. Feminism screams at dads to take more responsibility and then ridicules and humiliates them when they do. Within the context of feminism, it's natural to assume that dads are inept parents based on no other factor than they aren't mothers. It's as if feminism wants to equate motherhood with parenthood, with fatherhood being an expensive luxury option for the well-to-do. Fathers are idiots, and even feminists are starting to get fed up with that meme. In her 2012 Father's Day post, "Happy Father's Day from your feminist daughters," Emily Golding points out. These jokes would read differently if fatherhood were not a very special, and increasingly rare, phenomenon. Changing cultural attitudes about marriage, gender, and identity that are beyond the scope of this article mean that fewer Americans are getting married and starting families than ever before, yet on screen and in real life, dads are sometimes badgered or made fun of for simply trying to participate. Sobering stuff, but even more so considering the fact that feminism has a somewhat fraught relationship with fatherhood. A generation of women raised on the idea that they can have it all has incredibly high expectations of the men in their lives, leaving few men either willing or allowed into the mix. It's not just women in general's high expectation of men as fathers, however, and thanks to 2 generations of divorce, many grown women today have only an unrealistic and fantastical idea of what a good father might be. It's feminism's fundamental inability to play well with boys that's partially to blame. Romance might cause some of this hand-wringing, but the root of it is really a larger question. It's, as feminists, how do we relate to others? There's no scarcity of young feminists who know they can raise a child by themselves. What's confusing isn't their own motherhood, it's combining it with someone else's fatherhood. And the positive evolution of fatherhood? Feminism rushes to take credit for that, as well. In her 2012 Father's Day post, Australian feminist blogger Chloe Angiel gushes about just how much fatherhood owes to feminism, glossing over the devastation of the 90% of child custody cases lost by men, and condescendingly admits that one of the greatest challenges feminism has faced is getting men on board. Without their investment, the fight against sexism is much harder to win. When my dad was my age, the challenge was to get men to take discrimination against women seriously. Now it is to make young men see that while we have eradicated a good deal of sexism, though far from all of it, feminism is no longer just about women. It's about gender. Which means it's about men, too. Of course, feminism has always been about men, the opposition to male power structures, the opposition to the expression of male sexuality, the opposition to masculine values like competitiveness and achievement. But now that it has become institutionalized, Engel argues, feminism's effect on fatherhood has been a universal positive. Feminism is one of the best things that ever happened to fatherhood. Thanks to feminism, men of my generation have richer, more meaningful relationships with their dads than their fathers had with theirs. Thanks to feminism, the men my friends and I marry will be engaged, emotionally present fathers. Thanks to feminism, our children will grow up with fathers who improve those statistics on the second shift and who shoulder more of the burdens and share more of the pleasures of emotional caregiving. In other words, feminism has contributed to fatherhood mostly by making fathers more useful to women. Her one androcentric point, that fathers and sons have a stronger relationship, she gives credit to feminism, not to the men who made the effort out of a masculine need for emotional connection to their offspring. According to Engel, it seems, if they were left on their own, men would choose to be uncaring, distant, unforgiving authority figures who only tolerated their children. Her argument is undermined by the horrific number of estranged fathers in America, and the emotional damage boys sustain at the hands of a feminist-inspired school system. She doesn't bother to mention that the men my friends and I will marry aren't going to be there, leaving up to half of her age cohort single and unmarried forever, or that half of them will be divorced within 5 years, or that marriage in the age of feminism has all the certainty of a retirement strategy involving a Vegas slot machine. She doesn't mention that the engaged, emotionally present fathers have been so damaged by feminism in our society that one friend of mine didn't feel properly bonded with his father until his wife left him for another man, as his mother did his father. If that's the kind of richer, more meaningful relationship many of today's men have with their dads, bonding over the tragedies of male existence, it's one we'd rather skip. A generation of men cowed by divorce and misandry are, indeed, taking solace with their sons over their lives, but when the dominating social factor in that relationship is how to survive a divorce, one wonders if the price paid for that relationship was too high. Feminism is quick to pat itself on the back over its contribution to fatherhood. It's not nearly as eager to clean up the blood. One would think that equity feminists would be all over the idea of feminist fatherhood in opposition to their gender feminist sisters. After all, equity implies a balance between two forces, so in theory equity feminists should be encouraging men to explore and develop their role as fathers in the lives of their children. But such isn't the case. Fathers who have accepted the feminist argument and consider themselves equity feminists find very little on the role of fatherhood in feminist philosophy. As a male feminist blogger Neil Szymanski reveals in his blog Guilty Displeasures, his attempt to find such a trove of support and encouragement within feminism was fruitless. The practice of feminist fathering is far more amorphous and phantasmatic than feminist mothering. Amazon lists some 900+ books on the latter topic and about 125 on the former. But even this comparison is misleading. The feminist fathering search results includes many of the books that are more properly about feminist mothering, and the only result from among the first half dozen pages that is actually about feminist fathering addresses it in such a way that it calls the very existence of a practice into question. Do men mother? What does it mean to mother anyway? And what sorts of limits does that place on fathering? The fact that even feminist fathers recognize that there is a problem with how feminism treats fatherhood is revealing. The fact that feminist fathers are disturbed by what they find about feminist mothering is even more revealing. Neil continues. Here's an assumption among those who write about, and attempt to enact, feminist motherhood that the mother should put herself first and not sacrifice everything for the baby. So I can only suppose that there's an assumption of a feminist partner, either another mother or a father, who is able to take on a co-primary caregiver role. Though, as I understand it, the other partner's role often isn't emphasized at all. The ironic thing is that many of the same people who write about feminist mothering admit that they don't know how to actually do that. And these are feminism's staunchest allies among men. Within the Manosphere they're known as deltas, see Vox Day's socio-sexual Ilii Archful. Gamma rabbits, white knights, blue pill betas, or, even more derisively, manginas. They are rarely welcome, nor do they often visit the more hardcore Manosphere blogs, but the fact of the matter is that these men are, whether they like it or not, part of the Manosphere, albeit a part orbiting far from the center of the dirty snowball. They are tackling the issues of fatherhood, albeit with a feminist ideal they admit is deeply flawed on the subject, the same way the red pill men of the Manosphere are. They are as deeply committed to their children as any father, and while their allegiance to feminist ideals is strong, they are often the first to admit that feminism lacks any realistic or distinct role for fathers. Feminism's take on motherhood also leaves something to be desired. Szymanski concludes, "It's hard enough to negotiate these ideals of feminist mothering and fathering when it seems as if no one knows how to negotiate them. But it's even harder when those people who should, you would think, be most supportive of these goals don't realize that they're constantly undermining them. Feminism failed fatherhood and terrorized fathers with the threat of divorce and loss of custody. If there is one single unifying fact among American men, white, black, Asian, Hispanic, gay, straight, professional or working class, it's the existential terror a father feels at the idea of losing a relationship with his children due to the whims of family court and their mother. It has driven men to violence and suicide. The Greek chorus of feminists who act as the cheer squad for divorce give a woman in a troubled marriage all the rationalization and support she needs to view their child's father with innate suspicion, but as the MRAs will be happy to tell you, when a man battles for custody of his children he gets little support from men or women beyond the odds sucks to be you, dude. Even as men were being encouraged to indulge in a rich and rewarding relationship with their children, the specter of being powerless to keep from losing them severely undermined their dedication to the effort. A man's most precious social contribution, his children, were used as emotional leverage by 2 generations of wives and mothers, turning the taste of fatherhood bitter in their mouths. The issue was compounded, of course, with the fact that while a woman's right to choose to have a child was settled by Roe v. Wade, a man's decision to have a child is still elusive. The reproductive freedom implicit in birth control and access to abortion is a freedom for women, only men's reproductive rights are still held hostage by the womb. When a young unmarried girl becomes pregnant, there is no obligation to inform the child's father until the birth, when it's time to arrange child support, much less when the mother discovers she's pregnant. He has no legal right or socially acceptable say in whether or not he will become a father. For all of feminism's ideals of equity between the sexes, reproductive freedom has meant a woman's right to choose to be a parent, not a man's. While that might not bother the feminists reading this, hi, girls, try to see it from a male perspective, just for a moment, by asking this question: how likely is it that you, as a woman, will reproduce? Historically speaking, the answer to that is 80%. As Dr. Roy F. Baumeister famously reported in his 2007 presentation before the American Psychological Association, "Is there anything good about men?" The first basic difference has to do with what I consider to be the most underappreciated fact about gender. Consider this question: what % of our ancestors were women? It's not a trick question, and it's not 50%. True, about half the people who ever lived were women, but that's not the question. We're asking about all the people who ever lived who have a descendant living today. Or, put another way, yes, every baby has both a mother and a father, but some of those parents had multiple children. Recent research using DNA analysis answered this question about 2 years ago. Today's human population is descended from twice as many women as men. I think this difference is the single most underappreciated fact about gender. To get that kind of difference, you had to have something like, throughout the entire history of the human race, maybe 80% of women but only 40% of men reproduced. Right now our field is having a lively debate about how much behavior can be explained by evolutionary theory. But if evolution explains anything at all, it explains things related to reproduction, because reproduction is at the heart of natural selection. Basically, the traits that were most effective for reproduction would be at the center of evolutionary psychology. It would be shocking if these vastly different reproductive odds for men and women failed to produce some personality differences. For women throughout history, and prehistory, the odds of reproducing have been pretty good. For men, not so much. If feminism is really a quest for equality between the sexes, then, after the gross inequities of selective service registration, the single biggest gender-based inequity is the imbalance between men and women when it comes to reproduction. If women naturally have twice the chance as men to have kids, then one would assume that such a fundamental inequity in our society would be a large target for equity feminists. However, since it merely impacts men, it's no big deal. It might surprise you that in a world where men seem to flee from the very idea of parenthood that there would be men who were actively trying to reproduce, but were so wary of pitfalls and problems inherent in a relationship with a woman that they would rather die childless than take the chance on losing their children. If they can find a mom in the first place. Men who actively seek fatherhood report having great difficulty finding suitable, acceptable mothers. And that enrages feminists of all stripes, the idea that men have preconceived standards for the mothers of their children. Particularly in an age of career-obsessed overachieving feminists who delayed marriage and children until the last possible moment, dudes who want to be dads are faced with a wide and unpalatable array of options. As one of my readers emailed me, I just got back from a date with a 35-year-old sales executive. Attractive, about an 8, smart, and looking to settle down and have kids. We matched up well on the profiles, and things were looking pretty good. But as soon as I brought up kids, things changed. She wanted kids right away. Like yesterday. She was freaking out about her eggs and worrying about scheduling her maternity leave around her sales year, and we hadn't even gotten to the end of the date. I didn't mind that too much because I want to have children soon myself. But the longer I spent with her, the more she turned me off as a prospective mother of my children. I asked the usual tame versions of my criteria questions, and every answer she gave me made me more and more certain she just wasn't what I was looking for. Since I didn't waste her time or mine, I told her I had a lovely time but didn't see a future in it. She freaked the fuck out in the parking lot. I finally got her calmed down enough to explain my objections, and she freaked out again. Basically, I didn't like the idea of the mother of my kids having more than 100 sexual partners in her lifetime before she met dear old dad. That's a plus for a chick I'm just going to bang, but a wife and mom? How do you explain that to your sons and daughters? Next, I told her I didn't want a woman who was more committed to her career than to her marriage and her children, and that's what set her on thermonuclear meltdown. I wanted an emotionally giving, caring, and nurturing wife and mother, not a future corporate CEO. She screamed at me that I was just a pussy who was afraid of strong women. I screamed back that I just didn't want my kid's mom to be a self-involved bitch with too many lovers to keep track of, and if that was too high a standard then she could kiss my ass. Weird thing is, we kind of made up and I slept with her that night, but I didn't see her after that. If a woman can insist a guy has a good job and a house and car before they get married, why can't a man insist that his future wife not screw hundreds of dudes and actually give more of a damn about her family than her 401k? Is that too much to ask for a mom? If the quality of fatherhood has arguably gone up since the 1950s, the quality of motherhood, in the traditional sense, has plummeted. Working moms rarely cook anymore, relying on fast food and pre-prepared microwavable bounty to feed their kids, and while cooking is a maternal requirement, for the last 100,000 years it's been the industry standard. In my grandmother's day, the evening meal was a physical, tangible symbol of a woman's love for her family. What kind of subconscious signal of love is a can of soda, tepid, microwaved chicken nuggets and 2 tablespoons of processed creamed corn sending to her children? If women can objectively rate potential fathers on the basis of their merit, and they do, and it has even gotten worse with feminism and the internet, then men should rightly be entitled to apply their own criteria for acceptable motherhood. And that criteria, much to the dismay of feminists, persists in ranking such sexist issues as previous sexual history and domestic aptitude. If a man cares enough about his potential children to scrupulously seek out their mother, then you can bet that his standards for that mother are going to be far higher than the pretty blonde with the big boobs at the end of the bar. Future dads who take that stuff seriously are growing in number. Thanks to the history of divorce and pathologic custody hearing, dudes who want to be dads are becoming more and more discriminating about their future wives and mothers, and are withholding their commitments until they are satisfied. And the sad fact of the matter is, the women following the feminist model are just not measuring up to these potential superdad standards. Another commenter on a game blog writes, I've had an open flirtation with one of the women in my office for about 2 years now. She's lovely, very intelligent, very dedicated. We even share a religion, which is nice. She's asked me out a few times, and I enjoyed her company, but it never got intimate and it never went further. Then she had a birthday, she wouldn't tell me which one, red flag, her sister had a baby, red flag, her mother got cancer, red flag, and her casual boyfriend dumped her, big red flag. The next thing I know, she's stalking me, insisting that I would be a phenomenal dad and that we would make the perfect power couple. I liked her, but when I told her that wasn't going to happen, she demanded to know why not. What was wrong with her? So I stupidly told her. I was looking for a more traditional woman to raise my kids. Someone less invested in themselves and more invested in our family. And I wanted someone whose parents weren't divorced, because those people are more likely to divorce, her folks are split. She's a nice enough girl, but if she wanted to be a mom she should have considered that back when she was young enough to do it. I've been planning on being a dad since I was 12, why should I settle for a woman who's just considering the subject when she's 32? That's not to say that today's moms are inferior to their ancestors. Our entire culture and civilization has radically changed, and just as the definitions of masculinity, femininity, and fatherhood are up in the air, so too is motherhood's. But when dudes who want to be dads are ready to commit, they're not looking for a Sex and the City career woman who can raise a family and make partner before she's 40. They want a woman who demonstrates the same level of commitment and dedication to their family as they do. And they just aren't being satisfied by the motherhood prospects of the American feminist women. Men in the manosphere take fatherhood seriously. Both for boys and girls, although a father's responsibility to introduce his son to adult masculinity and manhood is often seen as paramount, under the present social circumstances. While there are few blogs who dedicate themselves wholly to the topic, some are beginning to take a red pill approach to fathering. 1. The Average Married Dad blog chronicles the trials of a man attempting to lead his family and father his children proactively, and some of the issues he encounters. As AM says himself in a private note, my parents are still together, and while my dad is a good man, he doesn't have a lot to offer in how to be a leader. He's the nice guy model with not much killer instinct or passion. Because of that environment, we all struggled to become men. My one beta brother got divorced after 3 kids and maybe 7 years of marriage. One is still a man-child, and then there's me who was slowly spiraling to an unhappy beta guy marriage until I stumbled upon the authors of the Manosphere. Not surprisingly, he finds himself looking more and more to traditional fatherhood for inspiration and support because, among other evils, feminism has offered jack squat for either to men. Other blogs mention fatherhood in abstract or in specific or both. But fatherhood is so fundamental a male issue and interest that it permeates the basic existence of the manosphere like sex. The low quality of potential mothers is a frequent topic of debate, and just what criteria should be considered often spins blog forums hundreds of comments long. The problem of a glut of too many older career women who suddenly want children, baby rabies, yet are poorly suited for either matrimony or motherhood is perennial. Men, it seems, want intelligent women for the mothers of their children, but shy away from women who place their own welfare and security above their biological drive to reproduce.